Most heartfelt greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlethems. I eagerly welcome you to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusklights Radio, hosted once again by yours truly, the mawkishly morose, terrifically tumultuous, and indisputably iconoclastic Everett J. Blackwell. I do hope Evelyn looked after you during my absence, my little sojourn. She will be back before long. Perhaps you know of us Blackwells. We've operated on the airwaves, neural waves, spirit waves, and, you know what, never mind, I'm not allowed to disclose the fourth wave. But we've been there for a long time, in some form or another. Young Tabitha Blackwell helped carry us across all the deep mine shortwave radios. I later heard that this may have interfered with their ability to communicate to one another that our newest talking piece in the station, Clue Blackwell, was lurking down there, looking to feed. Now, I'm not accusing our dear Tabitha of putting familial interests over employee safety, but that would be a dirty, dirty fib of me. Anyway, I'm Dusklights' main and most fabulous half-dead host. My job at this fine radio station is to bring you some of the most twisted, interesting, and downright bizarre tales that I and my wonderful many-legged runners collect from the far corners of Sturgeon and beyond. Now, it is here that I will deviate from the normal script as it is, because you may have surmised with your keen sets of eyes that this is a compilation video. Yes, sir, another Stories from Sturgeon to Binge and Sleep To. We have the first volume linked in the playlist, as well as the first Dusklights supercut. And if you enjoy our content, please ensure you leave a like, leave a comment, and check out our other transmissions, lest Clue Blackwell turn up in your home, staring at you incessantly from behind a quivering sentient blindfold. Or perhaps hearing the sounds of Jackal grinding his cutlery together, gnashing his first row of teeth and reciting haikus off-key. Or maybe you'll just run into Papa Kyle Blackwell, who will demand your spine for reasons. Not spineless, though. Definitely not spineless. The Blackwell family is ever growing, and ever supportive of Dusklights' continuous growth. Now, before we kick things off, I want to thank all of our patrons for making this possible. Now, if you want to sign up, it's as little as $1 a month and you get exclusive content, early access videos and stories, updates, and soon a Discord link. But times are tough and we will always be grateful for any support no matter what form it comes in. Emotional, financial, spiritual, corporeal, maniacal, whatever you want. And it's time for Dusklight to give thanks. We start first with our Sturgeonite faithfuls, Haley Clark, Foe, PRDDL12, Sabrina Alexander, Jason Webb, and Laree W., Purple Crayon Eaters Mary Peck, Square, Gianni Di Lorena, Feeny Von Karma, Max, and new members Death31 and Heather Cayley, who, after marching for Sturgeon, have found a new crayon god they're simply calling Malum and trying to bring into the station. Evelyn seems to have given them a little doggy door. We need to have a talk at the next family meeting. Our janitors, Alex Nunez, Amy Sean, Arkham Cookie, and Fresh Scott Hire, replacing the recently promoted Ethan, currently entering the maintenance tunnels to clear out the scourge of Dusklight, the terminally online instigator. Limit your social media, my friends, you will feel much better. Our nightmare detectives, Adrian Rodriguez, and newest member of the Academy, Ethan Nelson, who are now entering the buddy cop era of their investigations. In their first case, the horror in the Wawa parking lot. Our Void Walker, Evan Diaz, currently investigating the phenomenon of Californication. And, as you heard in our opening, more of the Blackwell family members. Newest arrival into town, Clue Blackwell, with that quivering, horrifying, shambling blindfold. Lord, I wish they would stop staring at me. Evelyn gave me a guide to follow, but I am too scared to touch it. My hope is that if we put on a 6-hour video, they may blink before I do. I don't want my return to be like this, listeners. Of course, there's also Jackal Blackwell and Tabitha Blackwell joining our Lord of Blood and Bone, Papa Kyle Blackwell, who seems to be cultivating a rather disturbing collection of thoracic vertebrae. I asked him why he needed it, and he simply said, between large bites of something crunchy, "Blood for the blood god, vertebrae for the hobo queen and the brood." Okay. We love and fear you, Papa. We thank you humbly for your patronage and look to see you bright and early for Dusklight orientation. Purple crayons and existential dread will be provided. With that, the sun has set and dusk has crawled into the studio once more. Whether you're working, prepping to sleep, or evading the formless void that will one day consume us all, Blackwell is here to soothe your ears and captivate your soul. Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath. The scene has been set and the light is on. It's time to walk towards it. Most heartfelt greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. I eagerly welcome you to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusklight Radio, hosted by yours truly, the hellacious, heliotropic, and wholeheartedly heavenly Everett J. Blackwell. Perhaps you know of us Blackwells. Our philosophical chain of franchises known as the Blackwell Drink Tanks were all the rage across Sturgeon. Such as our restaurant, I Eat Therefore I Am. You would go in and eat until you had an existential awakening, reconstituting yourself as a being of pure enlightenment, leaving far better than whence you came in. The bills were exorbitant, though. No Nirvana state for you, my friend. That's how we get you. Anyway, I'm Dusklight's main and most fabulous half-dead host. My job at this fine radio station is to bring you some of the most twisted, interesting, and downright bizarre tales that I and my wonderful many-legged runners collect from the far corners of Sturgeon and beyond. Some of them will make you laugh, some will make you cry, and some of you will try to catch void frogs. Now, frog catching is a rather harmless and fun activity to do with a friend, lover, or rival, but when you try to catch a void frog, well, they can infect you with the expanse, a hallucinogenic effect thanks to their skin that allows you to see beyond this dimension into the ether and what lays in the deep dark void of the near infinitesimal cosmos. You and the frog will never be the same. Gaze into the abyss, and the abyss gazes into you, dear listener. It's time for our double feature of the evening. Our two stories come to us from Purple Crayon Overlord and resident janitor T.J. Lee, and master of Gothic horror Edgar Allan Poe. Doesn't seem very fair, does it? This first Sturgeon tale, My Country Isn't Meant to Get This Hot by T.J. Lee, discusses the overbearing heatwave that hit Sturgeon last year and had some unintended consequences. If you enjoy this piece, please consider checking out our other Sturgeon stories, purchasing TJ's books on Amazon, and... What's that? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. Listeners, TJ is standing by the window, grinning with purple markings over his front teeth, and his purple crayon wife is staring at me with strange, vacant purple eyes. He gestured her to come in, and she began walking. I'm hiding under my desk as I finish this note, and Mrs. Lee, welcome. Oh, here's my special pen. How did that get down there? So, how was your marriage to our janitor? Is the health package colorful? Well, I'll just finish this as TJ crawls over our window like a lizard. DJ asked those loyal listeners who somehow haven't done so already to please consider checking out our latest show here at Dusklight, Lord knows how we got management to sign off on it, a Sturgeon-focused Monster of the Week campaign known as the Nightmare Detectives. The first primer with spirit voices is up now, and the second half, covering the first interlude ahead of the Hotel Inertia arc, will be available in the next week. Special thanks must be given first to Mandy Mo for rendering yours truly in the beauteous image you see when you look at our page. Our music is provided with permission by Cryo Chamber, Invato Elements, and the Dark Somnium with gracious thanks. Your voice for this tale is our jubilant janitor TJ Lee, and if you enjoy these intros and want to see more, please ensure you've got notifications on, a bell rung, and leave a comment for every video that you might encounter. With that, the sun has set and dusk has crawled into the studio once more. Whether you're working, prepping to sleep, or evading the formless void that will one day consume us all, Blackwell is here to soothe your ears and captivate your soul. Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath. The scene has been set and the light is on. It's time to walk towards it. Stay indoors with the windows closed and the curtains drawn. Drink plenty of water, avoid the sunlight, check in on vulnerable relatives, and above all else, try to keep cool. A red alert went out over the weekend advising us of what to do, since my country really isn't used to these kinds of heat waves, with temperatures originally predicted to exceed 39 degrees Celsius, about 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and as of right now, it's still climbing. I know many Americans and Australians will scoff at that, saying it's not even that bad. But you have to understand, my country isn't really equipped to handle that kind of weather, even for just a few days. 98% of homes are not equipped with AC, and our infrastructure as a whole isn't really there to manage it. We're a relatively mild to cold nation, and this is already not good. So I did what any responsible person would do and stayed at home, making sure to cover all my windows with blackout blinds and stock up reasonably on water, looking to wait it out. I figured I'd spend a few days sweating indoors with the bladeless fan on, play some video games, and try to focus on other things. I thought documenting my experiences may help to beat the heat. You know what they say, out of sight, out of mind. I admit I kept one window curtain only slightly drawn so I could look out onto the countryside. I had such a beautiful view, and so long as I wasn't catching the main rays, I didn't see the harm. But as the day was creeping on, I realized very quickly something was very, very wrong. I'm not one for watching regular television, but I do keep track of the news through my phone like most people my age. I got a push notification around 3 PM on the first day of the heat wave that stirred me from a heat-induced nap. I've been leaning back in my leather recliner, clammy skin clinging to the leather like sticky paper, and every part of me feeling hotter than it had done earlier. The fuck? It should be at least a stable temperature now it's the afternoon, I grumbled, reaching for my water bottle and looking at the push notification. Breaking. All-time heat record broken. Fires breaking out across the capital. Water rationing now in place. Do not go outside. I clicked the notification and cast it to my TV as I checked the local temperature. I almost choked on my water when I saw the number. 42 degrees Celsius, 108 Fahrenheit is currently being recorded. The air felt thicker just seeing that, and the video loaded with some commotion going on in the background. People jumping around and holding their hands up like weirdos. Nasty sunburns across their skin, and one of them dropped to the floor likely from heat stroke before hastily being pulled off screen. In the center shot stood a young woman with no protection from the harsh rays as she held a thermometer with shaking hands, smoke practically rising from something around her. When she spoke, her voice was coarse as if the throat had been packed with sand.
And as you can see, everyone at home, we've just reached a new record temperature here in the UK. The previous 2019 record has been smashed, and this looks to continue for a few days yet. Experts predict thousands could die in this unprecedented heat wave. Isn't it wonderful? Sol Confidere, and it's back to you.
I did a double take in my recliner, leaning forward as my back burned and rewinding the broadcast. I took a better look at her as the makeup ran down her face, hair matted to her forehead, and the business casual outfit clinging to her in what must have been a terribly constricting manner. But then I saw her expression, and something in it unsettled me even more than her words. She was elated, eyes twitching and almost bubbling in the scorching heat as those uncanny words repeated again.
Isn't it wonderful?
I thought the poor girl had heat stroke and mentally begged the producers got her some immediate attention as the broadcast continued in the background. My mind so frazzled from the heat that I could barely think straight. I was tempted to grab a shower, but I remembered the rationing and thought I'm better off in front of the fan where at least it's semi-cooler. I've famously never done well with the heat, and I didn't want to spend the evening with my head in the toilet. So I grabbed my laptop and tried to socialize with friends to see how they were beating the heat. You know what they say, strength and solidarity in numbers, especially when suffering together. First one I hit up was my buddy Andy, a friend in Ireland, to see how he was getting on. How are you getting on, Moshara? Staying cool or practicing your jiu-jitsu like a madman? Adra an solas. I didn't speak Gaelic, so I wasn't sure what that meant, and further messages yielded nothing. I put it down to their partner, maybe pulling a weird prank, or they were so addled by the heat they simply told me to fuck off in their native tongue. But when I tried calling my mum, there was a garbled mess on the other side. The heat my phone was generating was enough to singe my ears, but I pushed through to try and understand what she was saying. Mum, you okay? Have you been drinking plenty of water?
The sun.
The sun? Yeah, it's really hot, so make sure you're indoors. No helping out in the garden. You know you're getting on in years.
Honor the sun.
My hand instinctively dropped the phone as the feeling of skin boiling overwhelmed me, and as I did, the damn thing smashed on my wood floor, terminating the call. Naturally, I jerked forward to grab it and realized just how bad things were. The pain started in my shoulders and rapidly descended down my back before spreading to my arms. It was my skin. It had begun fusing to the leather, and the strain of pulling against it felt like someone was flaying my skin itself. I screamed, and the dehydration ripped at my throat to add further agony. Slumping back, eyes glazing over, and a combination of pain and heat exhaustion began to set in. I cast my eyes out the window for something to distract me. It felt like the air was swirling around outside. Infrastructure that should be stable began dancing, and the very road itself twisted, bubbled, and smoked. It was almost hypnotic in nature, captivating me. I don't know how long I'd been staring before I spied someone who had begun to walk down the street wearing absolutely nothing. Every step took off more of their delicate flesh, and small red and pink splotches littered the asphalt as they stood perpendicular to my window, staring up at me with a bright red face and that same grin the newscaster had. In that moment, terror took the place of fear within me, and I was rooted to the spot. Something was definitely wrong with him. Slowly, methodically, purposefully, they lifted their arms above their head and arced the fingers into a crown as the eyes shot up towards the overbearing sun overhead. Their chapped and torn lips mouthing those familiar words as what I think were tears fell down their face. Worship the conflagration. The man grinned, and I watched his lips fleck and fall off, his cheeks blistering and popping, but his dedication never once wavering as he pulled his head down to look at me once more, jerking his head back as if to invite me out. His eyes, his poor eyes had been blinded, melted by the beauty of what he saw above him. Two thick, milky fluids cascaded down his cheeks and matted his mustache. I retched, but I had to look. I needed to see what drove him to this. My eyes began traveling up past his steadily burning, melting frame and towards that beautiful burning god in the sky, enriching us with its loving heat. I began to glimpse its form in the sky, and I honestly felt every inch of pain, exhaustion, and trepidation ebb away. It didn't even look like the sun anymore. Not the one we grew up with, at least. It's hard to describe, but it was a form full of comfort. The color of the sky, a beautiful palette of maroon, garnet, crimson, and vermilion. So much red. I'd never been happier to be in its presence. I don't know how long I sat there looking, but my head spun after a while, and ultimately, I succumbed to exhaustion and woke up half an hour ago with a clearer head and a frenzied thirst and panic. I reached for the water on my side table, but drinking from it brought me no comfort. I may as well have been slurping gravel. I spat it out and somehow managed to reach my phone without causing myself any more pain. News notifications. State of emergency declared 3 hours ago. London ablaze with cleansing fire 2 hours ago. Be thankful for Seoul, says PM 1 hour ago. Missed calls. Mum, 28. Andy, 17. Unknown, 9. Sweat dripped down my forehead and the panic increased. While I was able to read what was on the screen, it would not respond to commands to make calls, and the damn thing was still too hot to hold for more than a minute. I tried in vain to click the voicemail function before putting it by my table to let it load. Turning on the TV, it flickered to life, and I realized it must have still been on the news channel as I recognized a banner at the bottom. It was a live stream of the sun. The temperature still registered 42 degrees centigrade, even as the day had now gotten later on. I could barely believe it. The garbled voices through my television seemed to be reveling in the madness. Overjoyed, we were all burning, that it was going to be even hotter tomorrow. It made my head spin. I decided to turn back to the window for comfort, my sole refuge in this sweltering environment. The man in the street is gone, a small pool of something left in his spot, but nothing more. Looking around, every house was practically dancing in its spot, moving to a rhythmic beat only they could hear. In a couple of partially covered windows, I could spy my neighbors prostrating themselves before the sun, screaming in its direction amid faces mixed with agony and ecstasy. It was unsettling. I didn't dare look up at the sky again. Not yet. I don't think I'd be able to break away. The TV abruptly shutting off with a loud pop snapped me from my stupor, and I began to hear the voicemails crackle through my desiccated phone. All of them telling me to come outside and bask in the flames. My mind is now racing with thoughts of what had occurred and a desire to share with the wider world. My rational mind knows we should not be this hot at all, let alone for this prolonged period of time. I don't want to hear from the uneducated climate deniers either. You idiots would call it fake news even as your flesh melted into the ground. Someone has to know why this isn't stopping. My head is still spinning, and my situation isn't going to get better if I stay in the chair. It's going to be even hotter tomorrow too. How am I supposed to handle this for another 30 hours? All I can do is rest and hope tomorrow brings some comfort. Maybe it won't be so bad. I've sent my mum a message on the laptop in between documenting this, hoping someone sees I'm in a bind and helps. All I have is time. Wish me luck. Why did we stop drawing the sun with a face? Look back through human history, and for centuries, we drew it with an almost regal appearance as it bore down upon us, shining humanity with the necessary light we needed to function. Like a loving parent gifting its child with nourishment. We recorded odd events involving it as if documenting the sun's descent into bouts of madness. The 1561 phenomenon in Nuremberg that split the sun in twain, dividing itself, or the 1566 phenomenon in Basel that saw the sky fractured as the sun fought amongst itself to the horror of a far more simple era of man. They thought it apocalyptic, the end times and the sign of the terrors to come. They didn't understand the sun was simply preparing itself, growing and masticating until it was ready to reveal itself to a more enlightened age. Us. I looked out the window, the curtain fully drawn back, and I stared up at the broad strokes of red and yellow across the sky. I saw it. It saw me. Our sun has a face. A beautiful face that is permanently stuck between total ecstasy and that of apoplectic rage. It's so close that I can make out the sunspots rising and bursting from its amber surface, thousands of small human-like shapes ascending to meet it. My mother's voice rings out over the voicemail function, no longer saying to come outside or honor the sun. She says she's been trying to reach me and is terrified I have heat stroke, that I'm not completely stuck to my chair and I've got to drink some water. Fool, she has no idea. She must be addled and hiding from the sun's brilliance. I do not need water or distractions. The warm glow of the sun is all I need. I don't know what the man stood outside my house thought, but I know he experienced divinity. And I want to experience it too. Maybe, after hearing this, some of you will as well. Now I'm going to free myself from this leathery prison, even if it tears my flesh to the muscle. I will crawl out of my house if my limbs fail me. I will stand in front of that sun, and I will praise it. That was certainly heated, to say the least. Sorry. While this tale was airing, TJ's purple crayon wife began to melt in the office, despite good air conditioning and no real sense of heat. The whole time, TJ was busily putting something together in his custodian closet. He's gesturing to me from the window again now, pointing at something. Isn't that something? Listeners, he's made an arts and crafts facsimile of yours truly. The bottom of the paint cans for eyes, spray painted a bucket with a mop on it to simulate my exposed skull, which is rude, by the way, TJ. And it's waving at me, awkwardly, purposefully. TJ keeps saying, "The cloud is coming," over and over. I think I need to give Wendy another call. I'll move us on to our next tale, recommended by listener Gamma and found by my many-legged runners over at the Edgar Allan Poe Museum, graciously linked below. It is a bona fide classic, and if you don't already know, well, you're about to. Suffice to say, for both the content and the spirited performance, this is one you will not be sleeping to. Let us now tap in to the sound of the telltale heart. True. Nervous, very, very dreadfully nervous I had been, and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How, then, am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. One of his eyes resembled that of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold, and so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing, but you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch on his door and opened it, oh, so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, so that no light shone out. And then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved in slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously. Oh, so cautiously. Cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And I did this for 7 long nights, every night just at midnight. but I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work, for it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man, indeed, to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph to think that there I was, opening the door, little by little, and he had not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close-fastened through fear of robbers. And so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing on, steadily, steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern, when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in the bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in bed listening, just as I have done, night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief. Oh, no! It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise, when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor." Or, "It is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain. All in vain. Because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a single dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot from out the crevice and fell upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And now, have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the senses? Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart.
It increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet, I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous, so I am. And now at the dead hour of night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes, the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length, it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too weary for that. A tub had caught all. When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bells sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves, with perfect suavity, as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled. For what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I, myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of my victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But, ere long, I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears. But still they sat, and still they chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definitiveness until, at length, I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice. Yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh, God! What could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore, I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards, but the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, louder, louder! And still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no! No, they heard, they suspected, they knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think, but anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die, and now again! Hark! Louder! 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 Villains! I shrieked. Dissemble no more! I admit the deed! Tear up the planks! Here! Here! It is the beating of his hideous heart.
This certainly seems to be one of those stories that sticks with you both metaphorically and literally after it is long finished. I thought for a moment I could hear the beating of that devilish heart, but it was just TJ making arts and crafts Everett smack his head into the window as TJ mouthed the words, "Stop hitting yourself." We really need to dock his pay. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out some of our other transmissions. We're adding them regularly, and we'd love to have you as part of the Dusklight family by subscribing, hitting the bell of torment, and leave a comment with stories you'd love for my many-legged runners to find. And, one last time, listeners, close your eyes and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on them, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite. Drink some water, watch a video about tree frogs, eat something savory, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow with the window open and the stars twinkling down on you. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter, you are loved, and every day is another chance. I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station. Most heartfelt greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlethems. I eagerly welcome you back to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusklight Radio, hosted by yours truly, the brave yet bold, fortunate yet favorable, and capriciously cautious Everett J. Blackwell. Perhaps you know of us Blackwells, but we offered guided tours through the Umbral City, Old Blackwell's Chicharoni tours through all manner of hellscapes. We had a special offer on Umbral City tours. Lose your shadow, get 50% off. Not everyone claimed that one. It was a slow year for Blackwell businesses. Grandpappy Mordecai Blackwell was pretty red-faced at the Blackwell Summit that year. He was contesting with Great Uncle Balthazar Blackwell's multiversal social media called What If, where you could see every other choice your alternate selves have made but never interact with. Made doom scrolling kind of obsolete. And great cousin Sinestra Blackwell's time dilation hellscape summer vacation homes, where every blink is an eternity. Literally. But you're conscious the whole time. 2 weeks stay minimum. She said most came out as husks afterwards, but were refreshed. 5 stars. Anyway, I'm Dusklight's main and most fabulous half-dead host. My job at this fine radio station is to bring you some of the most twisted, interesting, and downright bizarre tales that I and my wonderful many-legged runners collect from the far corners of Sturgeon and beyond. Some of them will make you laugh, some will make you cry, and some of you will order Vanta Black chocolate. They say one bite is all it takes to send you into a world of taste undiscovered by most individuals. a realm and a world unseen, your very soul embracing the bitterness of the chocolate until Soren Kierkegaard himself would kneel before your cynicism and misery. Your body folding inwards at the bitter sensation until you become a singularity of darkness, a wellspring of bitterness. No light escaping from you as the rest of creation is twisted and stretched like spaghetti string until it will join you in the new center of all things. Vanta black chocolate, when you must be the crushing weight of everything that the universe is responsible for. Not suitable for ages under 12. It's time for our next story of this evening. This tale has been sent in by our resident janitor TJ Lee, who says it was left at our doorstep by a strange, shadowy being. Or he thinks they were. He says he was busy building his crayon empire that he assures me will never, ever perform a hostile takeover of the company. Never, he iterates. Never, ever, ever, he says, forehead pressed to my own, eyes staring into mine as lips curl up into a slightly insincere smile. Appreciate it, TJ. This story, entitled Has Anyone Else Lost Track of Their Shadow, is a plea for help from Sturgeonite resident and performance savant William Meyer. Oh, I know, Will. I took my last date to see his shadow puppetry performance some years ago. He fell asleep in the first act. What a dork. If you enjoyed this story, more of TJ's findings and Sturgeon tales are in the comments below, as is a playlist. Special thanks must be given first to Mandy Moe for rendering yours truly in the beauteous image you see when you look at our page. And our music is provided with permission by Cryo Chamber, Invato Elements, and the Dark Somnium, with gracious thanks. Your voice for this tale is our jubilant janitor TJ Lee, all hail his janitorial wisdom, and if you enjoy these intros and want to see more, please ensure you've got notifications on and leave a comment for every video you encounter. With that, the sun has set and dusk has crawled into the studio once more. Whether you're working, prepping to sleep, or evading the formless void that will one day consume us all, Blackwell is here to soothe your ears and captivate your soul. Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath. The scene has been set and the light is on. It's time to walk towards it. Has anyone else lost track of their shadow? It must sound so silly, losing track of something that's attached to you. I'm sure some folks already have the sun went down, didn't it statement at the ready for me. But I'm being serious. I cannot find my shadow and I'm desperate to have it back. I don't know where else to turn. Everett, I'm hoping you can help me. It's remarkable how easily we can come to accept mundane oddities as just a part of our everyday lives. Brushing the only piece of our skeleton that sits outside our flesh twice a day, experiencing moments of no breathing followed by choking during heavy sleep. And our shadow. That long, featureless black frame that looms over all that we do. A silent participant that we only occasionally pay any attention to on particularly slow days, or where our shadow sits in a unique spot. I suppose I'm trying to make it more glamorous than it actually is. I guess I have an admiration for the odd things we accept as normalcy. My full-body shadow was no different from anyone else's. A simple, tall, thin figure that walked and moved in sync with me. I did, however, have a skill manipulating parts of it. Shadow puppetry. I reveled in making fun and fantastical creatures by bending my fingers in just the right way. My friends loved it. My family even more so. Dogs, cats, dragons, and alpacas. I found such joy in bringing them to life or testing myself to find new ways to captivate audiences. I was a born entertainer and an artist. But on occasion, I'd feel the urge to snap my digits in unusual ways. Never painful, or at least it never felt painful in the moment. But it sure as hell looked it to anyone privy to the show, I'm sure. The aching after was well worth it. My pinky would tuck itself underneath my ring finger, wrapping itself around as the joint stretched and strained, other fingers accommodating while my wrists jerked and shuddered. On the screen was a different story. Fantastical shadow cities filled with great spires, Georgian manor houses, market stalls filled with hungry, vibrant souls. My hands could make more than anyone ever imagined. Eventually, the shows grew from the backyards and school talent shows to being booked in Sturgeon's Grand Hall, opening for the fabulous Dusklights, a troupe of gymnasts, Vantablack manipulators, and nightmare catchers. My act would involve using my fingers and toes, a bright spotlight, and a lot of improvisation. People would flock to anywhere my name was on the marquee in hopes of visiting the Umbra Citadel, seeing the ongoings of the town and its strange inhabitants. In time, the shadows would take on their own life, though I'd never tell my audiences such a thing. Characters would wander off to the edges of the screen and test the boundaries. Audiences thought it was peak surrealism and heaped praise on me. One character people gravitated towards was the Conjurer, a reclusive man hidden behind a thick coat and a layered pointy hat, occasionally seen casting shadows with his own hands.
How the hell do you do that? Shadows within shadows? This is avant-garde shadow puppetry. Such a thing. It's inconceivable.
My manager commented after a show a few months ago, enthralled and frightened by my abilities. What he thought were my abilities. Can't reveal my secrets now, can I? I chuckled, stretching my hands and feet, joints aching terribly now the adrenaline wore off. Arthritis was almost certain in my future.
You're killing me, Will. Come on, you made it this far. The Nexus wants to interview you and hear about how it's all done ahead of your television debut.
I could practically see the dollar signs in his eyes, but I knew his heart was in the right place, even if that place happened to be next to his wallet. All right, Jennings, all right. Tell their best journalist I'll fill them in when the date is set, okay? A tell-all interview. He grinned and practically jumped out of his shoes at the prospect, clapping and thanking me as he left. Someone else maneuvering past him to get through the doorway to my dresser. A tall, thin man in a beautiful red suit, bright silver blazer and bright smile. His satchel affixed to his side perfectly, a small bump pushing its way up from the inside as if something was writhing deep within its bowels. I knew immediately who it was. Eustace Dakota. I know your secret, Mr. Meyer. He offered out a gloved hand. I took it and we shook firmly, keeping my eyes on his, though they were obscured behind dark circular glasses. Your shadow has a mind of its own, and it is trying to get home. Well, Jung says the shadow is an id. Perhaps mine is simply the unconscious desires I possess that are desperately wanting to break free, huh? Go back to the place of my birth, just down the road and across the pond. I smirked, grabbing a drink and swirling it in my hand. Come on. Really? My shadow hasn't got a mind of its own. It's just me. Dakota's smile faded and his shoulders shook as if a cold shiver came over him. Being a cynic of the things you don't understand will not do you any favors. It will only bring ruin as it did for me. A shadow person may be attached to you, but it is like any living creature. Push it far enough, poke and prod it unprovoked, and it will bite back. He cocked his head to the side, looked at something behind me, and the smirk returned. You fear it, don't you? This is why the lights are fixed the way they are. To trap it. To stop it gaining too much power. To stop it going home.
What home are you referring to? The Umbra Citadel? That's a place I made up. I responded dryly. I felt uncomfortable. How was he this astute with just a handful of interactions with me? No, you didn't. That is a place you found. There is a difference. All shadows have their birth home, but few find their way back there. You're one of the few that can conjure it. That word. How did he... Talk to me, Mr. Meyer. Has anything felt off lately? I've seen some of your shows while warming up. They are fantastic, but they seem to be veering off course lately. Perhaps they are not what you envisioned. I felt unease, but it made no sense to hide information from him. Look, I don't know about any kind of shadow person or whatever, but I will admit that my shows have gotten out of hand. No pun intended. There are things going on in it that I'm not in full control of. Sometimes it feels like it's getting away from me. I know there are places in the Umbra Citadel that I haven't shown the crowd yet, that I don't want to show. I shook my head, downing my stiff drink. But that's just fatigue talking. Oh, I've been at this for 20 fucking years. I'm in control. If that ever changes, I'll be sure to call you. Thank you, Eustace, but I need to rest now. I stood up and gestured for him to leave. He shook his head and smirked, turning on his heel as he headed for the door. When you feel the chains binding him begin to crack, seek me. If they break, do not run another show. Good luck, Will. He bowed and exited, leaving me with a mixture of exhaustion and concern. As I turned my back to sit down, the light from the hallway caught my eye, and I saw my shadow, nestled up against the wall, watching me. As the summer solstice kicked in, it became harder and harder to find locations where either my skills weren't sought after or shadows didn't permeate every aspect of Sturgeon's structures. Even at night, mandatory media obligations filled with brightly lit locations meant I was not only dragging my shadow along with me, but subjecting parts of it to the torment of shadow puppetry, twisting and pulling it until the core essence revealed itself and the Umbra Citadel would form. I'd figured out by this point that not only was I not in control of the complex shadow puppetry, but I was being inexorably pulled towards the Conjurer and their journey to the great gates deep within the bowels of the Umbra Citadel. My feet burned and veins popped as the last handful of shows I performed began to showcase the more forbidden areas of the city. Rituals the black seafaring sailors would undertake, the harvest under a black star, the daycare where everyone sleeps upside down. I hated it. I hated every moment of it. But the crowd became more rabid with every show, growing aggressive if I wasn't on stage for longer than an hour. It began to get ugly. I would rarely see the crowd from the bright lights and focusing on my art, but I'd hear mumblings from other acts that the crowd were pallid, unrecognizable, and feral. Then, one night after a particularly rowdy show, I got sloppy. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was an unconscious desire to have things just calm down for a while. But in the lead up to my tell-all interview, I stayed up late far too many times to perfect a new technique, falling asleep in front of my spotlight on the 5th night. When I woke up, there was no shadow. Not when my hands poked out, my feet, or my whole body. An absence of space where my companion once stood. Fuck. I darted for the door, grabbing my phone and my keys, checking my messages and finding Eustace's number. Instead, I found a post on the Nexus about a new impromptu art show by shadow artist William Meyer, tonight only. Oh no. Eustace's words came back, and the realization hit me with a wave of fear. If my shadow isn't here, where the fuck is it? I felt that concern as I ran for the grand hall. The sun setting and the shadows cast by every building, animal, car, and object seemed to be reaching out to me. Whether to stop me or help me, I don't know. By the time I got to the hall, it was a sold-out show. The damn ticket officer wouldn't even acknowledge me. Back turned and staring at the floor, swaying from side to side in a rhythmic fashion, fixated on something unseen. I didn't have time to argue. I pushed past and ran through the back area to find Eustace. The sounds I heard as I passed by the general seating area were horrific, animalistic, and manic. The sounds of things being torn, gurgling with a soft, almost pleading moan snuffed out with a dull thud. Closed mouth shrieks increasing in volume and agony as something wet is pulled free. Whooping, hollering, and incomprehensible noises that I tried my absolute best to block out, but left me shaking to my very core and grateful I didn't see them. I never wanted to find out what matched those fucking noises. Finding the decollete dresser, I found Eustace unconscious on the floor, satchel gone, and head bleeding. Eustace! Eustace! I can't do this without you, man, come on! I turned him over and gave him some gentle slaps, thankfully, rousing him from unconsciousness. A grim look appeared on his face. You did a show. You let it loose. The conjurer you spoke of opened up the gates. I felt a lump in my throat, the noises outside weighing down on me with every passing second. What do I do? I asked, knees buckling with nerves. I want to make this right, to fix this. Eustace shook his head, getting to his feet. Your shadow was called back to the Umbra Citadel. It has left you forever. Vulnerable. He walked to the door and set off for the hallway. I followed behind him, still determined to fix my error. Vulnerable? Why? Eustace, please, tell me we can fix this. I pulled on his shoulder, but he brushed me off, walking silently down the hall until we got to the stage door. You're vulnerable because without a shadow, without your shadow, your soul is up for grabs. No barrier, no protector. Anything sees you as fair game now, William. Anything. He shook his head and turned round, taking off the glasses and showcasing a scar running the length of one eye, a grey pupil staring back at me. You can't fix everything. You have to own your mistakes. Get a new shadow, William. Ask for one or steal one if you have to. But your journey stops here. He opened the door, and we stepped out onto the stage, the screen no longer running and not a soul in the audience. The smell of iron mixed with a miasma of foul odors hitting my nostrils and bringing me to my knees. As my perspective shifted, I saw what lay in every seat of the audience area. Shadows. An entire hall full of them silently sat there, watching. Eustace flipped the light switch, and they were gone in an instant. He mentioned something about trying to proclaim the lost people eventually, but that it would take time. Said he had a tournament to appear in first. As for me, I kept a low profile and refused any and all interviews. Told them I was sick and mentally exhausted, unwilling to answer any scrutinizing questions or condemnations of what happened to these people. To my horror, that was not why most were inquiring. Instead, they were eager, almost too eager for another show, demanding in no small terms that I run it again and open the doors to the Umbra Citadel, stating that every night their shadow stood over them and demanded it silently. Some, however, asked in an almost mocking tone, "Where is your shadow now? Do you feel safe?" I hear odd noises outside during the waning hours. Things call to me in an almost singing tone to come outside. They don't say it, but I know that's what they mean. Every food delivery I get is handled with minimal physical contact. I tell the driver to leave the food on the doorstep, and I snatch it when they're gone. Last week, I caught him watching me from the bushes. He stood up slowly as he spotted me, his shoulders hunching over and something pushing up through his uniform. I slammed the door before I saw any more and switched food companies. Maybe they're not everywhere. I've given up on sleeping for so long. Now I just dream of the Umbra Citadel. In shadow, I walk along the cobbled streets into the lair of the Conjurer. He asks me questions without speaking, talks about the lost shadows. He pleads for me to come home. I need to get back. I need to go there. I need to be able to sleep at night. I'm begging someone, anyone out there listening through Dusklight radio, to tell me they too lost track of their shadow. That I'm not the only one who is feeling this suffocating sense of paranoia. This unquenchable desire to find a shadow shaped like a door and leap into it. To find a way to this citadel. To make this right. Or, better yet, for someone to pop up who found their shadow again. To find it standing behind them dutifully and mimicking their every move. Just like normal. Because, in the fleeting moments when I'm asleep, when my guard is down and the lights hit the wall just right, an unfamiliar shadow stands over my bed. It cranes its neck to loom over and stare directly at me. If it had a mouth, I swear it would scream. It is not my shadow. It's not anyone's shadow. It is letting me know that it is there. It is waiting. And it is hungry. Oh, Lord. Poor Mr. Myers' shadow has gone missing? Oh, the Blackwell family's got to have some demons coming back to haunt them from our Umbral City tours. I wonder if I can keep mine around. He's a rambunctious scamp and often goes on long sojourns to have adventures, but he always seems to come back in the end. I'm giving him a thumbs up now for assurance. He's just putting a single finger to his lips and shaking his head. Oh dear. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out some of our other transmissions. We're adding them regularly and would love to have you as part of the Dusklight family by subscribing, hitting the Bell of Shadows, and leave a comment with stories you'd love for my many-legged runners to find. It's time to prostrate ourselves and give special thanks to our Patreons, our Purple Crayon Eater Mary Peck, our new janitor recruits Alex Nunez, Feeny Von Karma, and Arkham Cookie, who apparently TJ has been hiring behind our backs and going over our budget. He says it's for the Crayon Army and asks me not to refer to any of them by name or by rank. Our Void Walker Evan Diaz, who is currently remaking the third floor in a powerful beige with these reverberating patterns, and one of our very own Blackwell family members, Papa Kyle Blackwell, sitting on his rocking chair made of bones, steel, and unfulfilled dreams, watching and waiting for the slightest hint of vulnerability before enacting his war campaign. Oh, we love you, Papa, and we do fear you in equal measure.
We thank all of you humbly for your patronage and look to see you bright and early for Dusklight orientation. Purple crayons and existential dread will be provided. And, one last time, listeners, close your eyes and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on them, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite. Drink a latte, watch a video about great large trees, eat something sweet, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow with the window open and the stars twinkling down on you. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter, you are loved, and every day is another chance. I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station. Station Dusklight Radio, hosted by yours truly, the brave yet bold, fortunate yet favorable, and capriciously cautious Everett J. Blackwell. Perhaps you know of us Blackwells. Excuse me, listeners. I know it's rude when you're live on station, but you don't ignore a call from Papa Kyle Blackwell. Hello? Yes, this is he. I don't know how you got Grandpappy's phone, but I must warn you, we Blackwells do not forget to slide against one of our own, and we will... You're what? How do you know about the cloud outside Sturgeon? What do you know about the cloud outside Sturgeon? You want to appeal to the listeners at home. Why? Yes, I understand. Please don't hurt Papa Kyle. His bones are fragile if they're not brined every few hours. Understood. Listeners, I apologize for the break in tradition in our opening broadcast, but it seems things are progressing within Sturgeon. You may recall a tale about a dark cloud that followed someone home. We also discussed it on our return to Dusklight with Wendy. Well, it's been moving. Things have gotten weird around here. The individual on the phone is one of those people that's gotten weird. He says he has a story to tell, one that he's been telling for quite some time right under our noses, and whatever that means. Oh, I just got his tale. I just found an iceberg theory video about myself. What do? Transcribed painstakingly by our resident janitor TJ Lee with his own stash of personalized purple crayons. Oh, the monster. And your voice for this tale is none other than Spirit Voices, the better half of this broadcast station. Special thanks must be given first to Mandy Mo for rendering yours truly in the beauteous image you see when you look at our page. And of course, our music is provided with permission by Cryo Chamber and Vato Elements and the Dark Somnium with gracious thanks. If you enjoy these intros and want to see more, please ensure you've got notifications on and leave a comment for every video you encounter. With that, the sun has set and dusk has crawled into the studio once more. Whether you're working, prepping to sleep, or evading the formless void that will one day consume us all, Blackwell is here to soothe your ears and captivate your soul. Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath. The scene has been set and the light is on. It's time to walk towards it.
The Ari Manovovich iceberg explained. 342 views uploaded by Alexandria_Eternal 7 hours ago. I read the title over and over, scanning for some kind of mistake in my vision. But nope, there it was, staring me in the face. How was this even a thing? Did my friends pay for some elaborate prank at my expense? No, they'd have encouraged me to find this, and my birthday is a solid 2 months away. Surfing YouTube late at night was, as it has been for many of my generation, a nightly coping mechanism with insomnia. I find a good, inoffensive retrospective video theory, let's play, or narration and drift off to the sultry sounds of bullshit I don't care about or gritty details of a murder. We're strange creatures, but it works. I'd been taken by the iceberg theory video since the memes floated around some 6 or 7 years ago, no pun intended. Now that competent YouTube personalities were dissecting the theories behind games like Super Mario 64, The Legend of Zelda, and even lost media tapes made it all the more tantalizing to seek them out. But finding one about me? With my face accompanying the now foreboding iceberg photo on a stranger's channel? Yeah, not so fun anymore. And yet I still clicked it, because of course I did. A cold opening, no music and a black screen for the first few seconds. A deep, powerful voice fills my speakers. I can't tell if it's been edited or if he's simply that naturally gifted, but it makes my eardrums ring and my hairs stand up on end.
All good people have a degree of mystery around them. Today will be no exception. Ari Manavovich has been a fascinating individual, and one that I have been eager to cover on this channel since I first came across them. I have no doubt you'll all be eager to put your thoughts in the comments below.
The screen fades, and the iceberg photo comes up in full view. I have to pause it to take in the full brevity of what I'm seeing. For those unfamiliar, an iceberg theory video is an offshoot of an Ernest Hemingway writing theory that the best kind of storytelling should always be under the surface, with only the tip of the iceberg poking out. A good tale gets better the further you delve into it. It only makes sense that the same rule applies to mysteries and theories. Every popular game, TV show, and everything else has conspiracy theories, dark rumors, and the like. An iceberg theory allows experts to gather the info, start from the plausible and pleasant at the top, all the way down to the downright insane and sometimes absolutely vile. So why had someone made one about me, an ordinary 20-something from the Midwest? I'm not special. I've never been special. Ordinary, happy upbringing. Ordinary, happy family. And yet, when seeing a photo of my face on the side of this iceberg, the brightness in my eyes withering away as the iceberg goes deeper, the smile growing cracked and fragile, the skin blackening, I couldn't help but press on. The iceberg faded, and the first title card came up, some soft water sounds and a gentle guitar playing as we went into the first section of the video. Tip of the iceberg. I wasn't sure what to expect, if I'm honest. The video opens with some innocuous info that anyone could glean from a quick look over my Facebook or Twitter posts. Nothing particularly insightful beyond my political alignment, my love of surrealist art, and quotes from Homestuck. Then things began to get weird.
Ari's favorite video game, Mass Effect, is not the one that they are the most emotionally attached to. No, that honor goes to the new hit, Amori, which they have played for a staggering 200 hours and are currently on their 5th playthrough, seemingly doing the same thing every time and not looking for alternative endings. This was confirmed through reliable sources and their Steam activity.
I looked at my gaming PC in the corner. I never streamed. I felt too uncomfortable. So many eyes watching me and judging me, asking me questions I wouldn't know how to answer. Or didn't want to answer. My hand traced the side of my face before recoiling and slamming into my lap in frustration. No, now wasn't the time to think about that. I racked my mind for these reliable sources, and my mind could not help but go back to an odd prank my friends had pulled, coupled with the already available information through some good searching. Already cursing my public information in an age where anything and everything can be found, I resolved to watch on. A lot of the information in the tip of the iceberg section was simply things that could be gleaned from my Facebook profile, my Twitter, my TikTok, and my Instagram.
Ari's routinely blogged about their mental health and gender dysphoria, showing great solidarity in a world that is constantly changing. We also know that they would occasionally post time lapses of their struggles on TikTok, and then delete them if they got too much attention. Thankfully, we saved them for research purposes.
I swallowed at that last revelation. Research purposes. This was getting increasingly uncomfortable as he brought this section of the iceberg to a close.
Ultimately, what we have here is info that is already available for consumption. and we of course did consume it down to the last drop. With that being said, we're upping our investigation and moving on to the next level of the iceberg.
The sound of immersing in water, bubbles floating in the blackness, and the text flashed up, followed by the Dire Dire Docks theme from Mario 64. I hated this already. Beneath the surface.
Ari Manovovich was born on the 4th of May 1998 and enjoyed a constant stream of lame Star Wars jokes, but one of the prevailing and accepted theories is that they were actually born in 1997.
The screen flashes a baby photo of me and a birth certificate I'd never seen before.
Documents show that Ari was not only born a year earlier, but in a completely different state.
Immediately, we were off to a disturbing start. I felt sick. That was my full name, including my middle name that I absolutely hated. My parents, Andre and Danica, were listed, but the DOB, state, and hospital were most certainly wrong. I felt the urge to grab my phone and call my parents, but the video carried on and I felt compelled to watch more, taking notes on my phone of anything that struck me.
Now, we don't have full confirmation, but this is quite reliable and something we'll come back to later on in the video. But Ari suffered a debilitating injury when they were 4, and it required 17 stitches. They were left with a scar, both physically and mentally. Our source says that it was caused by a...
I paused the video and felt my eyes blur, my face burning. No, there's no way they could have known about that. Mom told me the papers didn't give out a lot of info at the request of the police, said it would be damaging enough for a child my age to go through the recovery without a spotlight on me at all times. Did she lie? Why would she lie? I clicked ahead. I didn't want to hear their speculations on how such an ugly thing happened to me. Therapy had done its job, and if I was going to relive that, I needed to see the rest of this fucking video first. Then maybe punch my friends square in the dick if they made this, or find the asshat responsible. I grabbed a cider from the fridge and sat down with my Sherpa blanket wrapped around me and my comfort animal nestled in my arms. I knew I was going to need them. A few more bits of info passed on. Things about past boyfriends and girlfriends that were relatively easy to ascertain, trips I'd enjoyed and contests I'd entered into. So far, enough to let my blood simmer down and figure out what the point of this was. That would become far harder as we went into the next area of the iceberg. Bottom of the iceberg.
As we reach the bottom of the known iceberg, it's important to look at what we truly know about Ari. They love a lot of things. Security, people ringing the doorbell instead of knocking, strawberry and lime cider.
I nearly choked on the swig of my bottle. What the fuck was this? I only just got into this flavor a couple weeks ago. There's no way they could have known unless... Oh God. My eyes darted to the windows, to the small convenience store just a quarter mile from my house. It was the only one within a 5-mile radius, and I didn't ever drive to another due to fears of being away from home for too long. They followed me. This was not a prank by someone I knew. Of course, that should have been obvious by now, but rationality can and will cling to the last vestiges of your fear like a stubborn child in an attempt to stop it from hurtling itself over the edge and into panic territory, a place I was firmly in now. Gripping my stuffed animal tightly and my parents' numbers on speed dial, I knew I had to finish this. I had to see what more they knew. Looking at my face in the corner, the eyes had been edited and blackened, a reddish hue hanging in the surrounding space of the photo as if they tried to burn the interior of the image itself. I looked gaunt, demonic, and my happy smile was twisted into something I barely recognized. Again, the slow, deep voice spoke.
There's a theory that Ari is extremely private about their home life and living situation, to the point that they have a job that requires no face-to-face interaction and a home with nearly a dozen unique locks. I can confirm that this is in fact true and is due in part to Ari's desire to escape from the person they once were. While I don't think it'd be right for me to say who they once were, they're trying in vain as we can never avoid who we once were or our responsibilities to that old life.
There was a pause as photos from me from my social media were put up on the screen. Old school photos of me hanging out with friends, sleepovers, and gaming nights. I looked so happy.
Ari's comfort animal smells like peppermint.
I froze. Staring at the screen as a photo of Artemis, my comfort stuffed animal flashed up and was accompanied by a photo of me sleeping.
But contrary to popular theories, Ari instead smells like orchids.
I began hyperventilating, my hands shaking and the feeling of vomit rushing up. This person has been in my fucking house while I slept. It took a solid 30 minutes to calm down and a reassuring promise from the sheriff that he'd come by within the hour to placate me. I checked every lock in the house and found none to be out of place. It's possible that this was an ex who took the photo and passed it to someone else, right? Maybe some weird kind of revenge for breaking up with them unceremoniously? I had not always been the best partner, sometimes emotionally distant. Okay, always emotionally distant, but that's no excuse for this behavior. All I had now was time. My parents weren't picking up, and bringing this to my friends with my trust levels through the floor made no sense. So, I hit play and carried on. I wish I hadn't. I really, really wish I hadn't. Dark waters. The sounds of water rushing and someone gagging for air filled the speakers as a strange, dark, and moody underwater theme plays, one that I don't recognize but whose dissonance and odd sounds put me on edge. In the blackness, for just a moment, I swear I see a smile barely visible in the murky depths. My photo is almost unrecognizable now. A mess of black hair covering my pale white scalp, chunks of flesh torn from the face and teeth that should never be seen from behind the cheeks now flashing through. I look like a monster. A white title comes up onto the screen and the pit in my stomach expands. The 2000 incident.
Not many people know this, but Ari was once the subject of a lot of attention. They starred in a commercial as a child and garnered national adoration for their role. They were jubilant, cute, and a total natural in front of the camera. For all the positives, however, came negatives. Some fans would fixate on Ari to the point of obsession. This would eventually lead to boundaries being crossed.
A photo of my old family home appears. It's blurry and the house is dark. It must be the middle of the night. A window on the second floor is open. My window. Another photo fades in, this time closer. They're on the property and are using a ladder to climb up, a photo of the uphill journey ahead of them. A third photo of my bedroom, the flash going off and inevitably spooking me in my sleep. Stop. The last photo is of what's behind them as they run, the faint outline of my father chasing them at a distance.
Ultimately, experts believe that if the family had listened to the letters, heeded the warnings, this would not have occurred and the rest of the events would not have played out how they did. Sadly, this would send Ari's life on a journey towards one inevitable path, one that I have no doubt is slowly beginning to dawn on them.
Tears streamed down my face and I gripped my stuffed animal tightly, rocking back and forth in my chair and begging the sheriff to come quicker, but unable to stop myself from watching. I need to know what the point of this is. Why someone would do this.
Ari's original name was Alexandria, but was changed to Ari to reflect their gender identity and yet another desire to escape that old life. The sad truth is, they were never, ever able to do so.
The voice sighed, weariness heavy in their tone.
It makes you wonder how much easier this could have gone had they just not put up a fight in the first place.
A fade to black and that faint smile visible once again. Nowhere near enough to make out features save for a smile that made me feel like I was sitting in a shark tank. Emotionless, hungry, and determined. It was a smile that knew it had its prey right where it wanted it. The abyss. On this final segment, the screen remained black as a low drone punctured the air and the narrator spoke.
You've realized by now that this is a comprehensive video on Ari Manovovich and an admittance of sorts that I myself take a special interest in them. But I think it's only fair that I provide this as some evidence for those who find it to follow after the inevitable happens. Because there's always a beauty in hoping for a happy ending, even if it doesn't come.
I keep telling myself the sheriff will be here in a few minutes, that everything is locked and all spaces have been checked, but I don't feel safe. I run my hands across my scar and I don't feel safe.
There's a degree of truth that obsessive types can't leave well enough alone. I'm proving that here. But I'm a patient type of obsessor, because I'm one with a goal to have Ari as mine for all eternity. I came so close before, but, well, it wasn't right. I left a mark to remember me by and sent them on home, never able to truly forget about me, even if they changed every facet of their being.
A video clip of a fish fades onto the screen. It's a deep-sea anglerfish, the huge white eyes scanning the depths of the ocean for a sign of prey, the jaws permanently fixed open and large jutting teeth wait to snatch something. It blindly swims around in the inky blackness as the narrator continues, sweat pouring down my head.
One thing about me for this video, I love the anglerfish. A truly remarkable creature that utilizes the lure to ensnare its prey. It doesn't need to do anything because it knows that it just needs to send out the right signals and the prey will come to it, just as you've finally come back to me.
The camera zooms in on the anglerfish as the bioluminescent lure begins to move and glow, a beautiful hue that permeates the darkness surrounding it. A small fish spots it and begins swimming closer. The anglerfish sits patiently. I feel my knees begin to buckle.
You did as I knew you would. You saw a channel with your name, Alexandria Eternal. A theory with your name and you came right away. They will try to find you, and there will be stories, books, and documentaries aplenty about where you went. But none of it will ever amount to anything. Because you will fade into the abyss.
The anglerfish clamps its jaws down on the fish, and within moments, it is devoured in its entirety. With that, the video ends. There's a knock at the door as the sheriff asks to be let in, the noise sending shivers down my spine and putting me on edge even more so. He knows I prefer it when people ring the doorbell. I'm glad to have someone taking this seriously, but still, does anyone know what I should do?
Listeners, the anglerfish killer is a specific kind of murderer in Sturgeon, one who utilizes unusual gifts to get the job done, if you catch my drift. Unabated for a decade, he has killed more people than anyone else in our city's history. But now, he seems to be ramping up with confidence, going after mundane individuals too. Could this be linked to the cloud overhead? I'll need to do some digging after I go to retrieve TJ. It is his birthday tomorrow after all. Purple crayon cake is waiting for him here at the station. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out some of our other transmissions. We're adding them regularly and we'd love to have you as part of the Dusklight family by subscribing, hitting the bell of the ocean, and leave a comment with stories you'd love for my many-legged runners to find. It's time to prostrate ourselves and give special thanks to our Patreons, our Purple Crayon Eater Mary Peck, our new janitors Alex Nunez, Feeny Von Karma, and Arkham Cookie,
our Void Walker, Evan Diaz, who is currently attempting to revive a gibbon with sheer willpower, and one of our very own Blackwell family members, Papa Kyle Blackwell, brining his slightly soft bones, frothing at the mouth with unadulterated rage at being caught unawares by our uninvited guest, planning and scheming his revenge. We Blackwells do not let a debt go unpaid. No, sir. There will be blood and briny bones before the day is done. And our Papa Kyle Blackwell will sit atop his throne of glory with his hobo queen. We love you, Papa, and we fear you. Thank you humbly for your patronage, and look to see you bright and early for Dusklight orientation. Purple crayons and existential dread will be provided. And, one last time, listeners, close your eyes and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on them, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite. Drink some water, watch a video about tree frogs, eat something savory, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow with the window open and the stars twinkling down on you. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter, you are loved, and every day is another chance. I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station. Most heartfelt greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlethems. I eagerly welcome you back to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusklight Radio, hosted by yours truly, the ubiquitously erstwhile, unilaterally educated, and ultimately euphoric Everett J. Blackwell. Perhaps you know of us Blackwells. We ran the first non-profit mimic rescue and petting zoo. My Uncle Balthazar Marmaduke Gaspar Williams Rosencrantz Blackwell IV was a remarkable herpetologist and something he called a mimication expert. He'd find these beautiful creatures abandoned in dungeons adventurers never went to and give them a new home, a new purpose, whilst educating the sturgeon-eyed masses on the importance of looking after both your mimic and yourself. These are dangerous creatures, you know. Strange, though, most of the objects never reacted. For example, one was a beautiful mahogany desk that Uncle Dr. Blackwell insisted moved when provoked, but I think just had a few screws loose that made it wobble. Or there was the lampshade that he insisted talked to him on occasion and gave him some strange advice on makeup tips and contouring. Still, enough people went missing in the petting zoo that we knew one of the artifacts was a true mimic. Just wish we knew which one. Anyway, I'm Dusklight's main and most fabulous half-dead host. My job at this fine radio station is to bring you some of the most twisted, interesting, and downright bizarre tales that I and my wonderful many-legged runners collect from the far corners of Sturgeon and beyond. Some of them will make you laugh, some will make you cry, and some of you will look to take a trip to neighboring Dondella. Listeners, some of you may be hearing our transmissions for the very first time courtesy of the Dark Somnium, and if that's the case, you likely already know of Dondella and the incidents over there. I'm talking about the graves we dig. It's been all over the news. The Sturgeon Nexus commented on it the other night, talking about the antlion of Sturgeon targeting our most vulnerable members of society. I have it on good authority that our best detectives, not the nightmare ones yet at least, are on the case. You'll just have to keep updated here and with the Dark Somnium to find out if there'll be more. It's time for our next story from this evening. It comes to us from neighboring Menasha County and from longtime resident Damian Fitzroy, who says, "Dear Everett, this tale is over for us. Perhaps it will be of interest to your listeners." Zach Galligan from Gremlins 1 and 2 narrated it a while back, but we thought it may be time to give it new life. Also, don't trust puppets. All the best. Damien. Well, I never trust a puppet anyway. Too many strings attached. Sorry. This tale, His Name Was Mr. Promises, comes to us from the addled mind of resident janitor T.J. Lee,
who lately has been around less and less in the office now I think about it. I believe he's started stealing the pipes from the walls and is arming some kind of macabre customized army for his own depraved amusement, or for conquering. He also did all the voices in this tale. I always have to spend hours cleaning the crayon bits off my desk when he's done. Ugh. Special thanks must be given first to Mandy Mo for rendering yours truly in the beauteous image you see when you look at our page. And our music is provided with permission by Cryo Chamber, Invacto Elements, and the Dark Somnium, our sponsor for this channel, with gracious thanks. If you enjoy these intros and want to see more, please ensure you've got notifications on. Leave a comment for every video you encounter. With that, the sun has set and dusk has crawled into the studio once more. Whether you're working, prepping to sleep, or evading the formless void that will one day consume us all, Blackwell is here to soothe your ears and captivate your soul. Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath. The scene has been set and the light is on. It's time to walk towards it. I've always considered myself to be a good dad. Patient, understanding, a good communicator, and strict but fair. That's how I wanted to be with my own boy as he grew up. It's never that simple though, is it? You always have this image in your mind of how it'll be when you're idly thinking about fatherhood, or seriously thinking about it with your partner. But when it actually comes along and they aren't the picturesque baby that you envisioned, you realize the world you had in your head comes crashing down, and you're gonna fuck up on more than one occasion. Most dads don't sit at their sons' hospital beds praying for their recovery as a result of said fuck-ups, though. To explain how we got to this point, I have to take you back to my own childhood. I was around 10. My mom and dad had grounded me for TPing Mr. Watterson's house again and ordered me to clear out the attic. Finding things old and new to sell for a yard sale as a way of ensuring I would learn from my error in judgment. I still thought what I'd done was hilarious. Mr. Watterson was a dick, but it definitely taught me to resist the urge in future after saying goodbye to my Famicom. While clearing out some of the contents of my back heirlooms, I stumbled across one of those old Japanese dolls known as a bunraku. It was at least 100 years old, the paint smeared and cracked around the edges, the flesh-colored skin giving way to a more rotten wooden hue. My grandfather must have gotten it during his time in Japan during the war, because my dad had no patience for cultural knickknacks, and I knew my mom would hate this sort of thing after seeing Chucky. His name was Mr. Promises, and the tag attached to it, written in crude English, read, "A companion for all time. He will fulfill any promise you have with only one string attached." I looked down and saw that someone had affixed a pull string to him clearly long after he was finished. I rolled my eyes at the terrible pun and pulled the string. It extended out farther than I was expecting before hitting the snag and reversing in slowly, a raspy but authoritative voice ringing out.
"Greetings! Have you a wish? Most fortunate. Mr. Promises shall carry it out. Simply speak the name of your ire, and pull the string for that fulfilled desire."
I shrugged, thought of how Mr. Watterson had seen me throwing the toilet paper over his house that night, and, in my 10-year-old brain, blamed him for me getting into trouble. So I pulled the string once more and said, "Mr. Bill Watterson." A sharp sound of a Japanese taiko drum being hit rang out, and the doll moved to assume a prayer position.
"With one swift motion, Mr. Promises has carried out your wish. Now you must fulfill my own. Pull the string again to finish this deal and begin to atone."
"Forget this," I scoffed, putting the doll back into the box I found it in and finishing my clean of the attic. After an hour or so, I went downstairs to tell my mom and dad I'd finished, but I didn't find them in the kitchen. Instead, I noticed our front door was ajar, and the two of them were standing in shock as blue flashing lights and several police cars and ambulances sat with engines running as the police took strategic positions behind their cars.
They held fast at the front door, the curtains half drawn, blood spattering the edges.
Dad? What's going on?
I walked up and stood slightly back from the gap between them, the feeling of danger in the air. Looks like Mr. Watterson has had an issue with his wife and the police were called. He shifted and looked at me, smiling. I'm sure it'll be fine, buddy. Head up to your room. I was about to turn on my heel when Mr. Watterson's blood-covered sweater caught my eye as he stumbled into view, leaning against his door frame with the blood of his wife coating his face, an almost trance-like state in his eyes as he shakily held a 12-gauge shotgun in his free hand. As he pulled the door open, he leaned against the door frame and showed the twitching body of his wife laying in their hallway.
Mr. Watterson, please surrender yourself calmly. I will give you until the count of 5 to put your weapon down, or we will be forced to shoot.
The officer in charge called back, unwavering authority in his voice as the men beside him held their guns steadily. Is it done? His timid voice called back, the fear obvious even from this distance.
Is what done, Mr. Watterson?
The officer replied. No sooner had he done so, his deputy's screaming voice ran out as he shouted,
Don't!
Mr. Watterson stood for a moment, his body shaking from side to side before he nodded and in one swift motion raised the shotgun up to his lips, pulling the trigger and spraying brain matter across his doorframe in a sea of viscera and confetti, his body standing for a moment before slumping forward in a sickening thud. While the whole incident was burned into my brain despite my mom and dad turning to shield me too late, it wasn't the gore and the violence that scarred me. No, it was something far more intrinsic than that. It was the far-off look in Mr. Watterson's eyes and where they were directed that disturbed me. They were looking into my attic. Naturally, after I calmed down and composed myself, I tried to talk to my father about the doll I found in the attic, but he dismissed it immediately. Mr. Watterson had his issues and they got to him, Jacob. Nothing more. That was all I could get out of him before the issue became borderline taboo to discuss. My family would never speak of it again, and subsequently it was forgotten, relegated to a subject that we dared not to broach, lest the awkward silence fill the air and ruin any future gatherings. Time passes, the street moves on, and someone else fills the house the Wattersons once occupied. I get older and, as is tradition, move out as my life takes me to opportune places. I'd say it's been about 30 years since that summer afternoon, and it wasn't something I gave much thought to until I returned to my family home, a new generation in tow. My father had recently died, and my mother was now in palliative care, so it was up to me and my son to take over the house. I separated from my wife, and so this was seen as making the best of a bad situation by all parties involved. My son Isaac was initially unhappy to be moving across state and changing schools, but he warmed up to the idea when I promised him pizza every night for the first week we were there. He was a good kid, my spitting image right down to the freckles on his nose and precociousness. I began unpacking everything in the home and separating all of our things. I must admit that it was very hard to see my entire life in just a few moving boxes. The entirety of an irretrievable marriage carelessly thrown in with mismatched objects. I loved my wife Sadie, but her drinking was getting the better of her judgment, and after coming home from work to discover Isaac with a cut on his forehead caused by falling through the coffee table and a blackout drunk Sadie in the bedroom, I decided enough was enough. The proceedings didn't take long and I was awarded full custody. I promised her we'd visit if she went into a rehab center, and I left soon after. If Isaac felt anything, he didn't show it. But I did my best to communicate with him on a grown-up level, knowing full well that kids pick up on far more than we realize. Like any 7-year-old, though, his mind was easily fixated on the next important thing in his immediacy, and while on the way here it was making friends or liking his room, it rapidly shifted to picking out where he wanted to put his bed and toys. His energy was infectious, and I told him to go out and pick any room he wanted, hoping it may help him settle in easier. A few hours passed, and the unpacking was mostly done, but I hadn't heard anything from Isaac the entire time. Curious, I started scouring the house looking for him, wondering where he might be.
I heard him laughing above me and felt a degree of unease as I could hear it coming from the attic. I turned down the hall and saw the hatch to it was wide open. An oversight on the cleaner's part, I imagine. Ascending the stairs, Isaac's voice rang out clearer, and what I was hearing made the hairs on my neck stand on end.
"So, what do I call you? My name is Isaac Fitzroy,"
he said with that ever-present enthusiasm. The sound of a cord being pulled cut through the air before a horribly familiar voice replied back.
Mr. Promises, have you a wish to be fulfilled?
It sounded exactly the same from my childhood, but was the phrase always that short? Before Isaac could reply, I reached the top of the steps and he turned to me, smiling. I tried to feign happiness, forcing the edges of my smile to curl up in spite of my fear. "Hey, bud, who are you talking to?" I asked, knowing full well the response I was about to receive.
"He's called Mr. Promises. Is this one of your toys, Dad?"
He beamed at me, clutching the ever-disturbing Bunraku doll tightly in his hand. I shook my head, the request that he leave it there about to leave my mouth when he interjected,
"Can I keep him? He seems really cool."
You have to understand, my incident was a long time ago, to the point where in that moment I was, as an adult, willing to do what most of us would do when we're confronted with uncomfortable truths. Push it to the back of my mind and lie to myself. So, when my son, who had just left his old life and mom behind, wanted a keepsake to make him happy, well, who was I to refuse? I nodded and told him if he helped me with the last of the unpacking, he could keep him. He was overjoyed and agreed. The next few days were relatively peaceful. We got on with our lives and it seemed Isaac was adjusting well. I'd occasionally catch him talking to the doll as if it were an imaginary friend, but the conversations always seemed to fall within the realms of what a kid usually talked about when playing, so I didn't think much of it. I'll admit, when hearing Mr. Promise's voice lines in response, it was almost comical. Isaac needed the confidence boost, and if that was found within a creepy doll from my childhood, well, that'd be fine by me. His happiness was most important. Over time, though, I began to observe small changes in him. Things that at first didn't fall out of the ordinary spectrum of misbehavior, breaking a toy in a fit of anger or throwing a tantrum because something didn't go his way. And in those cases, I'd just sit him down and talk to him about how he felt, which ended with a hug and an apology most times. But then things escalated. He would punch holes in the drywall, break his furniture, and even throw rocks at stray animals. Every time I confronted him about it, he would tell me that Mr. Promises told him to do it, and that was part of his secret game. When I pressed him for more information, he would look up to his room where Mr. Promises resided, look back to me, and shake his head slowly and intentionally. This frustrated me, of course, but as a single parent trying to adjust to a new life, all I felt I could do was talk to him and try to take away anything he loved for a short period of time as a temporary punishment. Last week, however, two things happened that would change the very course of our lives. First, in a completely out-of-the-blue attack, he bit the babysitter while I was at work and did enough damage that she had to be sent to the hospital. I was furious when I got the news and took him straight from our neighbors to our living room to scold him. But even my anger couldn't match his. He was kicking the walls openly, trying to throw anything he could get his hands on. It took his eyes darting towards the top of the stairs for him to completely fall inert, his entire demeanor shifting and becoming that of a timid boy once again.
I lost the game. He's gonna be so mad at me, Dad. I'm sorry. Please don't punish me,"
he begged. I was confused, but eager to help him, no matter the cost or the stress. "I'm not gonna punish you harshly, Isaac, but you have to apologize to the babysitter, okay? And what game are you playing?" I held his shoulders and made sure I looked him in the eye when I asked, fearing someone was putting pressure on him to misbehave without my realizing it.
"I'll tell her I'm sorry, but I'm not being punished by you,"
he replied, his voice shaking.
"I'm being punished by Mr. Promises. I can't tell you about the game. I'll get into more trouble."
Alarm bells now ringing, I sat on the floor and ran my hand through his hair to placate him, promising him he would be safe with me if he trusted me. "You do trust me, right, bud?" I asked, hoping that things weren't any worse than what I already feared. It took a moment, but sheepishly he put a small note in my hands before looking back at the floor. The words, The Road to Promises written in crude black crayon on the front. Sensing his shame, I decided not to make him stand there while I read the note. Go get ready for bed, buddy. I'll come tuck you in. Everything will be okay. I promise. He nodded, walking off to the stairs and repeatedly saying I'm sorry under his breath. When he was out of view, I opened the note and felt the bile rise in my throat at every sentence. The Road to Promises.
Mr. Promises is doing this for your own good. Follow these instructions like any good boy should. Every 12 hours there will be a new challenge, and for every challenge that you succeed, I will bring you closer to what you need. For every challenge you fail, a punishment you will entail. The game starts now, but do not fret. All pain is temporary. Yours hasn't happened yet. Your finest possession you must break, for we truly know when our hearts begin to ache. When the penultimate game is done, pass this to the Father, with love from the Son. Mr. Promises will be waiting. Elder Fitzroy, will you be participating?
My hands shook as I gripped the letter, but I decided acting now would be too much for him, and that it was better to deal with it in the morning. I sat with him and read his favorite stories until he finally fell asleep, still occasionally telling me he was sorry under his breath. As I left, I saw Mr. Promises sitting on his shelf, looking down and across the room at the sleeping Isaac. Disgust filled me, and I took him quietly from Isaac's room and put him back in the attic for the night, electing to tell Isaac that he'd gone missing. Everything in me was screaming to keep him away from my son, and until I understood what he was, at least I could put him far away from his prying hands. Settling in for bed that night, I had no idea the mistake I'd made. It was a few hours later when I woke to the sound of a soft scraping coming from somewhere in the house. Being a parent and coupled with recent events, my mind immediately went to the worst-case scenario, and I leapt out of bed and listened intently for the sound again. It was coming from below me. I followed it down towards the kitchen, and the sounds became more intense, the scraping accompanied by whimpering. Turning the corner, I was greeted with the horrifying sight of my son running a blade across the back of a stray cat. The blood dripped from multiple deep lacerations and coated the white floor in a vivid crimson. If the cat was alive when Isaac started cutting it, it clearly wasn't now. The limp and emaciated creature sprawled out on the floor as Isaac dutifully carved segments off of it with the carving knife, his face transfixed and eyes almost hollow as he continued. Isaac, what the hell are you doing? I tried to contain myself, but urgency and shock overcame me as my voice began to rise. His arms stopped as he was bringing the knife down again, and he remained still. The entire atmosphere was tense. He was just a boy, but I knew I had to be careful with how I approached this, especially when he had a weapon. There was something else I couldn't shake, there in the dead of night. I felt like I had to be on guard, not just from my son, but from something else. Isaac, look at me, son. I need you to listen. I began, crouching down to his level but keeping a safe distance, my voice lowering back to a calm state. We can talk about this, and I promise you that I won't get mad, but you have to put the knife down, okay? I took a small shuffle forward and I heard the smallest of cracks. Isaac's finger shot up from his free hand and pointed towards me, wagging in place as if to ward me away. Was my son in a trance? He had never shown this kind of behavior before, save for the occasional nightmare. Isaac, is someone putting you up to this? Are they here with you? I asked softly, another step forward and focused on keeping the atmosphere calm. He was sat near the center of the kitchen, and I wasn't able to spot what was behind the island. When he nodded, though, I stopped moving and felt my muscles tighten. My cell was upstairs, and I had no weapons on me. The alarm hadn't gone off, and there was no signs of a break-in. It was... he started, but a gruff voice rang out from behind him.
Young Fitzroy, that would be most unadvisable. Our game is not yet done. Speak out now, and Mr. Promises will hold you liable. Remember, you have not yet won.
Isaac fell silent again, and tears began to run down his face smearing the floor and causing ripples in the blood as it made contact. My blood ran cold and the feeling of danger mounted with every second I kept my son near that godforsaken doll. Where is he, Isaac? Another step. I'm within arm's reach now. Where is Mr. Promises? Isaac shook his head, whimpering and muttering,
"No, I can't,"
under his breath with more and more panic, each time his voice cracking a little more. It's okay, buddy. We will get through this, I promise. I began to reach out slowly for the knife when a sick laugh emanated from behind the counter, the sound of the cord reverting.
Now!
The voice bellowed as Isaac lunged forward and drove the knife into my shoulder. Pain erupted through my body as my vision began to blur and the sight of my only son's anguish-ridden face inches from mine intermixed as he pushed me to the ground, pinning the knife into me before running toward the door. Upside down, I could still see his blurred visage as he pulled the door to a close and whispered, "I'm so sorry, Dad," before letting it shut.
Long have I waited, patiently with breath so bated. Elder Fitzroy, you made a promise, it's true. Now...
I heard the clicking and scraping of wood as something began lumbering from behind the counter, out of my vision and towards me. First one hand gripped my leg and then the other pulled itself up my torso, the clicking getting louder as it reached my neck. A pair of spindly hands pulling on my chin before a twisted, demonic face glared down at me. Gone were the features of a human Baraku doll, instead replaced with pale skin, yellow piercing eyes, and an unhinged jaw filled with at least 3 rows of small black teeth.
Now you must fulfill your promise before the night is through. Your son's final challenge, that is already due.
Its jaw crunched and clicked horrifically as it threatened to get closer, the raspy laughter filling the kitchen. The pain in my chest was nothing compared to the sheer terror running through my mind in that moment. Out of fear and stupidity, I swatted the puppet away with everything I had, pulling the knife from my shoulder and rushing towards the door, slamming it shut behind me. The instinctual fear of a parent overcame me. I ran straight to Isaac's room and saw the door was shut and not budging. I knocked frantically for Isaac to open up, but there was no reply. Every eventual horrific outcome filled my mind as the cackling from downstairs continued. I looked around for something tangible to help me bust the door open when my eyes fell on the bathroom door. It was ajar. Oh no. No. I began, my anxiety building as I rushed to confirm my worst suspicions. The medicine cabinet had been raided. I took a couple of steps back and rammed my body into the door with full force. It barely budged on the first occasion, my shoulder rushing with pain. No matter. Try again. I reared back and through gritted teeth pushed again, the door giving way as I stumbled through. In the corner lay my boy, a half-empty bottle of pills on his side and his body twitching. I called the ambulance in a haze and watched as they took him away, not even having the energy to ask to sit in the ambulance with him. I feel like I'd failed him completely as a father. A neighbor drove me to the hospital where I sat, waiting to be let in to see my boy. I decided to use that time to call our family and let them know what happened. While my wife didn't pick up, my mother did. The moment I heard her voice, I felt the walls coming down. Everything I'd bottled up rushed to the surface as the fear of what was going on in and out of my control overwhelmed me. Mom, Isaac isn't doing so well, I began, trying to keep my composure. He's taken a bunch of pills and, well, he's not been alright for a couple weeks. I'm not sure why.
Honey, I'm sure you're doing your best with him. Adjustments can be tough, and it was hard on you too back then.
She soothed, trying her best to be comforting from a distance.
You were never the same after Danny died.
Danny? Who's Danny, Mom? I asked, hoping she wasn't about to slip to a forgetful patch. I knew she couldn't help it, but I needed my mom at that moment. There was a pause before she replied.
Danny Watterson, your best friend? You used to see him every day until that summer afternoon when Bill did what he did. We should have never let you over his house. Your father blamed himself for that until his dying day, you know.
My stomach contracted and my hand shook as I held the phone to my ear. Ma, I was at home when that happened. I stood behind you and Dad when it all went down because I was cleaning out the attic, remember? I TP'd Mr. Watterson's house because... No, honey, you were at theirs because he told us you could help clean the house as punishment. Danny did it as a prank, and you offered to help your best friend. You were in the house that day when Bill... I felt sick. I began to remember things I'd long blocked out. Danny showing me the doll from his attic. Him wishing his dad was dead so he wouldn't put his hands on him again. The ensuing violence while I hid upstairs and clutched Mr. Promises. And then I recalled the moment I heard the gunshots. The visceral shriek from Danny's mom as she was blasted point blank in the face, her brain matter splattering across the walls. The sounds Danny made as he was dragged from the top of the stairs near the attic entrance to his room. A pillow placed over him and a muffled gunshot rang out. A manic voice ringing out as he called for me, blood-covered shotgun in hand, while I sat motionless in his attic. I remembered Mr. Promises being next to me. I remembered pulling the cord and wishing to survive beyond anything else. Mr. Promises clapped his hands together, and in that moment I forgot ever being in that house. I forgot Danny, and I continued my life as normal. But I never fulfilled my end of the bargain. Mom, I gotta go. I'll call you as soon as I know more. Okay? Thank you. My throat was dry and I felt my vision blurring from the stress. I put the phone down before I could even hear her reply and sought out the doctor. Is he safe? Is my boy safe? I asked, panic riddling my voice as I controlled every impulse not to rush into the room he was being attended to. You're lucky you got him here when you did, Mr. Fitzroy. Any more pills or any longer, and this may have turned out differently. His kind eyes put me at ease, but I knew something worse was waiting for me. He's not ready for visitors right now. I would go home if I were you, and we can call you when he's ready. I took both of his hands in mine, tears of relief and of fear filling up as I thanked him profusely. The moment he's awake, or if anything happens, I began, my voice breaking. We will call you, yes, he smiled back. I left the hospital, not knowing if it was the last time I would see my son or not, but knowing that the saying of old rang truer in that moment than it ever had before. The sins of the father often do haunt the son. The house was a totally different entity when I returned. The safety of it as a child and as a parent was totally gone. Windows felt like soulless black eyes, the door still slightly ajar like an inviting mouth, and every step I took felt like it was simply prey waiting to be devoured by what horror lurked in my own home. Was Sturgeon always like this? The lights were off and I could see my own dried blood in the hall, a handprint on the stairway and a trail leading from the kitchen, the door now open. It felt wrong to even be here, but I knew that this had to be done. My son's life was more important than my selfish fears and desires to avoid the responsibility I set out all those years ago. Mr. Promises, I will fulfill my end of the bargain, I called out, still somehow feeling ridiculous talking to a goddamn puppet. But after everything I'd seen, it was a small price to pay.
The Elder Fitzroy has returned. Fulfill his promise, lest a liar get burned.
He jeered, his voice echoing around the house and bouncing off every corner.
30 years late, this fulfillment will be. What will you do if that is not enough for me?
I paused. I had no idea what he would even want in return. I didn't know if this would be a fair trade or not. Danny wished for his dad to never lay hands on him again. Though he got his wish, it came at the cost of his life. Would my wish ultimately have that end too? What did my son ask you for? I called out, Mr. Promises giggling.
He wanted his family to be closer, more secure, so I presented him with a route to ensure that forevermore.
I saw a figure move frantically in the corner of my eye.
In death, your grief would rekindle your love. Your son could indulge too, looking on from above.
It seemed no matter what way I looked at it, this was not a simple trade-off. Something had to give. But as I said, I consider myself a good parent, and that means sacrifice is necessary, right? Whatever it takes, I will fulfill my promise, I replied, standing firm but internally shaking, terrified of what my life would be without my son.
Consider it done, Elder Fitzroy. But if I were you, I'd keep an eye on your boy.
He was right behind me. His voice sounded so real. I could hear the dulcet tones, but no breath. I dared not turn around.
I may return one day for a new generation to see. Well, you know what they say. The apple rarely falls far from the rotten tree.
It was another 3 days before Isaac woke up. The doctor said he was lucky to have not sustained any long-term damage from the pills he ingested, though he is still suffering with mild amnesia and doesn't recall much of the last few weeks. He wasn't even sure why we were in this city, and after seeing me, the first thing he asked me was, "Where's Mom?" Suffice to say, it's not going to be an easy road. I don't know what Mr. Promises is, and I don't know where he went after that deal was struck, but I never heard from him again. Nor did he show up in the house. I got my son back, and I wouldn't trade that for any knowledge on what that monster was. So I'll stick with the blessing I have. Speaking of Isaac, the hardest thing wasn't explaining how he got to the hospital or the injuries he had. No, it was telling him that his grandma had passed away while he was asleep. He couldn't fathom where she had gone and what had happened to her. Though truth be told, I think it's best he simply thinks she's somewhere peaceful. A secret I will have to bear for the rest of my life. I just hope that Mr. Promises doesn't one day pay a visit to Isaac when he's older. As the saying goes, like father, like son.
Well, I don't know about you, but I will be thinking twice before going to any kind of puppet show in the future. Which is a shame since the Dusklights Circus is coming to town soon. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out some of our other transmissions. We're adding them regularly, and we'd love to have you as part of the Dusklight family by subscribing, hitting the bell of puppetry, and leave a comment with stories you'd love for my many-legged runners to find. It's time once again to prostrate ourselves and give special thanks to our Patreon subscribers. First, our Sturgeon faithfuls, Haley Clark, Foe, welcome to the Faithful Conclave, Foe, Sabrina Alexander and Laree W., Purple Crayon Eater Mary Peck, our janitors Alex Nunez, Ethan Nelson, another hearty welcome to a new recruit in Ethan, Feeny Von Kama, Amy Sean, and Arkham Cookie, currently undergoing the Magenta Horror, our Void Walker Evan Diaz, currently unlocking something he calls the God Weight, and who also made an excellent broadcast suggestion for a future subscriber milestone, and one of our very own Blackwell family members, Papa Kyle Blackwell, who just challenged one Paint Gunkerson to a paint-off at the end of the winter solstice. Papa Kyle is imbued with the strength of his patron and the birth of his newborn baby, so I suspect he will have the edge on paint. Major congratulations to you and your family. A new Blackwell for the clan. We love and fear you, Papa. We thank you all humbly for your patronage and look to see you bright and early for Dusklight orientation. Purple crayons and existential dread will be provided. If you want to be a Patreon, we have a link in the description below. You'll get access to all our videos early, exclusive Sturgeon-focused D&D Monster of the Week content, and more. And one last time, listeners, close your eyes and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on them, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite. Drink some water, watch a video about tree frogs, eat something savory, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow with the window open and the stars twinkling down on you. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter, you are loved, and every day is another chance. I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station.
Most heartfelt greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen, and a very Merry Christmas to you all. I eagerly welcome you to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusklights Radio, hosted by yours truly, the cantankerously cool, uniformly elusive, and effusively opulent Everett J. Blackwell. Perhaps you know of us Blackwells. We were involved in the first 90-90 vision service. We'd bulk up your eyesight for a sixpence and a firm handshake. But people found they weren't quite ready for all that extra clarity that it brought. They'd see things that were left unsaid, things they should have never seen, things they should have never done, realities where they did things differently. Many came to the conclusion that the only way to stop it all was to gouge out their own eyes. Or buy prescription contacts. That was the less gross option. Anyway, I'm Dusklights' main and most fabulous half-dead host. My job at this fine radio station is to bring you some of the most twisted, interesting, and downright bizarre tales that I and my wonderful many-legged runners collect from the far corners of Sturgeon and beyond. Some of them will make you laugh, some will make you cry, and some... What the hell is that? Oh, fucking Christ. Who is that? I warn you, I am armed and I am extremely fabulous. Is this Dusklight Radio? Yes, it is indeed, and I was just about to start a transmission before you... Is that a Krampus costume? Indeed. What's not to love? Fearful entity drinks booze, sings at your door, and you must sing back or he will come and invade your pantry. I love it. That is the Mari Lead. That is the Ivari Luid, a Welsh entity. Oh. Well, I'm here and I want your booze and your computer dust. Gimme. Who are you? I'm so glad you asked. My name is Endicott the Effervescent, Warlock of the World Unseen, Scourge of the Bullies and constant thorn in the side of justice! 6-star General of the Unification War between Sturgeon, Minotia, Mantis Bay, and Parana Peaks. The monstrous know me as Stroti or the Forbidden. The farmers know me as the Cultivator. The Blackwells refer to me as Vechi or the Unpaying. The Cryptid Compendium calls me that drug-addled twat. And the Mundane know me simply as Dave. But you may call me this week's Dusklight Radio host during the festivity period of the winter solstice. You are being forced to take the holiday season off while we put out our daily transmissions. That is preposterous. I am perfectly capable of hosting. Yes, but we haven't got enough things for you to talk about in the introduction. The writer is preparing for a trip to Japan and thought this may solve it so that he doesn't let down the listeners again. Oh. Well, I still want to be here. I'm sure the audience won't mind. I am authorized to tase you if you resist, Everett. Please, can't we just do a basic version for the rest of the uploads this week? I know our loyal listeners, they do not care for change. The last time we did something new, they poured molasses on our entire radio station and threatened to reanimate Napoleon Bonaparte to siege our company. Oh. Well, that does sound problematic. Fine. But I am going to use this taser on someone. Oh, just use it on TJ. He's wearing a special janitor's elite outfit now with the other janitors. They're trying to unionize, but maybe this'll humble him. I'll continue with our Christmas transitions, but I'll keep them simple, and our audience will understand until the new year. Very well. I will seek out the Purple Menace himself. Come here, you English grimace fuck! Endicott out! Good Lord, who do they let into this building? It's time for our story of this evening. The tale, Honk If You're Hungry, is a grotesque submission by our very own janitor T.J. Lee, who tells us that this comes from his earlier days chronicling Sturgeon, that it is disgusting, with a trigger warning, and if anyone dislikes the quality of it compared to his later works, that, screw you, I'm in Japan, be thankful you don't just get Everett rambling for 30 minutes. Oh, that's just rude, TJ.
He's a little bit tetchy. I'll send him a purple crayon care package. He also voices our characters in this meat-based macabre tale, and we would appreciate it if you checked out TJ's work on Amazon, Chilling, Dark Somnium, Romnex, and Spirit Voices to show your support. Oh, and here, of course. This is his home after all. Special thanks must be given first to Mandy Mo for rendering yours truly in the beauteous image you see when you look at our page, and our music is provided with permission by Cryo Chamber, Envato Elements, and the Dark Somnium with gracious thanks. If you enjoy these intros and want to see more, please ensure you've got notifications on and leave a comment for every video you encounter. We also want to give a special shout out to our patrons at the beginning of our video. What a journey it has been to get here. Let's start with our Sturgeon faithfuls Haley Clark, Foe, PRDDL12, Sabrina Alexander, Jason Webb, and Laree W. Purple Crayon Eaters Mary Peck, Feeny Von Karma, and Max currently eating their weight in purple crayon goodness as they prepare their bodies for war, and now apparently Endicott and a taser. Hope that goes well. Our janitors, Alex Nunez, Amy Sean, Ethan Nelson, and Arkham Cookie, currently undergoing the Periwinkle incident as proposed by Feeny and Payne Gunkerson understudy Ethan Nelson. Our Nightmare Detective, Adrian Rodriguez, who just joined the force and will begin the case of the Rat King and his many, many teeth. Our Void Walker, Evan Diaz, currently unlocking something he calls the Prism Fractal, and one of our very own Blackwell family members, Papa Kyle Blackwell, who we hope is feeling much, much better after contracting the painted horror from his fight with Payne Gunkerson, who has a message for him.
Hey, Payne Gunkerson here. Yeah, I know you got the W in our scrap, but if your little hobo Queen Savannah hadn't been there, I'd have whipped you until you were black and blue paint. Even my painted horror didn't work on you, goddamn Blackwells with your witchcraft. I'll be back here.
Oh, we love you and fear you, Papa. We thank you humbly for your patronage and look to see you bright and early on for Dusklight orientation. Purple crayons and existential dread will be provided. If you want to be a Patreon, we have a link in the description below. You'll get early access to all our videos, exclusive Sturgeon-focused D&D and Monster of the Week content, and more. With that, the sun has set and dusk has crawled into the studio once more. Whether you're working, prepping to sleep, or evading the formless void that will one day consume us all, Blackwell is here to soothe your ears and captivate your soul. Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath. The scene has been set and the light is on. It's time to walk towards it.
A portly, haggard clown stood opposite, clutching a pathetic sign from rotting cardboard with crude markers scribbled across the front. His putty-stained gloves and sour facial expression gave the whole thing an even weirder vibe. His frayed white outfit was smeared with red, black, and grey putty, some of it practically dripping off of him as he moved his body at awkward angles to accommodate the feats of the cardboard. What the fuck? Jesse and I exchanged a look of bewilderment at the absolute state of the man some 20 feet away from us in the rapidly dwindling parking lot. It was late. There had been a phenomenal concert across the street when my ever-daring friend Jesse got a little too rowdy and had his face kicked in. We were absolutely engrossed in his hilarious wincing before the sound filled our ears. The smell assaulted our nostrils and our eyes felt like they needed bleaching after reaching the source. Bro, I don't think you mean hungry, Jesse began, still clutching his nose and sounding almost comically congested. I think you mean hunk if you're hot. Ow! I punched him hard in the ribs and refused to break eye contact with the meat clown as he gingerly twirled the sign around, the cardboard threatening to shatter like his pathetic frame at any moment. He took a step forward, the tarmac looking like it had swallowed his sad existence whole at any moment, his eyes transfixed on me and Jesse as a soft gurgle began parting his lips and working its way through the air, into our ears. Aww. It carried on the wind, but it wasn't strong enough to make out. I thought maybe he was coughing as Jesse continued to bitch and moan. Oh, what the hell, Rich? He rubbed his arm dramatically, barely paying attention to the meat clown shuffling towards him. But I was. Something about him just felt off.
He started to sway from side to side and closing that gap slowly but surely. My hair stood on end. Jesse, on the other hand, fueled by adrenaline, walked confidently towards him and held out a hand to his ear. "Tell me a joke, Brother Pennywise!" He bellowed, fully expecting laughter to break out at any moment. But it didn't. The sound became much clearer, each consonant gurgled out in a guttural drone, his eyes wide and piercing amid a sea of white makeup and thick black eyeliner, a red sigil painted on both sides of his cheeks and joining down at the chin. He edged closer still, gripping the sign tightly, nails digging into the cardboard. One started to peel away as it was forced further in, black rotting flesh poking out from underneath. "You'll have to speak up, my man. So far your outfit is way funnier than your routine." Jesse bellowed, slapping his thigh dramatically and laughing. But when the clown kept walking closer, his laughter petered away very quickly. Before I'd even had a chance to close the gap and pull Jesse away, this macabre mascot was face to face with him. Literally. I immediately walked towards them, sensing danger, but with every step came new clarity on his features, and I'm ashamed to say I slowed down when I saw him properly and heard him clearly. "Honk," was all he emitted, but it was guttural, low, elongated, like a rumble in his diaphragm that his throat was barely able to push out beyond a croak, the last gasp of a dying soul rushing to leave a decaying corpse. His eyes with the sole thing on him that looked alert. The white paint wasn't white paint. It was sallow, malnourished skin stretched to the absolute brink over gaunt cheeks and frail limbs. His outfit's putty was covered in flies and maggots. The stench was enough to make me gag. Jesse stood frozen in horror as the clown pressed his face directly onto his, unblinking as he continued his bizarre and unnerving cry. As I pulled Jesse back by the scruff of his neck, a sickening squelch sound followed by a snap cut the air and stopped the bizarre honk. It was a portion of his nose. The gangrenous flesh was still attached to Jesse as he screamed and pulled at it, desperate to get it off of his face, though the clown seemed completely nonplussed by the issue. He simply bowed, wiped his hand and held the sign up, walking away from us and toward a small food shack at the far end of the parking lot, where the woods for Sturgeon began. It had a few benches with some people sitting around it, and black smoke was billowing out of its chimney top, but the inside was a mixture of too far and too dark to make out. "Dude, that is the grossest prank ever! This isn't YouTube!" Jesse shouted after him, but clearly too frightened to pursue him. He finally ripped the flesh off of his nose and stomped on it, calling it shitty putty as he did. But as we got a little bit further away, the same sound rang out again. A guttural, almost muffled and elongated honk. The noise filled the empty parking lot, and I looked around for its source, unlocking the truck as I did so. "Jesse, the fuck you think he is?" I asked, craning my neck as if somehow the weird fucker had grown wings and turned into the ultimate nightmare fuel for any sane person. A flying clown. When I turned to look back, expecting Jesse to be halfway into the car and grabbing the aux cord so he could blast my ears with Code Orange, I saw him kneeling on the floor and clutching at his stomach. I'm so hungry," he winced, pulling at his stomach and his head shaking profusely. I thought he was having some kind of food poisoning moment and didn't know if I should move him or give him some room for the impending explosion. But before I could even move, I heard that sound again, clearer and more pronounced. Jesse was making it. I looked at him, and while still clutching his stomach, his mouth hung open and the noise rang out, filling my ears and giving me goosebumps. Not knowing what else to do, I helped him to his feet and started towards the truck. "Come on, I've got food at mine if that's what you need, but I really think you should go to the hospital." "No!" He pushed me away with surprising strength. It took me aback. I stared at him in shock as his face grew wild, instinctual, maddened. "I need to eat." "That's too far. But there's that place. Right there." He pointed a shaky finger to the shack that the mascot wandered off to. "That'll do. It's not far."
Come on. He winced again before setting off. You want to follow what could be the end result of Pennywise fucking a zombie? Dude, he just freaked you out. He freaked me out. Can't we just get food at home? If I'm honest, I was pleading more for me than him. Clowns bothered me at the best of times, but this one being devoid of joy entirely set me off all the more. Jesse wasn't having any of it though. He sauntered off and spoke less and less as we got closer. The shack had a dingy sign written above it. It must have been in another language or made up of the same symbols on the clown's cheeks, because I couldn't make heads or tails of it. It was pretty sizable and there was no car attached. Instead, it was just placed directly onto the concrete with huge metal clamps on the corners, jutting out ugly. The cook must have been absent as the inside was pitch black, save for some swift movements from something inside. The benches had a couple of homeless people sleeping on them. But given the part of the city that we live in and the late hour it is in Sturgeon, I sadly wasn't surprised.
I thought I'd be afraid to die.
The rotting stench hit me again as we got closer, and I had to hold back vomit, covering my mouth and my nose with my sleeve.
See this coming from a mile away.
Oh my god, Jesse! Can't you smell that? I called, but he was practically rushing to the table and ringing the bell.
I guess I just
Come on, man. They're obviously closed. We should... A fucking plate with a stack of discolored meat appeared before my fucking eyes. If there were a pair of hands doing the work, I didn't see them. Jesse didn't even wait to pay, just left his wallet on the side and took the food to the nearest bench, gorging himself on the rancid meat and moaning. I tried to get closer, but the smell was overbearing, the assaulting stench of sweetness and putrid meat. Wait in the truck. I'll be ready as soon as I'm... Oh my god, yes! Jesse was drooling between bites, thick globs of saliva as he scarfed the food down, almost choking before continuing. I was so lightheaded at the time, I didn't think it'd be so bad if I went for a quick drive to clear my head. I nodded and rushed away from the smell as fast as I could, desperate for clear air. Turning on the AC and putting some piano music on, I tilted back the driver's seat and rested my eyes for a few minutes. I could feel my stomach protesting, every growl reminding me that while there was still food nearby, I sure as hell wouldn't have it. I grabbed my stomach in protest, but it simply growled more, every twitch like a finger prodding against the flesh. The sound shifted and changed, and the hairs on the back of my neck started standing on end. Honk! I came to before I'd opened my eyes, and I'm so thankful I didn't immediately do so. I could hear the groans, the dripping of the meat, the gaudy, shambolic outfit. He was in the car. The meat clown was in the fucking car. His decaying body leering at me, making that fucking noise. It sounded like a death rattle, the sort of thing you'd hear someone say when it's their final breath before passing on. I heard a sound I couldn't place, like the sound of a wet bag being dragged along the concrete. I looked down and spied a chunk of grey sludge being pulled from his pockets, directed towards my face. I could see it undulating. I wasn't about to let him put that shit on me, so I instinctively leaned my head forward and smashed it into his. I immediately regretted my choice. I missed. A punch to the side of the temple left my ears ringing and my eyes blurred. Adrenaline was the only thing fueling me at this stage. But as I turned to scream at him to get out, I saw his face. Wide-eyed and with a switchblade to his eyelids, he was rapidly slicing through them with remarkable precision and skill, all the while making that dreadful sound. But it was changing. Honk-y, he hissed as he split one eyelid free, the eye rolling in its socket. He started on the lower one as I stood frozen in fear and horror. In less than 30 seconds, both eyelids were gone, and he cut the soft stalk, holding the eye in one slice before cupping it in his hands, still making that horrible fucking sound. He put the hand toward me as I rapidly scooted away. I could see the eyelids and the eyes were rotted, fetid, and decayed. He persisted, pushing it towards my mouth until I had no room to move. My hand reached for the handle and all my weight fell out and back onto the concrete, my skull hitting the concrete with a sickening thud. The next thing I knew, he was holding me down as he forced his hand down my mouth as it filled with soft meat. He pushed hard on my jaw against my will, and as it burst in my mouth, I felt my vision fade and the world around me shake, his expression never changing as that sound carried me into unconsciousness. Hungry. The first thing I felt when I awoke was pure disgust. I retched and tried to vomit, but it wouldn't come up. Not even when I put my fingers down my throat, as if there was nothing in my body to even regurgitate. Now I was in the driver's seat, the clock showing it had been 3 hours since I'd left Jesse. I couldn't taste anything in my mouth, and there seemed to be no damage to the car, so I chalked it up to a horrific nightmare. Concern overtook confusion rapidly, and I got out of the truck to find Jesse. It was still the early hours, and the place looked even darker than before, but in the short time it took to reach the food truck, I could see far more people aimlessly wandering around, some on the benches and others congregating. Was there a late-night craving or something? Maybe the Sturgeon bar district had just let out and they wanted that drunken fast food experience. The rotting stench from earlier was totally gone too. I could smell the succulent aroma of sizzling bacon, tender, crispy chicken, a medium rare steak, and flavors that took me straight back to being a kid again. Oh, my dad making a barbecue on a summer's eve and playing Nintendo while I happily ate and kicked my feet. God, I wanted that feeling again so badly. I couldn't help but feel hungry in that moment, captured by the memory. I was so lost in a moment that I almost missed Jesse. When I snapped out of it, I saw him. All of him. He was still eating. His jaw locked and ripping at the hinge, muscles still pumping and the tongue lazily drooping over the side as gnarled hands shoved more cold meat into his gullet. The throat akin to that of a duck and just absorbing it into his frame, not even properly chewing. But the eyes were vacant and milky. The nostrils weren't moving, and his stomach was bloated. Whatever was pushing him to continue eating, it had taken his soul with it. This was no longer Jesse. This was something else. Something horrifying. I looked around, wondering why nobody had stopped him or called for help. But when one of the women passed me, I noticed the similarities between her and the meat clown. Sallow skin, sunken eyes, gaunt features. All signs of pure malnutrition and a zombified state. What the fuck was I in the middle of? The smell was overbearing in much the opposite way from earlier, threatening to take me away into another beautiful memory and making my stomach squeeze and groan in protest. But I fought to keep focused. My shock the only thing stopping me from crying at the sight of my dead friend. Something cut the air though. He'd ripped through it and every person surrounding me perked their ears up and snapped their eyes to where Jesse sat. It sounded like someone stamping on a packet of sauce. It was squishy, and followed by a distinct pop and a wet thud. Jesse's stomach had ripped open, his entrails scattering on the floor and in his lap. Immediately, the people around rushed to him, knocking me aside as they fought each other to grab at the plate's scraps, or, in a truly barbaric fashion, pulling at his entrails and squeezing out pieces of digested meat to savor. I stumbled back until I bumped the counter of the truck, hitting the bell with a horrid honk. Snapping around, I saw the sign in clear English. Pav loves meat. Just like before, a pair of unseen hands rushed to attention as the smoke billowed and a smell so overpowering filled my lungs and made me cry. The violence 10 feet away, just a distant memory. Even the meat clown's horrifying smile wasn't enough to sour my mood or my craving for that memory food again. Nothing was. There was a small package in my hands. I didn't even realize I was holding it. Not until I was back in my car. Sunlight will be creeping over the horizon soon, and I've no doubt people will ask where Jesse is, but I doubt they'll ever find him. The package is a small to-go box, wrapped in foil and still hot to the touch. The smell making me smile when it wafts my way. The emotion like looking at a puppy you're taking home after losing your former best friend. The issue I'm faced with now is that in addition to the horrific hunger I can feel building in my stomach, I can look around and see people going about their early morning routine. Each one of them with that same sign the meat clown is holding. All of them directed at me. Honk if you're hungry. I can't see the food truck, the people, Jesse, or anything else but the signs and the visions of better days with better food. I can only hear the honking, and I am so hungry. Alright, that's it. No more meat for a while. Not even schmeat. Nope, not at all. I'm gonna subsidize on air and sunlight like that one woman did once. I'm a half-dead ghoul anyhow. I'm sure it'll be fine. Right? Right? If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out some of our other transmissions. We're editing them regularly, and we'd love to have you as part of the Dusklight family by subscribing, hitting the bell of humanity, and leave a comment with stories you'd love from our many-legged runners to find. We will have a Discord in the new year. That's right, a place for Dusklight listeners and Sturgeon fans alike to congregate, read the stories, listen to transmissions of my lovely voice, share memes, hang out, and join in on live streams both public and Patreon only. We'll have more details soon, and do not forget, all of Christmas week, we will be putting up new transmissions. And one last time, listeners, close your eyes and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on them, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite. Drink some water, watch a video about tree frogs, eat something savory, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow with the window open and the stars twinkling down on you. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter, you are loved, and every day is another chance. I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station. Most heartfelt greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. I eagerly welcome you to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusklight Radio. Now, normally, this is the moment where I tell you all my spiel about how it's hosted by yours truly, and I go into my detail about the events of the Blackwell family and the ongoings within the specialties that we house here at the Dusklight Radio. However, I am about to take a little sojourn, just for a few days, and in that time, I did not want to leave you hanging, so I made a couple phone calls, and for the next 3 to 4 transmissions, you will be catered to and lovingly looked after by my twin sister, Evelyn L. Blackwell. Now I'm going to pass over hosting duties to Evelyn, and I'm sure you'll have a wonderful time with her, and I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station. Take it away, sister.
Most heartfelt greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. I eagerly welcome you to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusklight Radio. As my dear brother has already said, this week it shall be hosted not by your usual host, Everett J. Blackwell, but by your exactingly eloquent, reliably resourceful, and, well, your awfully adaptable host, Evelyn L. Blackwell. Thank you all for having me. Now, Everett gave me a script to follow, something about anglerfish, and a diligently compiled conspiracy board about Jackal Blackwell, which I'm sure is nothing to worry about, but, oh my. Unfortunately, it seems that I've misplaced both somewhere in the station. I suppose we'll be going off book for the moment. Well, that's all right. I've been told, namely by the great Spider Lord themselves, may his legs continue to multiply, that my improv is actually quite passable. So, well, perhaps you've heard of us Blackwells? I, for instance, was the first Blackwell family-trained opera singer to grace the ears of Sturgeon. And that does not include Tabitha Blackwell, who gained quite the reputation for a while of moaning a combination of low dirges and television static sounds in the caves beneath Sturgeon, convincing its landside dwellers that perhaps an ancient eldritch beast had finally awoken from the depths to devour the atmosphere and strip the entire population of their flesh and bones. All because she got the wicked soundtrack in her head. Honestly. Now, my most popular work, well, I don't want to brag, but you may have heard it before, perhaps even on this very radio station. It's just a little tune called 277 of the Most Popular Ways to Carve a Rotisserie Chicken, and it's quite a catchy one if I do say so myself. Why, I even saw Papa Caio in the crowd on opening night with a tear in his eye. Or maybe that was blood. Or bone. It actually may not have even been him, I don't know. It's hard to tell on stage. Look around the city next time you go for the Opera House. Now that you know it exists, it should just be down the corner from your house, where you can look at it and go, wow, I grew up here and I never knew this place existed. Because it hadn't. It hadn't until you envisioned it. Isn't it fun how powerful the mind can be? Anyway, I am not Dusklights' main host, but today I am its mostly dead counterpart. Thanks to a long-standing favor which my brother decided to so graciously call in, I'm doing my part and stepping in while he takes his well-deserved respite, to assure that you all don't miss a single second of all the premium Sturgeon content your little ears can handle. This week, at least, I'll be reading you tales that Everett and his wonderful many-legged runners collect from the far corners of Sturgeon and beyond. Some of them will make you laugh, some will make you cry, and some... Well, I don't have the script to tell you what the others may do, but let's all just assume it's nasty. Wait. Hold on. The station door just opened. Perhaps it's an intern here to bring me a new script. Hello? What the... Clue? Clue, is that you? Listeners, Clue Blackwell has just entered the station and... Well, I'd say I was glad to see him, except I've never officially met them a day in my life. You see, Clue is a statue that stands at the forefront of the Blackwell estate. A regal depiction of a legendary family member who is blindfolded and holding a placard that simply reads, "Oh no," in all capital letters. As I recall, a prophecy somewhere in our libraries foretold that Clue will only gain animation when the apocalypse is coming. This can't be good. I need to make a call. Yes! Hello, Clue? Please have a seat. I'll get you a glass of water. I'm sure you must be parched. Listeners, while I look into this, let's get you looking into our story for this evening. This tale, called No Name November, is a classic Sturgeon tale from long ago. It's written by... Well, for some reason the name T.J. Lee is scribbled here in purple crayon, and then it's crossed out, and in a slightly darker purple crayon it says Janitor Awesome right above it, so I'm not really sure what that's about, but yeah, let's go with that. I believe TJ also lent his voice to both Frankie and Phil in this tale, which is of course being narrated by yours truly, Evelyn L. Blackwell, the frontmost spirit voice in both position and prestige. Special thanks must be given first to Mandy Moe for rendering my brother Everett in the beauteous image you see when you look at our page. Really, Everett? Beauteous. And to @Mitsuru on Twitter for gracing you all with my spiritual beauty. Lastly, our music is provided with permission by Cryo Chamber, Envato Elements, the Nobody YouTube channel, and the Dark Somnium with gracious thanks. If you enjoy these intros and want to see more, please ensure you've got notifications on and leave a comment for every video you encounter. With that, the sun has set and dusk has crawled into the studio once more. Whether you're working, prepping to sleep, or evading the formless void that will one day consume us all, Blackwell is here to soothe your ears and captivate your soul. Now close your eyes and take a deep breath. The scene has been set and the light is on. It's time to walk towards it.
Sorry, new kid. You're last in today, so you're our candidate this year.
The kid in front of our classroom door relaying this to me looked a mixture of pitied and relieved. His nose, taped over, and a black eye, immediate standout features. I was later told his name was Frank, and the damage was a result of a fight with a kid in the grade above us for calling his mom a slut. He didn't make eye contact with me directly, instead drawing his attention to my shirt, a Legend of Zelda fan art piece adorning the center.
Man, this sucks. We could have been friends.
The slight hurt in his voice was not even remotely close to how shut out I was already feeling. First day in a new school, desperate for a fresh start and doing my best to make a good impression. Totally out the window. This doesn't seem fair, I protested, knowing this may just be an elaborate prank on the new girl. I wasn't about to deal with being a joke on day one. Look, let me introduce myself. My name is Zoe Hartwell. He shook his head, some of his friends seated in the class behind him leaning forward. Genuine shock rippling across their faces as if I'd bitten the head off a small animal.
No, this isn't how it works, new kid. This isn't just a class thing, it's a community thing.
He looked back hesitantly, and the class nodded. No semblance of glee or cruelty on their faces. I dare say for a bunch of 12-year-olds they were downright forlorn at the prospect. He sighed and continued.
Sturgeon has this every November, and the rules are simple. The last one into a community function is the no-name for the month.
He leaned in and spoke quietly.
Just bear with it and we'll be friends afterwards, okay? I'm sorry. I really am.
With that, he took a seat, and I shuffled into the room, a sea of completely apathetic faces staring straight ahead. I'd made an effort to look my best self in spite of a new environment, hoping it would make a good first impression. But instead of being invited to speak by the teacher, the room fell silent until I sat down at the back, next to a fogged-over window and a small supply cupboard. I was in disbelief the teacher joined in on it, not glancing in my direction or checking her register to see if I was present. Even after the bell rang and we went to recess or lunch, I was a non-entity. People didn't walk through me or shove me out of the way, but they didn't go out of their way to assist me if I fell over or give me alternative food when I brought up that my file says I have a deathly allergy to peanuts. Every fiber of me wanted to cry, to scream that I was desperate to be acknowledged and that I wouldn't hurt anyone. But I choked back the emotions piling up in my throat, slung my bag over my shoulder, and resolved to just read or play some video games on my recess if this was how it was going to be. Different school, different traditions, same bullshit. My parents had jobs in the journalism industry, and moving around for promotions or alternative contracts was their forte. By the time I was nearly 13, I had moved to 5 different schools and I'd become accustomed to the changes. Most kids become jaded and try not to make connections with others, knowing they'll just be gone in a year or less anyway. But I had this innate desire to connect with people and make the most of my situation. I couldn't help myself. That's what made this so much harder. I probably would have caved in after day 2 if Phil hadn't shown up. It was the beginning of what already felt like a lifelong routine. I sat down at my desk and began to let my mind wander, focusing on what I'd enjoy playing when I got home, making some comfort food and joining my mom at the gym after so I didn't feel gross. I idly doodled a sketch of me holding a master sword high, a bolt of lightning striking at the hilt and electrifying me in a comical fashion.
Ha, that's awesome, dude. What's your favorite game in the series? I'd say mine's the newest one. My mom got it for me last Christmas, but I haven't had a chance to play in a while.
The jubilant voice cut through the air as if a firecracker had been let off by my ear, his positivity irradiating through me and borderline making me jump out of my seat with excitement and confusion. Startled at the notion of someone talking to me, I snapped my pencil, and the entire room froze. The boys at the front next to Frankie turned to him and whispered, the slightest of side glances in my direction, and they shook their heads at the both of us before turning back. I turned to look at him, and I saw a mess of spiky black hair, a dusty red flannel shirt with sleeves underneath, the sweatshirt logo a Dark Souls reference. He looked like a kid completely out of time, but very comfortable in himself. He smiled at me and seemed to be waiting for my reply, but for that brief moment, words had failed me. Twilight Princess, I stammered, my hands fumbling over one another. I really like the dark plot, and Midna's so cool. I was confused, but the joy of conversation overtook me, and I decided that if I'm going to be ignored for tradition's sake, I may as well get it over with now. I'm Zoe, by the way. Zoe Hartwell. But instead of being repulsed, his eyes lit up. He beamed at me, offering out a hand adorned with various faded concert tags and festival markers.
I'm Phil Faulty. Good to meet you, man.
He gave me a fist bump before leaning back on his chair, the hinges squeaking as he put the rubber of his pencil to his lips, tapping it contemplatively as he studied me. The lesson around us seemed to continue without any notice of our discussion.
You're the new no-name, aren't you?
He said after a few moments. My face sagged, and I felt the inevitable rejection imminently approaching. Yeah, I guess you don't want to be friends now, huh? I said, my body language matching my face as I hunched over my work, preparing to just draw silently for the rest of the day, a friendship dead on arrival. To my surprise, he leaned forward with a satisfying thump and turned towards me, still smiling.
Nah, I was the no-name last year. I know how it goes,
he declared almost matter-of-factly, the positivity refusing to leave his voice once. But Frank and his friends said that this is tradition, I replied, nudging my head towards him as he took notes from the class. He didn't seem like a nasty kid so much as just one caught up doing what was asked of him. Phil made an audible acknowledgement before turning back to me.
Well, he's not wrong. This is tradition, but, well, I always wished I had a friend throughout that shit, and I guess I just want to do it for you, you know?
I immediately felt more comfortable around him, and the more he spoke, the bolder I felt. Won't they, cast you out again permanently or beat you up? He laughed, shaking his head.
Nah, nothing like that. But even if there were punishments, it wouldn't matter. I'm not really all that acknowledged around here lately anyway, so no harm done.
He patted my shoulder before the bell rang and the class shuffled out for lunch. I saw a chance to bond and decided I had nothing to lose. Phil, I brought my lunch from home since the stuff here I'm allergic to. Want to split it and play some Animal Crossing? He smiled, so sincerely, nodding silently as I grabbed my stuff before heading for the door.
What happens if you eat the food here? Does your head swell up and burst?
He asked, imitating the sound of a popping balloon with blood chunks spraying everywhere. I laughed for the first time since I got to this town. No, nothing like that. I just choke and die without an EpiPen. Come on, let's go. I'll even let you visit my town if you promise not to dig holes in the garden, I said, teasing him with a jovial grin.
I wouldn't dream of it. There's never anything good to find in secret holes anyway,
he dryly replied before shoving me and laughing at his own terrible joke. The next 2 weeks were comparable bliss to those first few days. While the rest of the class refused to acknowledge me and even some store attendants around town would only take my money and nothing more, I felt it to be tolerable with Phil by my side. He'd show me around the school and tell me all the best hiding spots, sharing legends I was 99% certain he made up to impress me, but I didn't care. He made me feel like I mattered, and it was something I steadily realized very few people had done in my life to that point. I took it to heart and made a point to ask my parents and my older brother in college about their days, spend more time with them, and learn things I'd have never thought to ask before. As we reached the end of the month, I decided to make him a drawing of the two of us hanging out in a treehouse filled with treasures and weapons. Some days before, he'd confessed Adventure Time was one of his favorite shows to me, and how much he missed it since he didn't get cable anymore. As the final days of No Name November were in sight, I was determined to show my gratitude to him and remind him we were best friends after this was over too, even if that meant he was stuck with me. I made my way down the hall. I was running late thanks to a doctor's appointment, and the silence was as unsettling as the details you often ignore when your mind is occupied by conversations, drama, and the walk to your next lesson. Now I was conscious of the echo my footsteps made, the tributes to someone on the walls across the lockers, flowers and spikes covering one person's locker further down the hall from my room. I decided I'd take a look later on and maybe Phil could shed some light on what happened. I came in to the sound of utter silence, the entire group already deep in reading time and the teacher herself perusing what looked to be like an Edgar Allan Poe novel. I sheepishly made my way to the back where Phil sat, his back against the supply closet and anxiety painted across his face. Dude, what's wrong? Did the girl you like look in your direction? Dork, I said, playfully punching him and smiling, something he did not reciprocate. In the years following this, I have never seen such a paradoxical expression. He was anxious, miserable, and accepting all at once, as if each face was jostling for the spotlight on his face and he was powerless to control which one came out. He flashed me a smile before a grimace replaced it, his knee twitching incessantly.
Zoe, I'm leaving today. I'm being transferred.
He looked so ashamed of himself, but he didn't break his eye contact with me.
I knew from the moment we spoke that I'd be leaving at the end of the month, but I wanted so badly to stay with you and be friends that I just...
His eyes welled up and he sniffed, wiping them with his sleeve.
I'm sorry. I was being selfish. I just didn't want you to think I'd abandoned you when everyone else is still ignoring you.
I didn't know how to respond. I wanted to yell at him for keeping it from me, to slap him even. But I knew how important this last day was, and I took in a deep breath before flexing my fingers on the table in front of me, grabbing my textbook and putting the drawing I made on his desk. The tension in his body ceased as he held it up and stared at it. For a moment, I couldn't see his face, but I could hear him whimpering. He held it to his chest and with his eyes closed simply said,
"Thank you, Zoe."
We spent that final day making terrible jokes at each other's expense, making plans to stay in touch that we knew we could never truly keep, and sharing a hug that lasted a little bit too long. His arm draped over my shoulders as we sat in the hall and waited out the last few minutes before the final period. I meant to ask, I saw something in the halls and it looked like there was a kind of tribute on one of the lockers. What's that all about? I asked, knowing I'd probably forget if the school really did start talking to me soon after.
Oh, that? Well, that's my locker. They heard I was leaving and guess they wanted to give me a good send-off. Pretty sweet, right? I've come a long way from the kid in the crawl space.
He laughed heartily and I chuckled, not sure what he meant and assuming it was an embarrassing time in his life. not wishing to pry. The bell rang and we made our way to the door. Everyone else had already shuffled in as we lingered outside, preferring to go in once the class had settled.
Hey, if you don't mind, Zoe, I'm gonna dip here,
he said, the positivity now with an air of reluctance.
I'm not big on goodbyes, and I don't want the class to sing me out. I don't need anyone seeing me in tears as their last memory.
I felt my heart sink, but I nodded and wrapped my arms around him. You will always be my best friend, Phil. No matter what else happens, okay? I said through muffled sobs. He chuckled.
I know. You too. And hey, if you ever need to be reminded of me, you can just go to my hiding spot. You'll always be able to think of me that way.
He took me by the shoulders and wiped the tears away, kissing my forehead. I felt a surge of butterflies as he smiled at me.
Check the crawl space. You'll know what you're looking for. You got a bright future ahead of you, Zoe. Just make sure you're never here studying alone, okay? You never know what kind of weirdos will try their luck. And you're too cool to end up with one of them.
He flashed me a grin before backing off and running down the hallway, turning the corner and disappearing from my life once and for all. I took a few moments to recompose myself before going back into the class to the sound of thunderous applause and smiles. Every student that I would have once described as a gray shell of apathy, now all full of their own vibrant colors. Freckles and curly hair jutted out at me. Accents and body types I was oblivious to before, now suddenly immediately obvious. At the front, the teacher and Frank stood with smiles on their faces, Frank outstretching a hand that I took on autopilot.
Congrats, Zoe! You made it to the end of No Name November and you didn't crack once! You're officially a member of the community now!
He leaned in closer.
And I'm honestly so sorry about this. I really did, do want to be your friend, you know? I hope I can make it up to you.
I looked at them with such confusion, happy but utterly bewildered at the display they'd put on. This is great, and I'm glad we can all talk now. But isn't this for Phil? The room's atmosphere changed in an instant. Some students looking at me with terror while others looked away. One girl began to tremble as her friend held her. Frank went pale and looked at me with a look I couldn't immediately place.
Zoe, where did you hear that name?
I half laughed. The prank obviously still not over. Dude, his locker is adorned outside and he told me himself he was leaving. I assumed that's what all this was for. I waved my hands around the room, laughing. The room felt so cold as the teacher stood up, shaking as she approached me, kneeling down to my level and speaking in a low voice with an ungodly amount of severity. Zoe, this is really important. Where did you hear all this? I felt immediately on edge. I was obviously old enough to know something was wrong, and I wasn't the type to lie. If Phil is in trouble for skipping, I don't want to be the one to get him into crap before he starts his new school, I began. Her eyes widened as she motioned me to go outside with Frank, instructing the rest of the class to stay in there as we spoke outside. I could see Frank shaking, holding back tears as the teacher tried to calm him.
Zoe, that locker isn't for Phil leaving. He went missing a year ago.
Frank's voice was trembling and his composure was rapidly failing him.
He's my brother. I don't know what happened to him, but if you know anything at all, Zoe, please.
I never heard the register being called out in class, so I never noticed the last name. My knees felt weak. I never looked at the posters adorning the locker rooms that said, "Missing since 2010. My stomach turned over and every emotion was turning into bile. I never inspected the locker that was covered in tributes from classmates and teachers. My vision began to blur as I leaned against the locker and began breathing heavily, the teacher trying to keep me calm as Frank looked on, confused but distraught. Supply closet. Crawl space. I breathed over and over as I felt my body give out and the sounds of rushing filled my ears before a series of frantic bangs, screaming, and alarms rang out to black. Phil had gone missing during his own nomination of No Name November. He'd been silently working away for the first couple of weeks, walking home with his little brother Frank every day while their mom was working a double shift to pay the bills. One day, he simply didn't meet Frank to walk home, and it took Frank nearly 12 hours to report his brother missing, due to his mother's second job working nights at the bar. I was cleared very quickly of any suspicion since I had only come into the state a month prior and I wasn't mentally able to deal with the conversation of Phil not being real. They chalked it up to hearing from someone else at school and launched an investigation. This, of course, yielded nothing. Phil had been stuffed into a crawl space behind the supply closet in the class. They still don't know how he got there or if someone put him there. Rumors spread that he'd simply fallen asleep and gotten stuck. I wanted so badly to believe them, and so did everyone else. But the look of abject horror on his mummified face, half-caved-in skull, and tear marks on his trademark flannel betrayed that theory entirely. I moved schools again soon after and went a few miles south to an all-girls school. Socializing became something I struggled massively at, but Frankie helped with that. Understanding one another's grief brought us closer, and inevitably we ended up together, now looking at starting a family of our own in this town that still carries on the tradition of No Name November. I think about Phil's fate a lot. How someone who was forgotten by the town at the age of 13 was able to successfully vanish overnight. I think about how powerful a name and an identity can be to someone in a world where it's so easy to slip under the cracks through your own volition or someone else's. And as I look over a sea of unmarked graves in my town, I think about how lucky I am to have had someone like Phil guiding me, to ensure I survived my own No Name November, to ensure I wasn't forgotten too. Okay, never fear, listeners. I found my script. I think whenever its runners left earlier in search of stories, they must have knocked it under the desk. Typical. It's a good thing I found it when I did. Improv skills or not, I was not going to be able to make up that many names for the outro. I can think of maybe 2 max. I'll let you guess which 2 they are. Anyway, wow, No Name November. I remember that tradition. When I was in high school, wait, this doesn't even apply to me, Everett. Ugh. If I've told him once, I've told him 100 times. I can't remember anything before my first year of culinary school, thanks to that memory curse I gave myself for mistaking basil for oregano. I'm just gonna skip over this part. We all know it was a good story. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out some of our other transmissions. We're adding them regularly, and we'd love to have you as part of the Dusklight family by subscribing, hitting the bell of our ever-present shadow government. They already have your information anyway, so you may as well comply. And leave a comment with stories you love for Everett's many-legged runners to find. Now, my dears, let's all sing our praises to our Patreon supporters. First, our Sturgeon faithfuls, Haley Clark, Foe, PRDDL12, Sabrina Alexander, Jason Webb, and Laree W. Purple Crayon Eaters Mary Peck, Square, Gianni Di Lorena, Feeny Von Karma, and Max, who seem to have gorged their fill on pigmented wax this week and have moved on to other, more sentient things. Ugh. Our janitors, Alex Nunez, Amy Shawn, Ethan Nelson, and Arkham Cookie, who have apparently learned that mops can be used in the place of canes for their Fred Astaire tribute act, and are diligently rehearsing as we speak. Our nightmare detective, Adrian Rodriguez, who is currently searching each and every Sturgeon antique store for what he deems to be the correct magnifying glass, whatever that means. Our voidwalker, Evan Diaz, who I think just walked by my window. Hi, Evan! And a huge welcome again to our newest arrival into town, Clue Blackwell. During the broadcast, I looked up the prophecy, and apparently, it reads that Clue sentiency means that the apocalypse is coming in approximately 8 to 66,000 business days. So, it might be totally fine, but, perhaps start preparing your shelters, just in case. Clue joins our other Blackwell family members, Jackal Blackwell, who does, in fact, have all the red lines of the conspiracy board pointing straight to him, as expected. Tabitha Blackwell, who has heard the phrase creating a mountain out of a molehill, thought it was stupid, and is currently training to create mountains out of slightly bigger mountains instead. And of course our dear friend Papakaya Blackwell, who is currently polishing a set of binoculars made entirely from the bones of various small animals, in the hopes of seeing into the depths of your innermost thoughts and desires. Yikes. We love you and fear you, Papa. We thank you humbly for your patronage and look to see you bright and early for Dusklight orientation. Purple crayons and existential dread will be provided. If you want to be a patron, we have a link in the description below. You'll get early access to all videos, exclusive Sturgeon stories, and exclusive Sturgeon-focused D&D/Monster of the Week content, and more. And one last time, listeners, close your eyes and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on them, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite. Drink a Pacific Cooler Capri Sun, have some dino-shaped nuggies, watch a video about bats eating bananas, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow with the window open and the stars twinkling down on you. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter, you are loved, and every day is another chance. I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station.
To thems, I eagerly welcome you back to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusklights Radio, hosted by yours truly, the cantankerously cool, uniformly elusive, and effusively opulent Everett J. Blackwell. Perhaps you know of us Blackwells. We were the first NFT sellers. That's right, Norwegian folk tales. We tell stories from door to door, from Ein Freier History, Bjorn og Reven, and all the way to such classics as Gudbrand I Ilja, and my personal favorite, Smeden som de ikke torde slippe inn I helvete. Those were the days. Asbjørnsen and Mo, you utter darlings. We'd even offer to let some folks own the stories for a nominal fee and with one single misspelling in their chosen tale. That way, it would always be unique and always be theirs. Didn't get off the ground, though. Mostly just pissed off a lot of Nordic folklore creatures and all of Norway. Anyway, I'm Dusklight's main and most fabulous half-dead host. My job at this fine radio station is to bring you some of the most twisted, interesting, and downright bizarre tales that I and my wonderful many-legged runners collect from the far corners of Sturgeon and beyond. Some of them will make you laugh, some will make you cry, and some...
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God, it's filthy in here.
Oh, what the hell is that? Oh, hello, Endicott. Endicott, the effervescent warlock of the world unseen, scourge of the bullies and constant thorn in the side of justice! 6-star general of the unification war between Sturgeon, Minotia, Mantis Bay, and Piranha Peaks. The monstrous know me as Strutior the Forbidden. The farmers know me as the Cultivator. The Black Worlds refer to me as Vecchio the Unpaying. The cryptid compendium calls him that drug-addled twat. And the mundane know me simply as Dave. But today, I come bearing a message from the uncultured magenta horror that is the janitor, Theodore. He wants it read out on your magical boombox. Endicott, you have a fucking Zoom. You know what radio is. Don't, Everett, don't fuck with my steez. I have Riz right now. Don't ruin that. I can and will cast testicular torsion on you. It's a level 8 spell, but I am willing to burn the spell slot. Okay, shutting up now. Yes, very good. Theodore would like to let you know that the live stream is next Sunday at 7 p.m. EST. His tired ass, after multiple international trips, sent him into a purple crayon haze from whence he has not returned, fighting the azure beasts, the mundane whites, and... it just goes on like this. And he will be back with the Prism of the Elders by the end of the week when normal Dusklight interactions resume. These are difficult and take time. He hopes you understand and will enjoy the latest offerings regardless. Huh. Doesn't this take him just as much creative energy? Shut up. Now, with that out of the way, I return you to a ghoulish host. I'm going to inhale enough computer dust to kill a centaur and end up on TikTok fighting an overworked Wawa employee in a Wendy's parking lot. Endicott out! I really hate that man. It's time for our featured story for this evening. The tale, The Staring Game, also known as On My Birthday My Family Gathers in a Room and Watches Me for 24 Hours, curse the algorithm eternally for making us do that with our titles, is an interesting Sturgeon tale laden by our very own janitor, T.J. Lee, who tells us this comes from his earlier days chronicling Sturgeon. It encompasses the origins of his namesake, and he hopes you enjoy his rendition, and if not, Doc Somnium did it a couple years back. He also voices our main characters, and we would appreciate it if you checked out TJ's work on Amazon, Chilling, Doc Somnium, Romnex, and Spirit Voices to show your support. Oh, and here, of course, this is his home after all. Joining him is the ever-wonderful Spirit Voices, whose YouTube channel we shall link below. Major props in that English accent, Lulu. Nuggies for you. Special thanks must be given first to Mandy Mo for rendering yours truly in the beauteous image you see when you look at our page. And our music is provided with permission by Cryo Chamber, Envato Elements, the Nobody YouTube channel, and the Dark Somnium with gracious thanks. If you enjoy these intros and want to see more, please ensure you've got notifications on and leave a comment for every video you encounter. With that, the sun is set and dusk has crawled into the studio once more. Whether you're working, prepping to sleep, or evading the formless void that will one day consume us all, Blackwell is here to soothe your ears and captivate your soul. Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath. The scene has been set and the light is on. It's time to walk towards it.
On the 30th of August, at around 7:15 p.m., I turned 30. Our family, the Lees, has always been seen as eccentric by the locals. Some of us have become inventors, artisans, master of the niche crafts, and alike. We've lived full, happy, and creatively stimulating lives, seen to the outside world as to not have a care in the world or need for anything. But we have this life at a great cost. A ritual that must be undertaken every August 30th, known collectively as the waiting game. My family has had this tradition for over 250 years. Every member of the family above the age of 18 congregates at my family's estate and spends the next 48 hours prior to the event catching up, partying, and generally enjoying themselves. They are, after all living on borrowed time. When the final hours tick down to the event, they detox, ensure they've slept well, done their business, and had plenty to hydrate. Because once the clock strikes midnight, they must all stay in one room until the clock again strikes midnight. The entire time, they must keep at least one other family member in eyeshot. No single member of the family must be unaccounted for. The parlor room is structured in such a way that we can see each other no matter where situated in the room. Each area is well lit, comfortable, and accommodating, which, when you deal with roughly 30 people, is a necessity. You have to understand, growing up in this environment had me thinking this was simply a normal tradition every family undertook. I saw no strangeness in spending my birthdays away from my family members, and that it was just bad luck my birthday fell on the traditional day. That, of course, would change after I turned 11. I remember the first time I learned of the waiting game. My mother was supposed to host my birthday party, but apologized and said she wouldn't be home in time from work. To that point in my life, my mom had always worked long hours to provide for us, and it was routine. I was crestfallen, but I understood. She was an art curator and loved her job with an unbridled passion. She was my hero. The fact we shared a birthday only made our bond more special in my eyes. She was a best friend as well as my mom, and I don't know a lot of kids who could say that. I still remember the smell of lavender in her hair, the way her eyes flickered, and the way she hugged me tight before saying goodbye. I still remember her last words to me. "Never forget how special you are, Theo. The fact you're here is nothing short of a miracle, and that is worth celebrating. I love you." Then she kissed me on the forehead and promised us pizza when she got home to make up for it. I remember the babysitter waving her off as I got the house ready for my friends so we could play Nintendo and stay up late, but something in the pit of my stomach was uneasy, like I'd missed a step up on the stairs. When Mom didn't come home the following day, that feeling blossomed, sprouted wings, and flew into my heart, where it started breaking away at the fragile casing until it would shatter spectacularly. There was no funeral. The police seemed disinterested in finding her, and my family said very little about it to me, just that she'd gone away and that I'd understand when I was older. I was a day away from turning 18 when my great-uncle Thaddeus told me I had to come to the family estate for my birthday, and that it was time. I remember being pissed because I had a date with my high school crush, but that was of little interest to him, and saying no wasn't a wise idea, so I gave in. We drove in relative silence for the majority of the journey. He kept his steely gaze on the road and furrowed his brow. The man was in his 70s, but still commanded a room with his gait. I tried to block out the feelings of teenage frustration and focus on the country road. "We miss Christina too, you know," he grumbled from behind a thick white moustache. "Your mother was a wonderful woman. Beautiful soul and a vision of the world like nothing I'd seen before. But with her and your Aunt Cecilia now gone, well, it's a good thing you're turning 18. He drummed his fingers against the wheel. I said nothing and instead chose to let my feelings swirl around inside of me as we pulled up on the Lee estate. A secluded manor house in the countryside, it had sat here for nearly 3 centuries with upkeep repairs in various areas, but largely remained the same grandiose spectacle of architecture it had been when it had first been constructed. All the members of the Lee family were born here, myself included. It was a rite of passage in a way. As we headed inside, the remnants of the party from Friday night still scattered around, a very somber atmosphere greeted me in the parlor room. Spread out amongst beanbag chairs, leather couches, armchairs, and ottomans were the entire adult Lee clan members. Among them were my great-aunt Agnes, Uncle George, Aunt Liza, cousins Mick and Ralph, and sat in a large chair at the back was my grandpa, Sir Walter Quincy Carter Lee, a distinguished man with a usually jovial spirit, but now sat morose and deflated, as if carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. His eyes never left mine as I awkwardly shuffled into the room. In fact, none of theirs did. 30 pairs of eyes fixated on me as I sat opposite Walter and gave him a half-hearted smile. Theodore, I'm sure you're wondering why you're here. And since you're a man now, I will not sugarcoat it. Walter's voice broke the silence and, much like his facial expression, it was dripping in weariness. The Lee family has been blessed with fortune, fame, and success in all things. We have had this for a very, very long time. But it comes at a cost. We have a contract of sorts that must be fulfilled on August 30th, every year, without fail. He slid it across an old, dried-up piece of parchment with a slew of signatures and requirements. I scanned it and felt all the moisture leave my mouth. On this day in 1756, I, Theodore James Wellington Lee, Patriarch of the Lee family, do hereby commit our earthly bodies and eternal souls to undertake this practice until we are either no more or our obligation is deemed fulfilled. Starting in the waning days of August, we shall congregate on these grounds and be merry, cavort, and enjoy our lives as is wont to do. But as the clock strikes midnight and hails the 30th day of the month, we shall undertake the waiting ritual and obey these basic tenements as set out and agreed upon by both parties. Number 1. All members of the Lee family over the age of 18 must be present. Number 2. All members of the Lee family must keep at least one other member in sight at all times. Number 3. If there is a designated focus of the Lee family, they are to be stared at constantly. Number 4. Should any members of the Lee family hear voices that distract them, they are to ignore them. Number 5. Lights must be available at all times, including backup matches, should there be an issue. Number 6. Line of sight must not be broken until the clock once again chimes 12 times to usher in August 31st. I do sign my name in blood to signify the commitment to this pact, and the promise that the current and future generations of the Lee family shall continue this practice, lest we invoke the consequences of non-completion. Signed, Theodore James Wellington Lee. Witness, Elnora Micah Lee, spouse. In place of the alternate signature was a bizarre series of characters that I'd never seen before. I'd half expected the devil himself to have put his name down, but this just made me feel uncomfortable. What the hell is this? An elaborate birthday prank? I tried to force a laugh, but my body wouldn't cooperate. Grandpa Walter shook his head. No, lad. It's a commitment to the agreement. Your mother was our original focus person, and now that you're of age, it's you. All you must do is sit in the chair and wait it out for 24 hours. We will be here with you. When the time is up, you can go. Your successes will come to you naturally, and life will be plentiful. He gestured to the room around him. All of us have had great lives, and our children, your cousins, will continue this trend, provided we do our part here and now. Well, what choice did I have? I agreed, and Grandpa presented me with a different document that every member of the family had signed in blood on their 18th birthday. I did the same and was free to talk to everyone before the clock chimed midnight. Once it had, we all took our seats, and the ritual began. I won't lie, it was initially still feeling like a prank that I was waiting on for the rug to be pulled out from under me. But as the first hour passed and the conversation grew sparse, I realized how seriously everyone was taking this. Imagine being sat in a chair at the back of a grand parlor, books strewn across you from side to side, the well-lit room full of your family members, some you get on well with, and others you avoid like the plague. And every single one of them is staring at you, incessantly, for 24 hours. About halfway through, still during the day, things would become less tense. Something about the daylight brought with it a comfort of visibility that could not be taken away. and conversations grew lively again. But by the time we reached 10:30 p.m., however, tensions were high. Darkness had enveloped the room, and one of my aunts explained that this is when things can go wrong, but stopped herself from continuing any further, hands shaking. I would hear faint whispers from outside in the hall that I brushed off as the maid or a younger family member conversing, but could never totally remove from my mind. The lights would flicker, and everyone seemed to be on edge. But we made it to midnight, and on that final chime, the group erupted into cheers and congratulations to one another, myself included. It felt like we'd just come up for air for the first time in decades. Life tasted fresh, and all we wanted to do was experience it. A small and short party was had as thanks, but we were all admittedly so tired that it didn't get too far. I would bow out before 3 a.m. and sleep through the rest of the 31st, going about my life as normal as possible from that day on. Grandpa was right. My life found great success with each passing year. I would be accepted to the art school I had as my top pick. I became a recognized artist, and people all over the world knew of my work. A family of my own may have eluded me, but I was a happy 29-year-old for all things considered, even if my partner resented my birthday ritual. I hadn't explained it to her yet, and didn't have plans to do so for as long as possible. Outsiders never fully understood, and it wasn't permitted to have anyone not married involved. I liked Harriet a lot, but I was not ready to go down that route anytime soon. She gave me a defeated goodbye as I left. This was the second birthday of mine she'd gotten to be a part of, and it was clearly bothering her that she couldn't indulge me in the way she wanted. I told her we'd have all the time afterwards, but this did little to assuage her frustrations.
You always keep secrets, Theo. I don't like it.
She huffed, understandably frustrated at not being let in.
How can we progress with our relationship if you keep me at arm's length? You've not even told me about your mother, and it's been nearly 2 years.
I wish I knew myself, but that's just how it is, I shrugged. This was something that hurt, but I had many years to process. And if we ever get married, you'll learn all about what goes on, okay? The simple prospect of even mentioning marriage put a smile on her face, and she seemed to forget all about her frustrations. She kissed me and sent me off without a second thought. The Lee estate, by this point, was largely a mix of old and new members. Cousins Mitchell, Eric, Sadie, Pippa, and Kiefer had all long since turned 18 and were now successful 20-somethings. My aunts and uncles from years prior still able to come along. Surprisingly, my grandpa was still the active patriarch. Even at 87 years old, he had plenty of vigor and was relieved to see me pull up, ready to undertake the festivities and party. Now that I'd been doing this for 12 years, it had become a macabre routine that we loved and hated in equal measure. We ate, drank, talked about life and love. We existed, and made sure to cherish those moments. Then, as the clock struck midnight, we took our places and that familiar chill washed over all of us. I don't know what was different. Thinking about it now, something had to have been off, but when you're in a routine for so long, even an odd one like ours can begin to feel mundane. We locked all the doors, entered the parlor, took our seats, and so it began. The first 30 minutes was of no real issue, some idle chatter here and there, but largely everyone was steeling themselves for the long day ahead. Cousin Mick was using a stress ball, while Cousin Ralph had a single earphone in with an audiobook on his phone. Smart decision. At 12:35 a.m., there was a smash against the window. It sounded as if a bird had flown headfirst into the glass, intent on crushing itself. We jumped, but years of experience didn't have us all staring at the window. Instead, Pippa went over within our line of sight and opened the curtains. A cracked window, but no bird. In the distance, we could see something moving, but it wasn't possible to figure out without closer inspection, and, well, that wasn't possible. The family estate is a private land that borders on a large wooded area. We don't govern that part of the land and instead have large fences around the property that shows where our ownership begins. So why would anyone be willingly out there? Shit's weird, right? I chuckled, looking at my grandpa and expecting a nervous laugh back. Instead, he shook in his chair and kept his gaze on me, sweat pouring down his nose and his skin growing sallow. "It's just like last time with Christina," he breathed. "We tried to cheat the system and we're still paying for it. Cheat the system? What the hell was he talking about? I scanned the room and the older members of the family looked increasingly agitated and anxious. My Aunt Gertrude bordering on hysterical as she whispered something to my Uncle Bill, pointing a shaking finger at me. He would calm her, and we'd spend the next 2 hours in almost total silence. But when the lights began to flicker, and anxiety rose again, I felt myself needing to ask, "What's going on, Grandpa?" I breathed, the tension spreading through the group like a disease. He shifted uncomfortably, and my concern only grew. "If you don't tell me right now, I'll walk out of this building, and that will be the end of the tradition." He immediately leapt out of his seat, eyes wide and wild. "No, absolutely not. We do not need any more suffering and death in this family." The room grew cold, and my blood along with it. Death? Mom died? The sheer pain of those words leaving my body like the very air was being pulled from my lungs by force. He sank back into his chair, defeated. "This deal we made, it granted us everything we could want. But there is no deal in this world without a price. That price was for one of us to fail the contract's requirements each year." There was a tension in the air, permeating through every member of the family as he spoke. "A contract never originally stipulated we must all gather together. In fact, it actively persuaded us to elect someone to miss the proceedings, to perhaps never inform them of the deal. The trick set out was to do it on a day that would keep at least one of us apart. We would have obstacles from life or employment that would ensure at least one of us would be unable to make it each year, thus fulfilling their end of the bargain. I don't remember who came up with the idea, but your grandmother. My wife was in heavy labor when your mother was due, and the family wanted to be there. It just seemed like we'd been thrown a line. No more death. So we decided to make it a mandatory rite of passage for the family. By some stroke of luck, your mother was born just after the stroke of midnight on the 30th, and you in the early evening on the 30th some 25 years later. For over half a century, we were able to maintain peace and tranquility." His lip quivered, and the lights flickered again. "But all debts must be repaid, especially with them." In a brief moment, for a fraction of a second, I saw something stand in the middle of our parlor. It towered over all of us, hunched over with its bulbous head against the ceiling, red eyes fixated on me. If there was a mouth, I couldn't see it. It held up a twisted digit to its face as if to shush me before the lights flickered back on. If Grandpa or anyone else saw it, they didn't acknowledge it. I tried my best to hold my nerve and ask a question to keep my focus. "What are they?" I managed to muster, hoping there'd be some kind of explanation for what I saw. Maybe an old legend I could connect them with to make sense of all this. But Grandpa just looked at me, a single tear running down his face as the proud patriarch of our family showed true fear for the first time in my life. "I don't know. Nobody does. They appeared to our ancestor, your namesake, so long ago. He said at the time that they were a specter from beneath the earth. His wife insisted they came from the stars. His son was adamant they were an old Celtic legend forgotten to time. But nobody has ever truly known. But we do know one thing, Theo." The entire family came together, held hands, and softly hummed as they stared at me, trying to fight the fear. "When we break eye contact, when we don't fulfill our part of the bargain, bad things happen." I heard more whispering outside, the sound of walls being knocked upon, and something unseen and gargantuan thundering around the home. It was trying to get our attention. Is that what happened to Mum? Did someone in this room fail to fulfill their part of the bargain? I felt a hot rage and grief push their way up, compounded by that feeling of being upset on my birthday of all days. I looked around and my eyes settled on Aunt Gertrude, the most nervous of the bunch. She was my last auntie and Christina's elder sister. What did you do, Auntie? She pursed her lips and I could see the veins in her temple throbbing, trying desperately to hold her composure. But the noises were unrelenting and nobody in the room was attempting to calm her, as if they knew this needed to happen.
I always resented your mother, Theodore. She was pretty, confident, young, and full of energy. Always got the recognition from Father, the love she wanted, and the life she sought. I was never satisfied with what I had, and I thought, if she was gone, maybe that good fortune would shine on me. So I took some sleeping pills and passed out.
The staring felt malicious, angry, full of spite, and a hint of regret.
I don't have any ill will towards you, Theodore, but if it meant I could live the life I have now, I'd do it again.
Bitch. Pippa and Sadie piped up from the sides. Both of them loved their Aunt Christina. All of you knew, huh? Never told him. Were you even planning to? Kiefer spat on the floor in disgust. This family should fucking burn. I felt my head swell, a cocktail of emotions coupled with the unseen attempts to distract us. Grandpa took my shoulders in both hands and looked at me, the saddest smile I'd ever seen on a person's face. I let the smartest and most talented of my girls go because of tradition. Rest assured, I won't do that to you. We've seen enough death and enough loss in this family. Before your mother's birth, we would see 24 of our family taken in as many years. She stabilized us. You continued that. But keeping this from you was the wrong decision, especially at your age. He let go, backing up to the parlor door. So, if you want to leave, to confront whatever takes us, to get your revenge on us, we won't stop you. The family murmured, but didn't protest. Gertrude sobbed silently. How do I know it won't take me? My legs shook as I stood up. It was barely 3 a.m. by this point. We had so long to go. You don't. But that is part of you making the choice instead of us. Perhaps if you are the one to leave, it'll punish us instead. I stood there for a few minutes, deciding over my choices. How to respond to a family steeped in secrecy that would willingly send my mother and I to slaughter in order to keep proliferating. And it turned out I wouldn't need to wait very long for a decision. The front door hadn't been properly locked, and Harriet came in, blasting music and armed with a mobile strobe lighting machine. I told her that while we had a ritual, I'd focused instead on the partying aspect. She followed me here. The second she entered the house, pumping music and the lights shining through the room, they hit several of the family members in the face, breaking eye contact. And just like that, the pact was broken. I don't know if I can fully articulate what happened, but I felt a deep rumble beneath my feet. The air grew thick and it felt as if time had slowed down. Something was stirring, and as I looked around at the family, I could see on their faces they knew it was coming for them. I looked at Grandpa, still smiling and nodding as the lights went out. I made a direct beeline out of the room with Harriet in my hand, slamming the parlor door behind me and pushing my body weight up against it.
What the fuck is going on, Theo?
She screamed, confused and distressed. You just killed us all because you couldn't wait. You. I tried to find the words, to find the rage, but I was beyond it. I just held her close, and we kept our heads down, hoping to make it through whatever hell was behind just a few inches of wood. I saw nothing, but I heard everything. A cacophony of shrill voices screaming, laughing, singing, and groaning in one torrent of suffering. Things were thrown around the room, possibly furniture, possibly a body. I sat against that fucking door until daybreak this morning, when Cousin Pippa gently knocked against the door and told us to come in,
that it didn't matter this year anymore. Opening the door, I saw carnage. The room was singed black from wall to wall. Most of the family were laying face down or cowering in the corner, completely unresponsive. As I scanned the room, wordless, full of anxiety and trepidation, I already knew who would be missing. Grandpa. No trace of him existed, as if he'd simply been wiped from existence. But to my surprise, Gertrude had been taken too. A smear of blood next to her husband that ran across the length of the wall and ended in the corner. Her husband simply rocked back and forth, holding her green shawl. My attention was then drawn to the center of the room, to something I took with me to the car. Something I have in front of me now that the full 24 hours have passed, and I have 364 days to decide on what to do next. The family went home, all of us fully understanding what had transpired. Harriet tried in vain to apologize to them, but each one of them treated her as if she was a ghost. After all, she wasn't part of the family. She wasn't part of the ritual, a part of the game. For all that I'd learned, I still didn't know what they were or where Mom and Grandpa had gone. I dropped Harriet home and made her swear to never talk about it. She was devastated but understood. When she asked me what I intended to do, I simply shook my head. The contract had been amended, you see. Not that there's anything anyone here could do about it aside from listening. To know these things happen. The waiting ritual had been extended to 48 hours. All must attend. Graver consequences for those who don't. A simple note written in obsidian ink had been pinned to the top. Gertrude's signature crossed out, and Harriet's name written in her place. A trade. A new debt. 2 more next year.
I now feel the need to call my family and ask if we have any traditions to save our skins. I just get a feeling we Blackwells have a lot of odd jobs, you know? If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out some of our other transmissions. We're adding them regularly, and we'd love to have you as part of the Dusklight family by subscribing, hitting the bell of staring, and leave a comment with stories you'd love for my many-legged runners to find. It's time to prostrate ourselves in front of the Patreon subscribers and thank all of you for helping us hit that 5,000 subscriber milestone. What a journey it has been to get here. We can't wait to see you for the 10K one. Our Sturgeon faithfuls, Haley Clark, Foe, PRDDL12, Sabrina Alexander, Jason Webb and Larry W., Purple Crayon Eaters Mary Peck, Feeny Von Karma, and Max currently eating their weight in purple crayon goodness as they prepare their bodies for the inevitable color war. Our janitors, Alex Nunez, Amy Sean, Ethan Nelson, and Arkham Cookie, currently undergoing the Periwinkle incident as proposed by Feeny and Paint Gunkerson understudy Ethan Nelson. Our Nightmare detective Adrian Rodriguez, who just joined the force and will begin the case of the Rat King and his many, many teeth. Our Void Walker Evan Diaz, currently unlocking something he calls the Prism Fractal. And our very own member from the Blackwell family, Papa Kyle Blackwell, who we hope is feeling much, much better after contracting the painted horror from his fight with Paint Gunkerson. But maybe don't go for the rematch, huh? I think Paint's learned enough at this point. We love you and fear you, Papa. We thank you humbly for your patronage and look to see you bright and early for Dusklight orientation. Purple crayons and existential dread will be provided. If you want to be a Patreon subscriber too, we have a link in the description below, and you'll get early access to all videos, exclusive Sturgeon-focused D&D, Monster of the Week content, and more. We will have a Discord in the coming weeks. That's right, a place for Dusklight listeners and Sturgeon fans to congregate, read the stories, listen to transmissions, share memes, hang out, and join in on the live streams, both public and Patreon only. We'll have more details on Sunday's live stream. And One last time, listeners. Close your eyes and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on them, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite. Drink some water, watch a video about sloths, eat something with umami in it, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow with the window open and the stars twinkling down on you. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter, you are loved, and every day is another chance. I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station. Most heartfelt greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlethems. I eagerly welcome you to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusklights Radio, hosted by yours truly, the truncatingly tempestuous, curiously corporeal, and indisputably iconoclastic Everett J. Blackwell. Perhaps you know of us Blackwells. We were the originators of lo-fi sounds, mainly thanks to Uncle DJ Blackwell. Yes, that was his real name, bringing the sounds of the wider undergrowth from Sturgeon's national parks to the listener at home with some nice little beats to relax and study to. Of course, he didn't filter it very well, and so the whispering nymphs, the bellowing trees, and the siren calls of the man-eating birds were not properly filtered out. That was a messy Spotify rap. Anyway, I'm Dusklight's main and most fabulous half-dead host. My job at this fine radio station is to bring you some of the most twisted, interesting, and downright bizarre tales that I and my wonderful many-legged runners collect from the far corners of Sturgeon and beyond. Some of them will make you laugh, some will make you cry, and some will have you trying to catalog the Sturgeon bestiary. Listeners, you are not interested in finding the weird, wild, and wonderful creatures in and around Sturgeon. You hear me? They are not real. None of it. All battery-powered creatures by the government, I assure you. Except for one. Well, there's always one mark on the bestiary catalog all avid cryptid hunters wish to fill in. But at what cost, listener? At what cost? Maybe just paint some Warhammer figures instead, It's time for our featured story for this evening. The tale, The Curse of Great Auntie Madsen, is an intriguing Sturgeon-laden and TJ-laden entry by our very own Janitor Supreme, TJ Lee, who tells us this comes from his earlier days chronicling Sturgeon, and it encompasses the origins of one of the most unusual entities within Sturgeon's borders, and hopes you enjoy his rendition. And if not, well, Romnex did it a couple years back. He also voices our main character, and we would appreciate it if you checked out TJ's work on Amazon, Chilling, Dark Somnium, Romnex, and Spirit Voices to show your support. Oh, and here, of course, this is his home. Joining him is the ever-wonderful Spirit Voices, whose YouTube channel we shall link below. Special thanks must be given first to Mandy Mo for rendering yours truly in the beauteous image you see when you look at our page. And lastly, our music is provided by Cryo Chamber, Invato Elements, the Nobody YouTube channel, and the Dark Somnium with permission and gracious thanks. If you enjoy these intros and want to see more, please ensure you've got notifications on and leave a comment for every video you encounter. With that, the sun has set and dusk has crawled into the studio once more. Whether you're working, prepping to sleep, or evading the formless void that will one day consume us all, Blackwell is here to soothe your ears and captivate your soul. Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath. The scene has been set and the light is on. It's time to walk towards it.
For as long as I'd known, there had always been a great Auntie Madsen. And for as long as I'd known, she was someone you always needed to fear. My family had always been good at keeping secrets. Some of them were small and mundane, the kind that any family does to spare their loved ones' feelings when it comes to a completed art project, a kind gesture, or a false compliment. Some families have those bigger secrets, the taboo ones nobody talks about. A family member who committed a horrible crime, a tragedy, or something horrible that binds the family together in a way outsiders can never understand. For us, that was Great Auntie Madsen. Supposedly, my great-uncle Zephaniah had been in love with a local girl. His family forbade it under the guise that her family was of suspicion and stooped in heinous activity. But Zephaniah would not be deterred. Their love grew, and she eventually fell pregnant. She became very cautious, knowing how the family would react, and stipulated he must only see her in a certain location at certain times. A place in the woods nearby Zephaniah's. A spot where they could build a life together, perhaps. But someone in the family discovered the secret and forced Zephaniah under duress to lead them to where the lovers met. When he only leads them partway in, revealing he had a baby with the woman, he was shot by his father, my great-great-grandfather Obadiah, in a fit of rage. Upon hearing the gunshot, the woman let out a blood-curdling scream through the woods, declaring a curse on the whole Monroe family. Then, in front of Obadiah and his cohorts, she set herself on fire, baby still in arms. From that day forward, upon the encroaching end of every Monroe family man, a woman hidden behind a black veil would appear and weep around the home. If they didn't resist, they would die of natural causes regardless of their age. Naturally, there have been many members of the family who disobeyed that and tried to look at her. Some even succeeded, so I'm told. But they all met a terrible end. Great-Uncle Ford called her the veiled skank who cost his brother his life and spat on her when she first came to the property and began weeping by his bedside. He was found several days later mauled by a bear, his genitals torn to shreds and his face practically peeled off from the top down as if he'd been scalped. After Ford's funeral, Great-Grandma Agnes tried dousing her with a bucket of holy water, calling her Satan's little bitch, and telling her that Jesus ruled her home. Evidently, he didn't. She later took herself to the top of the property, stood out on the roof, and hurled herself from the roof and onto the roof of the well below, her spine snapping in two and folding her inwards as her body plummeted into the well below. Obadiah said he could hear the weeping from the well constantly taunting him, but he learned from his errors and never sought to disrupt Madsen when she came to visit. He abided by her, gave her a room, and told her the rest of the Monroe family would never bother her. When she came to his home in his advanced age, weeping and pointing a finger at him, he didn't resist. He just asked for forgiveness. And so it went. Some people resisted, others accepted. Our family grew, and the secret was kept until it reached my generation. It was that summer of 1997 that I first met Great Auntie Madsen.
Travis, sometimes she will come to visit us. It's important you know that she's a little different.
My father would try to explain to a rambunctious 6-year-old me who was still not great at understanding the whole different thing, but there was a palpable fear in his eyes, that kind of instinctive terror that made you pay attention, the unmistakable sense that if your parents, the strongest people you knew, were scared, well, maybe you should be too.
She'll never speak to you and she'll never bother you, but, and this is important, son, you must never try to look at her or talk to her. Understand?
He had his hands on my shoulders, looking directly at me and making me nervous as I hastily nodded.
Don't ever look at her face and don't make any contact with her. Just be polite and don't bother her. It'll all be over quickly.
She didn't turn up with a ton of luggage and a merry song in her heart, a scowl on her face with thunder clapping behind her, or any of the kind of grandiose introductions that TV and films had taught me to believe happened when a weird family member came to stay one day. No. Instead, she turned up at 2:30 in the morning when I'd gotten up in the night to pee. I remember on the long walk back hearing it, the soft, unmistakable sound of a person sobbing. It was something you're hardwired to detect and immediately run towards, so naturally, even in my half-asleep state, I did just that. I picked up my pace from the bathroom and headed down the hallway to inspect the sound. It seemed to be echoing from our study, but as I readied down the corner to turn for our stairs, I felt a strong grip on my forearm pull me back. I was about to scream when I saw it was my dad, wide-eyed and filled with fear as he put a finger to his lips, shaking his head firmly. It took me a few moments to catch my breath, but I nodded. He pointed sharply to my bedroom, and I walked back, the weeping growing louder as I shut the door and pulled the covers over my head. Maybe it was the adrenaline wearing off, or that kind of level of fear where your body wears out quickly, but I passed out not too long after. It was the next morning when my parents sat me down and told me my cousin Grant, who lived a few blocks down the road, had been killed. They said it was a failed home invasion, but such is the way later in life. I'd come to find out the truth was far more gruesome. That night, a friend of Grant's had found his way into the property, armed with a bunch of tools and evil intentions. He'd stopped taking his medications and believed that he was possessed by the spirit of a Wendigo, destined to eat human flesh. He drugged, subdued, and tortured the entire family, but only Grant would be subjected to his cravings for flesh. When the police found the man hunched over my cousin's body, a piece of Grant's muscle was still dangling from his teeth as he screamed at them, lunging forward and into the path of a spray of bullets. At his funeral, Great Auntie Madsen stood in the back of the procession, weeping as his coffin was lowered into the ground. We don't know what he did to upset her, but we can assume he interfered somehow. But being a child, I just thought she was a weird relative and did as I was told when it came to keeping the secret, knowing full well that I'd get punished if I revealed the strange occasional visitor to my home. So it went for over a decade. She would visit one of our homes, we would accommodate, and when we knew who was due to go, we paid our respects. Most of the time, it went without major incident. Our family had grown in common sense as the years passed, and nobody wanted to die a horrific death. That all changed when I was 19, and she came from my mother. It was a Saturday night, and we'd been watching B-movie sci-fi films, laughing at the bad CGI and the low-quality acting. Mom's laughter was infectious, filling the room way more than should be possible for such a small woman. She'd always kept herself in great shape, focused on her health, and raised me even while holding down a full-time job as a psychologist. Dad worked long hours, and she never missed a beat. She was a role model of mine. Seeing a pillar of strength begin to crumble when Great Auntie Madsen walked into the living room, 6 foot tall, face hidden behind a thick black veil, and her frame hunched over as she wept, pointing at my mom. It hurt more than words could justify. Her laughter faded. Her already small body looked smaller. Her eyes sank and she nodded, never breaking eye contact. I remember those next few moments as if they happened in slow motion. My father screaming to stop, my mother's look of pure terror as I flung myself forward and stood between her and this specter trying to take her away from me. You cannot have her or my dad. You need to find another family member. I don't care who. I stood defiantly, staring up to this towering figure, the black veil hiding an expression that I was sure was curled into malice. The smell of rot hitting my nostrils, but I refused to back down. Mom turned me around and pulled me in for a hug so tight I thought she would break my back, her weeping into my shoulder matching that of Great Auntie Madsen.
Oh, my sweet boy. I love you so much. But that is a choice I cannot let you make.
she said between sobs, her hands digging into my back, desperate not to let go.
We all have our time, and you know what happens if we interfere with it. Or with her. Let this happen.
I was about to protest when she pulled away, tears streaming down her face, and stared beyond me, towards something I was never meant to see. For some reason, maybe in response to my defiance or to send a message, Great Auntie Madsen had lifted her veil. Mom's face twisted, and I saw something in her I am unable to take from my mind even now, a decade later. Mind-destroying fear. Her eyes widened, pupils dilated, veins grew large on her temples, and her jaw slacked open to let out a scream that threatened to burst my eardrums as she pushed me out of harm's way. Dad shielded my eyes, and we looked away as the screaming continued. Great Auntie Madsen's sobbing turned into full-blown wails as it accompanied my mom's suffering. It was a chorus of pain that I don't ever want to hear as long as I live. After a few minutes, I could smell a burning in the air, and despite my dad's insistence, I pulled away to look at where it was coming from. Standing there, hand in hand with Madsen, veil now in its rightful place, was my mother's steadily burning body. The flesh melting from her face and chunks of it falling to the ground in a slop, her screaming still continuing as she reached out a charred hand.
Don't ever resist,
she screeched before the smoke filled the room, forcing us to leave the house in a stupor and call the fire department. A neighbor had to hold me back as I fought to get back into our home, screaming, "That's my mom! She's in there!" until my legs gave out, and I sobbed. I remember looking over at Dad just the once, his stoic stare never once breaking with the living room window. He knew she was in there, and he knew she would come back again one day for him. For us all. Years would pass, and eventually I would see more cousins taken by Great Auntie Madsen's deft hand and guttural sobs. I moved out, keeping myself near my father, married and had children of my own, desperate to start a life separate from the Monroe curse. I told my wife of it when we got engaged, warning her of what awaited her. But I don't think she ever took me seriously. I don't blame her. Nobody would if it wasn't in front of them. But that brings us to the present day, to why I'm sitting in my study, hands shaking and my mind on the brink of sanity. A few weeks ago, I heard the familiar wailing outside of my home, and at first I chalked it up to that of someone drunk, homeless, or mentally ill. But when it persisted and woke up my children on more than one occasion, I began to worry it was her. I hadn't moved that far from my dad's place, so my instinct was that she'd come for him. I video called him and asked if he'd seen her, but he seemed detached when I tried to press him for a reply.
Travis, you need to keep a close eye on your family, not worrying about me,
he said, bluntly, emotionally very removed from the conversation. I was confused and, to be truthful, a little upset. What do you know that I don't, Dad? If they're at a risk, I need you to tell me, I pressed.
Everyone in our family is at risk, he snapped, startling me. That's what being a Monroe means. We are all at risk, and we always will be.
He sighed, calming himself down.
Look, I'm sorry. I've just been worried about this happening. Your grandfather always told me we were fine if she came into the home when we accommodated.
Honey, I'm just stepping outside for a sec, okay?
My wife called from the hallway. I shouted back to let her know I heard before turning back to the call. Well, she's been wandering the roads outside my home for the last few days, so that's why I was worried. It was only the third time in my life I'd seen my father look so pale.
What do you mean she's roaming outside? She doesn't do that. She just invites herself in, he said, stumbling over his words. Are you sure it's her? It could just be a stranger, someone who's not well.
I know it's her, Dad. We've spent enough time around her to know the difference. She just turns up and wails for a bit before going off. I thought she was after you.
I paused, realizing how nonchalantly I was discussing what is in actuality a horrifying familial tradition. Why would she do this? Both of us stared for a moment before a horrifying realization hit us both at the same time. I sprung from my desk as Dad ran outside and raced to our street. There was no time. I got to my front door just in time to see my wife, who had never fully absorbed the stories and believed them, walking determinedly towards Great Auntie Madsen and defiantly telling her to leave the property.
You're scaring our kids, and I can't get a wink of sleep,
she shouted authoritatively. My wife always had a temper. She was a former Marine and was fiercely protective of me and the kids.
You need to leave, or I will call the police. You got that?
Madsen stretched out an arm, and I watched in horror as my wife pulled her over her shoulder and judo slammed her to the ground, the veil slipping as I screamed. My dad did the same as he turned the corner. My wife, my poor, wonderful, clueless wife, just stared as this creature snapped its body straight, rose up to its feet, and lifted the veil fully as I turned and shielded my eyes, grateful the kids were asleep and too young to get out of their rooms. What happened next is not something I'm mentally equipped to put down here or anywhere. But she's gone now. My amazing wife of 3 years and mother to my 2 children is gone. Police just put homicide on the report and said they'd be in touch. But I know they never will be. The boys keep asking where Mommy is, and I croakily answer, gone to stay with Great Auntie Madsen every time. And every time I do, I feel my soul die a little bit more inside. I sent the boys to stay with their grandpa this morning, giving them a manila envelope for them to open when they're both much older. In it are photos of us as a family, an apology letter to each of them, and their inheritance, both monetary and familial. Great Auntie Madsen had stood at the foot of my bed last night, her shoulders hunched up and her body as tall as ever, leaning over me, weeping just a few feet from my own face. I knew what it meant, and I was in no position to argue this time. I've come to a realization that whatever Great Auntie Madsen is, whatever my family's past, present, or future may define her to be, she is clever. She does not take disrespect lightly, and she knows how to hit you where it hurts. As I finish this up, I can hear her sobbing, increasing in its pain, nails gently scratching the door of my study. But I will not open them just yet. I need time to process. I don't even know how long I have once I greet her again. But I can guess. You see, she lifted her veil once I woke up, and I truly understood the depths of her cruelty, the need for her to send a message to the rest of my family, and why you must never disobey when she enters our home. Because the face looking back was my wife's, eyeless and muscles protruding beneath cracked skin, the mouth stuck in a perpetual, dislocated scream.
This is why I'm terrified of my relatives. From warmongering great Lord Chadwick Blackwell and his elephant gun with the itchy trigger finger, to cousin Mercy Blackwell and her penchant for testing poisons on us. You've always got to keep an ear to the ground and an eye on every exit. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out some of our other transmissions. We're adding them regularly, and we'd love to have you as part of the Dusklights family by subscribing, hitting the bell of the Banshee, and leave a comment with stories you'd love for my many-legged runners to find. It's time to prostrate ourselves in front of our Patreons. Our Sturgeon faithfuls, Haley Clark, Foe, PRDDL12, Sabrina Alexander, Jason Webb, and Marie W., Purple Crayon Eaters, Mary Peck, Feeny Von Karma, and Max, now full of the indigo wrath and prepared for all our war.
Our janitors, Alex Nunez, Amy Sean, Ethan Nelson, and Arden Cookie, currently entering the maintenance tunnels to clear out the Sturgeon Dusklight, the armchair critic. Our nightmare detective, Adrian Rodriguez, who just joined the force and will begin the case of the Rat King and his many, many teeth. Our void walker, Evan Diaz, currently investigating the case of the missing computer dust, and one of our very own Blackwell family members, Papa Kyle Blackwell, who, after recovering from his brawl with Payne Gunkerson, is now selling a thick blood-like beverage he assures us is not blood. You hear that? Not blood. An old Blackwell family recipe we're not privy to, but not blood. We love you and fear you, Papa. We thank you humbly all for your patronage and look to see you bright and early for Dusklight orientation, purple crayons, and existential dread will be provided. If you want to be a patron, we have a link in the description below. You'll get early access to all videos, exclusive Sturgeon-focused D&D Monster of the Week content, and more. And one last time, listeners, close your eyes and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on you, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite. Drink some water, watch a video about moles, eat something umami, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow with the window open and the stars twinkling down on you. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter, you are loved, and every day is another chance. I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station. Most heartfelt greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. I eagerly welcome you to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusklight Radio, hosted by yours truly, the fabulous and effervescent Everett J. Blackwell. Perhaps you know of us Blackwells. We trace our roots back to the original tree people of Sturgeon. We were mostly of the oak variety, but some of us were adventurous and mingled with the pine trees and even some of the ferns. We had to eventually egress and morph into our current forms. However, when the lunar trees began to cannibalize and grow, things got unpleasant. Even now, no Blackwell is welcome within the lunar forest. I do miss those fall walks. Anyway, I'm Dusklight's main and most fabulous half-dead host. My job at this fine radio station is to bring you some of the most twisted, interesting, and downright bizarre tales that I and my wonderful many-legged runners collect from the far corners of Sturgeon and beyond. Some of them will make you laugh, some will make you cry, and some will have you a little bit perplexed, like yours truly is this evening. You see, Wendy and her cohorts have gone, but that unsightly cloud is still in the sky. I'm not entirely sure what to do with it. Maybe a trip is in order. One that I can bring all of you along for, documenting my discoveries. I know many of you outside of Sturgeon are curious, but those inside are feeling the effects of the cloud already, including the individual in our next story, brought to our attention by resident janitor T.J. Lee when not in one of his purple hazes. Entitled The Deer on the Nature Reserve, it seems even the local parks are exhibiting unusual behaviors. Special thanks must be given first to Mandy Mo for rendering yours truly in the beauteous image you see when you look at our page, and we thank the wonderful sites Pixel Bay and Midjourney for their endless compendium of photographs to utilize. And listener, if you could do Blackwell just the smallest favor and make sure that you comment when you see this video, we are testing the algorithm here and we feel that not everybody is getting notified of our return to the airwaves. Please make sure you're subscribed and you've got that bell notified. I thank you kindly. Our cast today features our eldritch horror wielding a purple crayon of decimation, T.J. Lee, all hail his janitorial wisdom. And of course, lest we forget, some of the music you hear in our videos is provided by the Dark Somnium with gracious thanks. With that, the sun has set and dusk has crawled into the studio once more. Whether you're working, prepping to sleep, or evading the formless void that will one day consume us all, Blackwell is here to soothe your ears and captivate your soul.
Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath. The scene has been set and the light is on. It's time to walk towards it.
I've lived in this town all my life. I know all the weird traditions that come with living in a place as remote as mine. But nothing explains what happens at our deer park. I used to come out here most evenings during the pandemic, park up by the base of the hill overlooking the sanctuary, and just immerse myself in nature. I was always mindful of the distance I had to keep from the deer, particularly during mating season, and it wasn't like the deer didn't know what a car was. They're accustomed in their own reserve, sure, but the trail cut right through their vast fields, and they'd grown accustomed to seeing cars all manner of times in the day and evening. Which is what makes the situation all the more unsettling. Starting last week, a sign was put up on the entrance gate to the park, impossible to miss as the car slowed and the tires rolled over the metal grates. With it being the late hours and very few cars on the road, I decided to stop and read it in full. A polite notice to our valued visitors entering the Oboro Nature Reserve. Our deer are exhibiting unusual behaviors, and we are politely requesting you observe the following guidelines in place as to best protect yourself and the well-being of our deer. Number 1. While the park is open 24 hours a day, we are recommending visitors do not stop their cars during observable grazing periods and on midsummer nights. You are welcome to drive through and observe from a distance, but please do not slow down or stop. Number 2. Should you be slowed or stopped at any other time and the deer be curious by your vehicle, act calmly and do not speed up. Let them inspect you and judge you as a safe passerby. If they begin snorting, that is your cue to leave. Number 3. There have been reports of deer standing on their hind legs and remaining idle in the fields. These rumors are a fallacy. Please do not pay any attention to them. Number 4. There is a black stag that holds dominion over the western herd. His antlers are sharp and his stride is impressive, but do not attempt to approach him. Please pay him the respect you would normally and do not stare at any of the females in his harem. He will charge you. Bucks are not friendly. Number 5. Deer remember faces. They can recognize you from a distance and will verify your smell as you get closer, listening intently the entire time. There are many of them and only one of you. You would do well to mind that. Number 6. Lastly, no matter what salacious rumors have been propagating amongst the community, the deer are not congregating in the dead of night. Deer are social animals that sleep and graze together in a herd. This is normal. The deer are acting normally. Drive safely, keep your doors locked, and have a lovely drive in the Oboro Nature Reserve. Strange, right? The notice wasn't your usual steel sign with carefully embossed wording. Rather, it had been hastily marked up and nailed to the wall adjacent to the welcome sign, as if in a hurry. I'd not heard any sorts of rumors about town, and nobody had complained about the deer park. We're a population of maybe 2,000, so it's not hard for word to get about. Still, I had my routine and I intended to stick to it. Some of the info was valuable for newcomers. There was indeed a large black buck who paraded the western herd. His name was Jojo, and I fully believed he would gore anyone who outstayed their welcome or got too close. A beautiful specimen of muscle and authority. He ensured his harem was never straying too far, and seemed to be borderline obsessive about making sure they never went across to the eastern side, where the large swaths of trees sat. In fact, I'd observed him on a couple of occasions actively nudging or ramming younger males away from the split in the road and back to safety. On the rare occasion that a member of the herd crossed the line, he would refuse to acknowledge them and actively keep them away from entering, as if they were banished. As I drove through the archway, I realized I'd not seen many deer in the eastern section of the park. Looking out my window and staring at the makeshift forest to my right, and a burning question coming to the forefront of my mind that didn't leave as I reached the hill overlooking both sides of the hill. Where are the rest of the deer? It was unnerving to sit there and try to enact my ritual of riding under the clear night when there was a strict absence of the herd where they should be. I tried to focus, but something was pulling my eyes back to looking at that spot, time and time again. Eventually, I decided that I needed to get some fresh air and take a better look, satiate my curiosity, and then, with my mind at ease, I can get back to finishing my blog. The air is humid when I step outside. No breeze and the stars are out on full display. Thank goodness for no light pollution in the countryside. I leave the engine running and walk to the barrier my car is parked in front of, leaning over and taking a pair of binoculars I bring for slower days when I want to see the deer in better detail. As I direct my vision to the eastern herd, I see something darting in the tree line. It's quick, hairy, and seemed to move the second my binoculars motioned towards it. Even a deer shouldn't be that spooked, especially from this distance. My joints seize up and I damn near drop the binoculars when I hear a familiar snorting from behind me. I turn and see Jojo standing 15 feet from me, just by the rear of my car, and his eyes gleaming in my rear lights. His head is low and his antlers are thick, sharp, and aimed at me. In that moment, I don't know if he's gonna charge and whether I should be fighting for my damn life. Instead, I do as I was instructed and stay still, not making sudden movements as he snorts again, closing the gap between us slowly. As he gets within 5 feet of me, he rears his head up, and I see the most baffling expression on his face for a fleeting moment. Fear. Something ripples through the eastern forest and birds began flying away in droves. Some of the deer herd in the western area are circling something, and Jojo immediately bounds down and out of sight to control the chaos. I waste no time getting in my car and driving down after them, keeping the doors locked, the window open a crack, and my speed at a decent crawl. As I come along the embankment that connects to the road, I see Jojo running full sprint towards another deer. He knocks the rival over and contorts the body as it skids across the grass and falls into the trail just ahead of my car. I know I'm not supposed to, but I stop the car and wait. In a choice between breaking the rules and breaking my car, I'll choose the former any day. The western herd deer under Jojo's command are gathering behind him, making horrific shrieks of terror. Jojo strides up and bows his head again in front of the still contorted deer, antlers on full display and dripping with black blood. It was a clear threat. Do not come back here if you value your life. I started wondering how I'd safely get this deer out of the way, or if I could mount the grass on the other side and go around it, when I saw something horrific unfold in front of me. The body twisted itself around and the limbs snapped to reset themselves. The head still cracked at an ugly angle, bones sticking out of the sides as it got on its shaking legs. When it screamed, it sounded as if its lungs were filled with blood. A horrible, muted cry of anguish that backed up every other deer but Jojo. I don't know what was keeping this fucking thing standing, but it let its head flop lazily around as it carefully backed away into the eastern side of the reserve, before bounding into the tree line as if nothing were wrong. My rational mind chalked it up to adrenaline and the instinct to survive, but it was impossible to shake the feeling that something was wrong. I carried on driving as soon as the deer was out of sight, not looking at Jojo or the others as I carried on down the trail. For the remaining few minutes, I felt unseen eyes staring intently at me until I crossed the threshold and back into civilization. I've never been more grateful to see other humans, or in my bed. Something about the whole incident just took it out of me. As I slept that night, I dreamed I was a deer alongside Jojo, frolicking in the herd and grazing peacefully. But as I cast my eyes upwards to the sky, a bitter chill on the wind, I saw the moon bathed in an almost purple plume, a strange light cast onto the land and noises rustling from the woods opposite. I don't know how I knew this, but something in me instinctively knew we weren't supposed to go there. I saw shapes begin to emerge from the trees, and that same horrible shriek rang out as I woke up in a sweat. I leaned forward to catch my breath and grab a glass of water. As I changed positions to reach for my nightstand, I swear I heard the sound of something running up the trail to my house. I was probably still half asleep, but that did not make it any more damn unnerving. I decided it would be best to drive out the next night and confront my concerns head on. If I'm not going to sleep soundly, then I should use my time wisely and document what I'm seeing. Maybe pass it to the rangers in the morning, right? When I drove back out there last night, the atmosphere was vastly different. A mist was enshrouding the trail, and the majority of the deer on the western side huddled together, shaking and staring intently at the other side of the nature reserve. I couldn't see Jojo anywhere. Strange, I thought. Alpha males patrol their herds dutifully. Why wasn't he there? I parked up in my usual spot, and, making sure he wasn't around, I pulled out my binoculars again and stared at the eastern area, the clouds beginning to part as the moon shone through. There was movement all along the tree line as shapes began emerging one by one. I think it took my mind a moment to process what I'm seeing. I'd finally seen the deer on the eastern side, but they were wrong. Very, very wrong. Standing on their hind legs and taking confident, awkward steps, they marched out of the trees with their heads craned to the sky, all of them emitting that horrible sound like their heads were being held underwater as they screamed. It reverberated in my ears and made my skin break out in goosebumps. There were dozens of them, maybe a couple of hundred. Some were dragging a structure out with them, others hauling a writhing shape I couldn't quite see. They congregated in a small huddle, the center of which was obscured from my vision. I looked over to Jojo's herd and saw the fear in their eyes, so many of them shaking and their teeth bared. A primal fear we humans have largely lost in the safety of being the dominant species. But this night showed me we're not as powerful as we think we are. As the huddle broke away and began walking again towards the edge of the field, I saw what they'd been huddled around. Jojo. He was still alive, but barely moving and breathing heavily, his eyes glazed over. When he began to come to, he started shrieking like a fawn. It was unnerving. They dragged him to the structure, a primitive set of steps with a hollowed-out hole in its center, coated in a thick substance on the sides, just large enough for Jojo to be thrown into. I watched these things, these not deer, use their front hooves to hoist him up and into the hole, his screaming incessant the entire time. They stood around it, their necks cracked as they stared at the moon and shrieked. I looked up with them, wondering if what they saw was up there in the skies, a kind of primitive god for these creatures. I should have known better, of course. Whatever god these not deer prayed to, it didn't reside up above. No, it lurked deep below. A low groan called out in response. It possessed the same blood-filled lungs these monstrosities had, and Jojo's deer huddled closer together at its roar. Jojo had stopped moving, his crying completely gone as the not deer too fell silent and formed a circle around their altar, snorting in unison. It grew to a fever pitch before something began dragging Jojo from beneath, ripping at his limbs and pulling until a horrific squelch indicated the top had separated from the bottom. The hole spurted out blood and chunks of deer as the not deer celebrated, danced in the rain, and feasted on the pieces. One final roar rang out from the unseen creature. It shook the ground, and I felt my balance waver for just a moment, steadying myself on the car. I knew I should have booked it out of there, but I was desperate to understand what I was seeing, rationalizing that perhaps this was a bizarre art piece, maybe a protest from an animal rights group, or even a bunch of edgy satanic teens. But that rational voice in my head grew very, very quiet when I grabbed my binoculars to look again. Every single one of them was staring up at me, emotionless, black eyes fixated on my position. I didn't wait any longer. I drove out of there at a breakneck pace, not looking at either side of the park on my exit, and damn near coming off the road with the lack of traction. As I got to the archway, my tire smashing against the grate, I'd inadvertently attracted the forest ranger on duty. He pulled me over and walked up to my window, a friendly smile on his face.
You know there's a speed limit for a reason, right, son?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got a little spooked is all. I smiled back, nerves shot to hell. He raised an eyebrow.
You didn't break one of our rules now, did you?
Oh, no, I kept them. It's just, well, Jojo got attacked by the eastern deer, and I don't think he's doing well. It was just a shock to take in, you know? I figured telling a half-truth would be best. Couldn't exactly say what I thought I'd really seen, now could I?
That's so. Well, they make their choices carefully.
We don't know much, but we do know not to interfere. This is how it's always been. Animals have strange practices. You get how it is. But so long as they didn't look at you, you're fine. Deer remember faces, after all. Thanks for visiting. Drive safe. He smiled again and tipped his hat before walking off to its station. My blood ran cold and I couldn't get those words out of my head the entire drive home. But so long as they didn't look at you, you're fine. I've not stepped outside my house since last night. I live in a remote part of the village, and while I enjoy the privacy, it's been a hotbed for strange noises and unsettling emotions. Everywhere I go in my home, I feel like I'm being watched by those same vacant eyes. What happens now? What happens to those they look at? I can't get their eyes out of my head, and I can't sleep worth a damn either. This isn't going to end until I figure out what they want. I wish I had more for you. I wish I could tell you what the not deer were, what they prayed to, why they sacrificed, what the ranger knew. But there's so many unknowables that it makes my head spin. It's just like being deep in the woods. So many twists and turns, you never know which is the right path to take and what danger lurks behind every tree. I don't know what the deer are doing. I don't know what is going on at that park. But if you value your life, you'll stay far, far away from it and whatever monster they're praying to. Well, maybe being expelled from Luna Forest wasn't the worst thing to happen to me, but now I feel more than ever that I have to do something. Perhaps going through the mail and sharing everyone else's experiences in Sturgeon whilst I traverse towards the cloud will help build perspective and motivation. Maybe someone else knows what to do. Only one way to find out, I suppose, listeners. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out some of our other transmissions. We're adding them regularly, and we'd love to have you as part of the Dusklight family by subscribing, hitting the Bell of Torment, and leave a comment with stories you'd love for my many-legged runners to find, or perhaps some of your favorite moments so far. And, one last time, listeners, close your eyes and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on them, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite. Drink some water, watch a nature documentary, eat some takeout, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter, you are loved, and every day is another chance. I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station. There's Only Embers at the End by T.J. Lee. This story is dedicated to my father, Rodney Lever. I love you and miss you every day. Would you mind telling me what happened? Are you sure? It's a little on the long-winded side. I know how you hate things that go on and on. Well, the way I see it, we have all the time in the world. Given the unique place we're in. The unique place? Where are you referring to? He smiled. Everywhere. 1. Never underestimate the length someone will go to in order to fulfill a lifelong desire. As I sat in my room with my list of essential items, as dictated by the book, I contemplated how I'd even gotten here some months prior. It's astounding how just one piece of information, one decision, one solitary but powerful emotion can push a person to places they never thought they'd go to. But here I am, wrapping up the head of a deer in delicate parchment paper, careful to ensure that it's folded 47 times. Not 48, not 50, 47. The blood soaking through the bottom and giving it a crimson hue that paired well with the beige. Beside it sat a serrated hunting knife, the bone of an elk, the skull of an owl, 2 incisors from a bear, and a small mixing bowl with various herbs, all given without resistance or pain, as the book dictated. I carefully placed them into a burlap sack, tightened it, and placed that in my hiker's backpack before donning my winter gear and getting my dog, Bastion, before heading out the door. I knew I may never come back again. The doorway, said to be guarded by the mythical Lord Janus, has been referenced in many cultures and across the millennia by scholars. What lay before it, of course, differs from person to person. Treasures, curses, God itself, you can take your pick. Some say the door manifests to wandering travelers when they least expect it, offering them whatever their heart desires at the cost of something unseen, likely their sanity or an empirical value they would have no way of knowing about at their present moment in time, like an unborn son. Others postulate that it appears to only those chosen by the gods, with the right blood and belief systems in place. But the most scintillating of practices and rumors are the ones found in the Book of Gnomes that, after a decade of tireless searching, had finally come into my possession at an auction. They gave the most likely of answers to the location of the door, one stooped in ancient human culture: offerings. Written sometime in the 8th century and translated largely in secret during the Dark Ages, it contains the secrets of England's woods and the ancient creatures that dwell within it. To my benefit, an entire section was focused on anomalous entities and locations, like the doorway. Before we go any further, I feel I should be forthright with my reasoning for spending 10 years of my life looking for ways to access this possibly fictitious door in human folklore. I feel I owe you that explanation before taking any more of your time. Though, for the sake of what is going to unfold, I'm going to keep it simple and ask that you trust me. I believe there is something beyond the doorway that houses a treasure greater than any riches, and something that would change my life irrevocably. And I am determined to find it. I travelled some 100 miles south until I got to what we call the New Forest. The name belies the ancient nature of the land. It's been there for well over 12,000 years. Even as recently as the Iron Age some 2 millennia ago, these forests were there, watching and proliferating as man grew and expanded, becoming the resting place of royalty who died in battle. Now, if you were to visit, it's regarded as a national treasure. Great swaths of trees tower against the sky, the deeper in you go, blotting out much of the sun's rays, hiding its greater secrets. The darker places of the forest were where I had to traverse, my golden retriever Bastion bounding on ahead, eager to be in such a large space and likely excited to run after any donkeys, horses, cows, or even deer that he might spot. I took the time to open the book and look at the first set of instructions. Your paces must exceed 700 as you travel into the heart of the New Forest, following its great veins to the hidden source. Eventually, you will come upon a rock face that has been untouched for untold millennia, with a moss growing across its left side. Upon the light of a new moon, this is where your offering must begin. Beneath, a small phrase etched in a scratchy black font that stood apart from the rest. All is well, but a blackened seed has taken root. We must unearth it. Sure enough, my Fitbit indicated I was at 836 paces and following a large trunk barely hidden by the underbrush when the great rock face came into view. Greyed and towering, the moss only growing on the left side like a birthmark. I knew I'd found what I was looking for. I put a bookmark on the page, setting down my bag and knowing I had another hour until the sun would fully set. I decided to check the area with Bastion before sitting down and preparing myself for what was to come. They say you can't exercise your demons, but you can sure as hell learn to make peace with them. 2. The first time I caught sight of the other was when I was a child of about 5, sat playing in front of the mirror and chatting away to my reflection. I suppose in a child's mind, those kinds of irregularities are met less with immediate horror, and instead with curiosity. As I looked closely, I noticed my reflection tilting its head ever so slightly more than I was, the eyes widening in understanding as it perceived me, while I perceived it. I stopped blinking, taking in more of its features as the skin tightened and stretched across the jawline, causing deep crevasses in the sides as it became gaunt, the hair once matching my own brown curls fraying and thinning out as the skull expanded. My mirror was set in a way so that the door to my playroom could be seen, and as my heart began to beat faster, the door opened up and a figure stood in the archway, blinded by the light. I had no perception of who it was, my mind simply went to parent, and I watched as it pointed to my reflection, to the other me, whose head was still tilting down at a horrifying angle, practically snapping under the weight of its insistence to keep turning. Then, without any warning, it smacked against the glass, a horrible cracking sound that I can still hear to this day. That action finally broke my stare, and the haze faded away as I screamed, turning to my door and expecting my mum or my dad to ask what was wrong. But the door was still shut. Mum came in soon after, soothing me as I talked about the bad man in the mirror and assured me it was just a dream. But from that day forward, on certain occasions, I would catch glimpses of the other changing in the mirror, always watching, always wanting out, and the doorway behind him permanently opened. 3. The sun had set, and I unzipped my backpack, unfurled the burlap sack and took out the book again, Bastian sleeping by my side and still gently gnawing on his favorite stuffed animal. Once you are in front of the rock face, you must apply the powers of man, starting with that which provides us all life. Next to it, the image of a door and another inscription. There is something amiss, but you can't quite place it. Something is burning. Can you hear the crackling? I took out the hunting knife and sliced my palm, letting the blood flow freely as I drew the outline of a door as instructed, and bandaged my hand up when the job was done. Next, the strength of the Wanderer with which to provide balance and sustainability. How much have these bones seen? I affixed the elk bones at the side, acting as the hinges. Follow with the incisors of the bear, the constant force of nature, always seeking to grow stronger. Now, his strength is your own. The incisors acted as decorations for the door, a macabre but poignant accessory to make it stand out. Then the wisdom and foresight of the owl, a great predator who sees all. What did they see when they gazed upon you? Will they provide you a handle with which to grasp your truth? Your destiny? The owl skull. I placed it to the right, acting as a door handle. My access. Your offering must be left in the center. Janice's beast beyond the door must be placated, for while it is blind, it is not dumb. Show it respect and do not gaze upon its entry. Turn your back and wait until the light of the full moon shines on you. This will be your sign to proceed. I unwrapped the deer's head and did as instructed, leaving it in front of my macabre door of bone and blood before taking Bastian and going for a walk. If this didn't work, you could classify me as a psychopath and lock me up for all I cared. After all, I had no plan forward if this failed. 4. There are many moments in even the most mundane person's life that they can point to as the best, the worst, and life-changing. I certainly have a few that stick out. The difference is, all of mine are linked to the other. The first time I made the connection was at the age of 7. The playroom mirror long since relegated to the attic and a built-in wardrobe mirror in its place. Not that it mattered. In the middle of the night on a hot summer's eve, I awoke to the sound of soft tapping against glass. Even with these occasional bizarre experiences, I was terrified by the notion of someone tangible outside my bedroom window. Some stranger danger situation. Tap, tap, tap. It took me a few minutes to finally open my bedroom curtains, only to show nothing there. Before I could breathe a sigh of relief, I caught sight of my mirror in the moonlight reflection. The other was sitting there, cross-legged and tapping away with a bony, dirty fingernail. I don't know why I always succumbed to its whims in the first instance. Maybe there was something mesmerizing about the way it lured me in. Maybe these things have an innate ability to suppress our fears long enough to strike. But all I know is I obeyed the tap and walked over, sitting down in my Buzz Lightyear pajamas and observing the other me. His were of Woody, tattered and frayed in places, large bags under his eyes and sallow skin, but a far more humane appearance about him. Perhaps he wasn't trying to scare me. He took his nail away and simply observed me, yellowed eyes taking in every inch of me and frowning as he saw my pajamas did not match his own. But no sooner had he expressed his disappointment, he switched to something akin to joy, smiling with rotten teeth as he pointed to the bedroom door. That sinking feeling you get when you miss a step on the stairs immediately hit me as my Nana walked through the doorway, great light still rippling through it. She stumbled in an awkward manner, as if she'd hurt her leg. It was only when she bent down to look at me that I realized why, tears in my eyes and screaming as I backed away from the mirror like a cornered animal and ran to my parents' bedroom. Nana's eyes were rolled into the back of her head. The left half of her once jovial face dropped as if pulled down by tenterhooks, tongue lolling out of her mouth like a slug and blood pouring from her eyes, nose and ears. She was having a stroke. The very next day we got the call. Nana had died from a burst aneurysm in her brain on the way to the bathroom in the middle of the night, roughly around 4 a.m. Instantaneous and without suffering. In layman's terms, she died from a stroke. I avoided my mirror for years after that. 5. Bastion nudged me out of my meditation, his soft nose getting under my arm and demanding head pets. I can't say I blame him. He's downright adorable. I don't think I'd have made this journey without him by my side. We sat there for a little while, enjoying the calm serenity of nature and in the enjoyment of each other's company, as my mind idly wandered while he wagged his tail, grateful to get his best friend's full attention. But the quiet serenity of the woods was not to last, broken by 3 things in quick succession. The low hum of something stirring underneath the ground, something large. The birds, insects, reptiles, and mammals all scattering from our area, as if knowing something was coming. The sounds of a great oaken door being opened after a long absence, hinges creaking under the strain, and the low hum turning into a drone, not dissimilar to that of a growl of a great beast that stalked the lands long ago. From my position, sitting behind a log and facing away from the doorway I'd created, I saw the ugly light shine out from its archway and bathe the surrounding land in its corruption. I wish I could equate it to something within our color spectrum, but words fail me. It was alluring and revolting all at once, something I would struggle to put into any arbitrary box we had. Bastion, to his credit, tried to keep his whimpered noises to a minimum and instead buried his head in my lap, seemingly knowing to keep quiet and stay away from whatever the hell was there. Every cell in my body screamed to flee, to get away from this imminent threat. A dense fog joined the ugly light and a fetid stench hit my nostrils, making my eyes water and my gag reflex kick in. I wanted to vomit, to scream, but I held my nerve. I'd spent 10 fucking years waiting for this moment. This occurrence that most would simply laugh off and relegate to the land of the fantastical. I would not waste it here. Hands shaking and a heart lodged in my throat, I closed my eyes, steeled my resolve as this beast looked around for its offering, and tried to tune out the smells and sounds, going back into my mind and reminding myself of how I got here, and why I took this journey in the first place. 6. The other me would only pop up a handful of times from that day forward, partly because I avoided standing in front of any mirror too long and kept the damn thing covered in my room at all times. But you cannot stop a force that you do not fully understand. It lay dormant for so long that as I grew into adulthood, My mature mind simply rationalized away the experiences of that of an overactive imagination from an only child largely isolated from others. But that was impossible to accept once I turned 19. My first few months away from home and in my own dorm should have, by all accounts, been the time of my life. I had freedom unrestricted, several great dorm mates, and a course I was passionate about. University is, after all, the time you're supposed to always look back on fondly. But for me, that first year was nothing short of hell. The mirror in my dorm was at the far end of my small room. Our dorms were individual bedrooms, and each flat housed 7 of them. They weren't bespoke by today's standards, but 11 years ago it was seen as well worth the money. I'd been on a boozy night out as the first week or so of term is collectively known as Freshers Week, a time to acclimate to your new surroundings, make friends, get laid, and generally get the fuck around part of your energy out of your system before you go to learn. I remember laying there, embracing the drunken high and enjoying the room spinning whilst ensuring I didn't move too much and enact the not-so-fun projectile vomit part of having too much to drink. I knew I'd struggle to make it to my bathroom in my current state. I'd had my eyes closed for maybe 10 minutes when I heard the sound of familiar footsteps. Any anxious child growing up would get used to the various cadences a family member's feet would make. Slow and plodding for mum, thudding and powerful for dad, fast and energetic for the family dog. So when I heard the latter traipsing into my room, I was beset with confusion and apprehension, knowing full well my golden Barney was 200 miles away at our family home. I sat up carefully, looking around and noticing a glimpse of light coming from my mirror, but unable to see much without my glasses. I clumsily reached for them before stumbling over. I sobered up immediately as I became transfixed by the sight in front of me. The other stood there, relishing in its horrifying frame, standing far taller than I and barely resembling me in form. The dead eyes bulging out of large sockets, black veins visible underneath translucent skin, and a cone-like skull stretching upwards with barely any hair. But it was the fact he was petting my dog that scared me the most. Barney looked fine. Thankfully, no deformities or damage to him. But the thing that gave me pause was how youthful he looked. Our Barney was 13 years old by this point, barely able to stand up and couldn't even say goodbye to me when I'd left for uni. This one looked to be maybe 4 or 5, just how I remembered him as a child. The other me didn't take his eyes off me as he pet Barney, as if he knew something I didn't. He looked up and down my body and disgust filled his eyes, taking a step towards me. And then he spoke. A voice not dissimilar to my own, but steeped in damage and sorrow, like I'd been wailing for a decade and my vocal cords were long since fried. You are ungrateful. You are undeserving. As I took one more look down at Barney, I recoiled in horror. His familiar happy face was an unrecognizable mess, like someone had scrubbed away any features of his that were distinctive to me. Now he barely looked like a dog. I couldn't even tell what he was supposed to be, save for the form he took. It was horrible. I want, it croaked, reaching a malformed hand out towards me. I take. The doorway swung open and 2 shrouded figures stood in the archway, beckoning to him. He recoiled and reluctantly pulled back, smirking as my own door burst open to the sound of partying from my housemates. Come party, man, I know you've got more in you, one of them chimed, blasting music from the living room. But their smiles faded as the light shone on my face. Dude, why are you crying? The next morning, my mum called me to tell me that based on Barney's age and difficulties, the vet had put him down in the kitchen and he'd gone peacefully. Though I was angry and devastated that I couldn't be there. He was my best friend growing up, and I should have been there to say goodbye. But I understood. You know what they say, though? When it rains, it pours. 7. The noises by the doorway grew in intensity and ferocity as this thing hungered for sustenance. The closest thing I can equate it to is a bear foraging for food after a long hibernation. Primal. Fierce, unrelenting. As it stumbled over my offering, it gave way to some of the most disgusting sounds of consumption I've ever heard. A mukbang directly into my ear canal that I desperately wanted to mute. If you're into that stuff, more power to you. To me, it's simply grotesque to hear anything masticating up against my eardrums. Soon, the noises faded and the unseen beast retreated back behind the door, taking the stench, the color, and the fog with it. But the low hum remained. I opened the Book of Gnomes and continued reading, not content enough with the silence to move just yet. If the beast accepts your offering, you may pass through the doorway and find what you seek, but be aware of the pitfalls when traversing an unknown place. This cavernous maw houses many ways to ensnare you, trick you, and keep you within its bowels for an eternity. Take your light with you, hold your memento close, and do not stray from the path. All the inns are out. I took a deep breath and got up from my spot, grabbing my flashlight and the chosen memento, taking the mixed bowl of herbs and pouring them into a small bottle of water, and pouring over my arms, legs, and face. Something to do with warding off anything nefarious. I did the same with Bastion, though he admittedly tried to eat the mixture. Can't blame him. The doorway was gargantuan, built in a way as if it had always been a part of the rock face, and the sort of thing you'd see featured on a documentary about ancient civilizations and how the hell they could build such a thing. A singular grand oaken door with a handle the size of my head, still made out of the owl skull but amplified. Various sigils and shapes were carved into the frame, interweaving across the huge span of wood before coalescing and forming a strange central sign in the center where a peephole sat. If someone was looking through it, I couldn't tell. I looked at the memento I'd chosen, a broken watch from the 80s I'd strapped around my wrist. It shimmered in the moonlight and I could faintly see something stirring in the reflection, but I dared not stare too long. Not when I was so close. Bastion licked my hand, sensing my apprehension. I knelt down and gave his forehead a kiss out of gratitude. He was a good boy. Alright, buddy. Are you ready? You gotta stick close to me. I don't know what we'll find in there, I breathed, but he licked his nose and put a paw on my knee, his own way of confirming. With everything in hand, I left my backpack by the doorway and placed a shuddering hand on the handle before pushing down and opening it, and stepping into the darkness. 8. I remember the last time the other me appeared, or at least the part of me that isn't bogged down by the aftermath remembers. Looking back, it's as if my worst moments are simply on repeat. A tragic event I'll recount another day, but one that left me a broken shell of a person, desperate to release myself from the world I was doomed to wander in. I recall getting into my car, shirt and jeans still soaked with blood, and driving down the motorway on autopilot. My sole thoughts droning in my skull like an incantation. How can I crash this car without hurting anyone else? It was almost normal in that moment of psychosis to see the other me staring in the rearview mirror, perched on my back seat and punching itself in the face. Nothing about it resembled me anymore. Not in skin tone, eyes, smile, or even form. It was just a jumbled mess, like someone pushed random in an RPG character creation and stretched the proportions until they went beyond comical and became downright uncomfortable to look at. I barely recognized it for a moment, confused at its appearance until it leaned forward and whispered in my ear, a distorted voice with barely any familiarity to it slithering into my ear. "Where are you going?" I kept my hands gripped onto the steering wheel as my heart beat faster, short glances in the mirror while the night road unfurled in front of me. "I don't know," I replied, barely above a whisper. I'd spent the last 6 hours sobbing and screaming. There simply wasn't much left. "Did you ever know?" "I did." It clutched at something in its free arm, out of sight. "Look at the cars passing by. Every one of them knows where they are going. But not you. Not anymore." I don't know if it was the psychosis, the lack of self-preservation, or the desire to have something bad happen to me. but my fear gave way just enough to face this monstrosity head on. What are you? All my life you've showed up at the worst moments. I'm no closer to understanding you now than I was 20 years ago. So tell me. Tell me. You owe me that much. It laughed, a coarse, dry wheeze that felt like it was splitting my skin. Would giving you one of the many names affixed to me help in any way? Would naming me bring you some comfort? No, there is no point in that. So instead, I will show you. It raised up its free hand, something swaddled in its arm from head to toe. I knew immediately what it was and had to do everything in my power not to slam on the brakes. I'm what you wish to be. The possessor of that which you crave more than all other things. I watched as the lifeless shape dwindled in its palm before nothing but soil, insects, and flowers remained. For a brief moment, someone's face flashed upon the others, and I recognized it. In that instant, it melted away and was replaced with the unfamiliar one once more. Do you hear something burning? It asked, a mixture of mockery and bitterness in its voice. I am not one thing, but two. I don't understand. What the fuck are you? I began, but its voice overpowered my own as a torrent of sound filled my ears. Do you see that which flashes in front of you? The light of a door opening behind it blinded me as my car swerved. I slammed on the brakes to counter, hearing the screaming blare of a horn as something smashed into my vehicle and sent me into darkness. 9. I kept the light close to me as we walked it through the cavern. I expected the natural sounds of dripping moisture, rocks moving under my feet, and maybe even a bat or two skittering around. Instead, I felt as if I were walking down a sterile hallway made of obsidian, no discernible life, sentient or otherwise, beyond me and Bastion, who refused to walk further ahead than myself. I thought about everything that led to this moment, to the magnitude of this discovery. The more I ruminated on it, the harder it was to believe I'd gotten here so quickly with such little issue. Had it really been 10 years? It almost felt like... Bastion barked and licked my hand for comfort as he sensed something up ahead. I stopped and unfurled the Book of the Gnomes for the next instruction. Your mettle shall be tested now that you have appeased the Lord's beast and stepped into the tunnel between your home and his. Once you reach the Sea of Doors, trust your memento to pick the right one. Do not be swayed by other doors of alluring light and familiarity. They harbor nothing of worth or joy behind them. Another inscription beneath it. The roots are black and they blot out the sun. The days blur together. Why? The burning grows every day. I continued on, roughly 10 more minutes of walking in this tunnel that often felt as if I were walking on air. Eventually, the light shone on a small archway that looked eerily similar to the same one I'd seen in my mirror constantly throughout my life, albeit absent of any spectre of doorway lord. Stepping through it, I realized how vast this cavern was. With my flashlight above me, I could see tens of thousands of archways, just like the one I stood on, littered across the walls of this endless cave. Floating around them like fireflies were an equally innumerable amount of doors, seemingly drawn to the archways like moths to a flame before swiftly moving on to the next. As I stood there with Bastion loyally sat by my side, multiple doors flew down to get my attention. A bright red mahogany door that looked eerily similar to my first love's home, my university dorm room where some of my best times were spent, a hospital room I wished to never see again. On and on they went, many I knew and some that had long since faded from memory. Eventually, the door I was inexorably drawn to was the one I knew I'd been seeking all along. A black and white oakenwood door, a small vertical window pane in the center, and a thick black knocker on the front, with the number 47 across the front. This was it. My childhood home. It stopped in front of me and hummed softly as I grabbed the handle and pulled it back with me until it fit into the archway. A soft piano tune emanating from the other side. Lilting and familiar, but not quite able to place. I checked the book again. Your door has been chosen. Now it is up to you to take the final steps forward. This is uncharted territory for each pilgrim, but we must caution you about overstaying your welcome. Do not linger and do not interact. You will awaken something that seeks to keep you there. And another inscription beneath it. Anger, confusion, fog, flashing, embers. The sound of something burning rippled through the cavern, faint popping and crackling sounds intersplicing with the gentle hum of the door and the delicate piano keys from behind it. I gripped the handle tightly and stepped through. 10. The road to recovery is one rife with pitfalls, difficulties of a physical, mental, and emotional form that can cripple the strongest and most fastidious of rehabilitators. But what mends the body cannot always mend the mind. Trauma is a wound that doesn't heal correctly. It is a fire burning through kindling at an expedient pace, and eventually the holes it leaves behind grow until the burn has spread like a cancer, infecting your everyday life and turning bright skies black and all forms of enjoyment mute and mundane. Eventually, when the grief and struggle becomes too much to bear, all you want to do is see the journey end. But a journey full of intrigue and mystique is often one we don't ruminate over. We forget that our feet hurt, our eyes sting from tiredness, and our stomachs ache from hunger. Instead, we relish in the beauty of our surroundings, the serenity of the quiet moments on our travels, and the sanctity of mindfulness when able to think with clarity. Alas, once the journey is over, much of that can fall to the wayside as the end comes into view, and the melancholy of the aftermath rears its ugly head. And we are reminded, with the same crushing weight from the first time it was relayed to us, that all things must eventually end. All flames turn to embers, and everything returns to the soil. What is left is nothing short of blissful silence, ambling its way to the finish line. 11. I knew where I was the moment I stepped through the doorway, the smell of a summer's barbecue wafting in from the garden. I can't explain how, but it felt like early 2000s, a staple of bygone days when everything made sense. I was in my childhood home. The doorway had brought me where I wanted to go. It had brought me home. I stepped through the porch as Bastian bounded off ahead of me, excited to explore and seemingly right at home in a place he'd never been to before. Perhaps he sensed my own comfort. Walking through the living room, I noticed all the curtains were drawn and no daylight shone through. A nighttime barbecue certainly wasn't out of the question, but it was certainly odd. I traversed through the home until I came to the conservatory connecting my kitchen to the garden. I have never seen such a spectacle as what I gazed upon at that moment. The garden, localized in its own cosmic biodome, the sky above littered with fireflies and a gentle breeze. But beneath my feet stood a cosmic dance of unquantifiable proportions, stars dancing with one another, cradled in nebulas that stretched on forever and burst into beautiful colors. It was creation itself, and it was beautiful. You like the view? It rarely ever gets dull. I looked up to see my dad, sat in a deck chair with a glass of brandy and a smile on his face. No injuries, no vacant stare, just like the man my dad used to be. I'm sure you have questions, but it'd be best if you sat down first. It'll make the process easier. I obliged and caught sight of a shooting star underneath our feet, rushing across the cosmos to get to an unknown destination, on its path to somewhere great, no doubt. Looking at my dad properly, I couldn't believe my luck, that the book had been right. Where are we? I mean, I know it's home, but I gestured around me, trying and failing to find the words. Dad just smiled, no dent in his skull or droop in his lip. Well, you might call it a halfway home. I know it's referred to by many things amongst many people. My neighbours call it perdition, for example. But it's just where we all wait. He looked up and marvelled at the fireflies overhead, softly twinkling as unseen crickets clicked away. It isn't so bad, I suppose. Barney helps pass the time. He smiled wistfully, looking at our two dogs getting acquainted. I could barely see their features in a ball of yellow fluff. I blinked, realizing I'd not seen him since I came in. Dad seemed to register my confusion and leaned forward, that knowing look in his eyes. Something on my face, Dad? I joked, but he didn't laugh. Where did you get Bastion, son? I thought for a moment, trying to make sense of the rush of emotions. Oh, some rescue shelter. It was... Man, I can't remember anymore, but they were nice. Why? Dad stared, eyes glistening. How old is he? My mind went blank. Why couldn't I remember? I heard the pitter-patter of his footsteps and turned as if to confirm I wasn't going mad, that by somehow looking at him I'd activate that part of my brain and confirm his age. Instead, I was looking at my childhood dog, Barney. No mistaking it. His goofy smile, slightly overweight build, and constantly messy mane from nervously chewing on it whenever he got scared. Where are you living now, son? Dad pressed, turning my attention back to him as the sky overhead grew red, a feeling of foreboding growing within me. Small cabin somewhere, I think. I don't understand why you're asking. I felt uneasy, as if something was pushing its way to the surface of my mind. An image rippled into my head of a slew of pills on my nightstand, soft lilting music and the feeling of floating. Son, you are not supposed to be here. This is not a place for someone like you. If the other catches you... His lip quivered and my eyes widened in shock. They're always looking for more prisoners, more bodies to snatch. They want your life and they'll do anything to have it. But worse still, if it finds out you're here. What finds me? What are you talking about? Is there no treasure beyond this? I stood up, heart pounding in my chest as the last 10 years of searching for the book, time with Bastion, living in the log cabin and everything in between began to flash in my mind, burning my skull the more I fixated. Then he hugged me. The sort of hug that you give after a long-awaited reunion. The sort that softens the unbearable pain of loss. I'm giving you the greatest treasure of all, lad. I'm giving you another chance at life. And just like that, I remembered. Like a lightning bolt rushing up my spine, I saw the sky match the crimson red of my blood, boiling as images of grief, rage, and self-loathing rippled across my mind. The decision to end it all with medication and soft music seeming like a lifetime ago. How long had it been? Every memory, every look back and jump in time or logic. My life had been flashing before my eyes. And I realized I was crying, Barney nuzzling my hand and softly whimpering. What happens now? Will I forget? I don't want to forget. I could barely contain my sobs. I just got here. I just got to see you as... you. It's the one thing I wanted above all else. He chuckled softly. Maybe that's why your journey ended here. Your treasure. Fuck. What happens now? You're going to wake up. It's gonna hurt like nothing else. Your body will resent you. Give it time to understand and love it like you never have before. I wish I could be there, but this is the best I can do. I love you, son. I felt a cracking noise and a shaking beneath my feet, but in that moment, I didn't care as I hugged him back. You made your journey here for a reason. It isn't over yet. I swear, I'll keep your memory alive. I will never let it fade. No matter what happens. I love you too, Dad. I sobbed into his shoulder as something rippled in the room and we broke away. The book's proclamation rang out in my mind like an alarm bell as something unspeakable tore its way into Dad's personal prison, reaching for me with a hand the size of an oak tree. Do not linger and do not interact. You will awaken something that seeks to keep you there. If this was death or Janice itself, I did not want to stay and find out. I had just enough time to kiss Barney on the forehead before bolting for the door, taking one last glimpse of my dad's face before reality again crushed me with the ugly truth. He was smiling from ear to ear. 12. Vascular dementia has another name affixed to it and its sibling afflictions. The cruel disease. My father has bounced back from brain injury after brain injury for 11 years. Every single time the end was in sight, he proved them wrong. He defeated death itself and came back with a smile on his face. But death is nothing if not a vengeful beast that dislikes being cheated. One too many injuries and Father Time caught up, and his diagnosis was finalized not too long ago. His decline went from steady to rapid in the last few months, now reaching a point where he is a shell of his former self, often confused and rarely present. When the memory begins to burn away, it's merely embers that are left, occasionally kindled by a bout of lucidity, but largely fading away as the days go on. Do you smell something burning? Can you hear the crackling? To say it's heartbreaking to watch and care for is a severe understatement. If there was one thing I desperately wish was relegated to the world of fantasy, it is that. The more burdens got affixed to my already weary shoulders, the harder it got to even get out of bed with the crushing weight, let alone commit to routine tasks. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know why my mind conjured such a place. There's been documented cases of people living out entire lives in what they call comaverses, completely unable to discern fiction from reality. In my case, my mind rushed through several years of experiences and made its own way to the one place I'd been desperate to get to since everything went wrong. Home. I'll say little of my recovery following the wake-up, for it was, as all unsuccessful attempts at ending one's life are, painful, embarrassing, and with a painful road to recovery and the eventual self-love, even if that feels like a mountain to traverse. Instead, I want to tell you about my dad. About the man affectionately known as Switch, because of his short stature. I don't get it either, but it is endearing. My dad was a voracious reader, and he always loved the hero's journey, the struggle and the eventual overcoming of obstacles to get the coveted prize. Perhaps that's why it left such an indelible mark on me, and the way my brain worked while I was stuck in that other place. I want to believe so badly that there was something more to that experience. That somehow our individual consciousnesses found their way to that safe zone between the living and the dead, a realm protected by Janus and his beast, presided over by death, a place where I would get a second chance. I visited him recently. He was sitting in his chair and idly watching television, the damage his mind had gone through now visible on his face, his frame shrunk and largely vacant stares. He's now between stages 5 and 6. Hey Dad, I hope you're doing okay. Nothing initially. Sometimes his bouts of confusion and non-communication could go on for a little while, so while it hurt, it wasn't unexpected. I sat down and watched him for a while, wondering what was going on in his head. After some time, I broke the silence. I wrote about a journey I went on, you know. It was pretty exciting. I'm sure you'd have loved it. Something in him lit up, his eyes bright and a childlike glee on his face as he turned to me expectantly. Would you mind telling me what happened? Are you sure? It's a little on the long-winded side. I know how you hate things that go on and on. Well, the way I see it, we have all the time in the world, given the unique place we're in. The unique place? What are you referring to? He smiled, almost knowingly. The fog of confusion lifted, and the man he once was shone through. Everywhere, he breathed. The excitement of a new experience plastered all over his face as I began to tell him what had happened, all over again. At the end of our time, we are everywhere. Hello everyone, it's your resident janitor TJ Lee here. No typical Dusklight outro on this story, and given that you've just heard it, you probably know why. But if you don't care about any of this personal stuff, the peek behind the curtain, you can skip this. I won't blame you. It's one of the very rare few times we'll have the curtain pulled back. I won't be doing that regularly, but I felt it appropriate for this story, for what it means to me, and for why Dusklight has been gone. I am going to talk about some very triggering personal things in regards to death, disease, PTSD, mental health. If any of those things are triggering for you, there's already a warning at the beginning of this episode, but please don't listen, or if you're wanting to support, please make sure you take a good breath, pause regularly, keep breathing. I'm right there with you. So, I have to be very careful about how I say this and what I say, because there is a legal case going on that we have not settled yet. Maybe when it's over and we get the justice we deserve, I can be a bit more open about it, but what I will do is I will give a brief overview stating the facts of what happened to my dad, the aftermath, and we'll just go from there. Okay. Once more under the breach. I'm probably going to be combining this with my last attempt. It's funny when you try and talk about something that has changed you so fundamentally on an emotional level, you try to either go completely disconnected or you try to go into as much detail as possible, and neither is really the best way of explaining something to your listeners who want to understand and empathize as to why you've been gone, but also don't need or want to hear that level of detail. So it's been a few hours, and I'm gonna try this one more time. I want to start by reading a small poem by Joanne Kiger called Night Palace that I hope by the end of this little post-story discussion you will understand why I've chosen it. The best thing about the past is that it's over. When you die, you wake up from the dream that is your life. Then you grow up and get to be post-human in a past that keeps happening ahead of you. I have tried so many different ways to tell this story, and I recognize that I don't need to tell it. I really don't. I don't need to pull the curtain back and go into my grief and where I've been, but I'm choosing to because I don't think my dad's story and what happened to him and the injustice he suffered should be forgotten, nor the impact it has had on me, the impact he has had on me by raising me, nor the conversation around mental health that men
and non-binary and trans individuals suffer with, silently in a world that largely wants people like us to disappear and die. That's not a political statement, that is just a fact. And if you support Dusklight, I would hope you would support me. So here we go. My dad was one of the most remarkable human beings I have ever had the pleasure of meeting. This man worked his ass to the bone to provide for a family that he started later in life than most people do. His work ethic meant that he got up at 5:30 every morning and didn't get home until 8 o'clock at night. He had always found time to sit and watch the Flintstones, The Simpsons, and Stargate SG-1 with his son. A father who, every weekend, no matter how tired he was, would go out to his workshop, keep building his boat, the Jolly Rod, go on bike rides down to the brook, take our dog walking, and encourage his son to do activities with him, knowing that time was precious. Someone who greeted every single day with unfailing positivity and kindness, singing all around the house, much to mine and my mum's chagrin, and never losing that spirit of positivity. Everyone he met was his friend. And when I was 19, he suffered 2 strokes, which progressed into a need for brain surgery, which didn't go well, and left him unable to work afterwards. He was thankfully able to recover a lot of his faculties, but it left him in a precarious position. Over the years, there would be issues here and there, and by the time that I wrote this story, there's only embers at the end. It was October of 2021, and we had just been to the memory clinic. And they had told him, with myself sat there, that he had at best 5.5 years to live, as he had vascular dementia and was around stage 2 to stage 3. That was a challenging day. It wasn't the hardest day. That was to come, but it was a challenging one. And like any artist, I channeled it into my work. And I'm glad I did. I took the hardest days I've experienced, reworked them, put them into this place that I considered my safe space. My family home, where I imagined him being, and being safe and healthy with my old family dog. And yes, the suicide attempt was from a few years prior. But it's interesting looking back on that now, a year and a half later, nearly 2 years later, as to how prophetic that story was, because we had no idea what was to come. I'm going to try and do this without crying as best I can. My dad suffered from regular seizures, and as I lived locally, I was one of his primary carers with my mum. I got very used to the jargon, understanding his comorbidities, understanding seizures, recovery positions, medication. Anyone listening who has ever cared for a loved one or has chronic health issues understands that you just assume those roles. And one day in March of last year, that was no different. He had a bad seizure. I went round, and he needed to be admitted. And you know, one of the things that is hardest about this is that my dad trusted unfailingly. And I have to be very careful how I word this because of the legal case ongoing. But I am just going to give you the facts that the inquest determined and the faults that were admitted by the hospital. And that is that they let my dad down. And they broke our trust. On the second night my dad was admitted, he was left on his own, despite being marked as frail and as vulnerable. And he got out of bed, had a seizure, and collided with the floor, which, for anyone who is unfamiliar, is made of linoleum. It's very strong, and his head made a full impact, which to someone who was a
who had an aneurysm taken out of their head from brain surgery years prior, was a death sentence. He wasn't even found by the doctors, he was found by a patient, which made it worse. And over the next 3.5 months, I simply was a zombie. I turned up, I cared for him, I looked after him, but we both knew what was coming. And although I had been away from Dusklight for a while at that point, just because of other work commitments and whatnot, I had tried to come back and I just couldn't because of the motivations necessary were not there. And I'll spare the details, obviously. But he passed away on June 13th of 2022. And it was the hardest day of my life. And because writing and editing and producing and voice acting are my jobs, I had to carry on working. Content is the name of the game, and horror is my business, so I did the most unhealthy thing imaginable. I didn't take time off, I didn't process, and I carried on working until it reached an apex point. And that apex point was in October, when I tried to take my own life. Which I am very glad I didn't succeed, and for any of you out there struggling, I would encourage you to talk to someone the way I did. When I recognized in a moment of clarity what I was doing, I admitted myself to hospital, and I got on the road to recovery. And since then, I've been diagnosed with manic depression, diagnosed with anxiety disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder, and I am working on my autism diagnosis. And again, circling back round, I'm talking about this because my dad didn't deserve what happened to him. And it's going to affect me for the rest of my life. It's going to affect the content I create for the rest of my life. It's going to affect how I deal with other people. I have become more reclusive. My behaviors with my friends have suffered. Some of that is my own actions. Some of that is theirs. Some of that is just drift apart. But it has made me much more reclusive as a result. And I am not well. Dusklight gives me purpose. It gives me reasons to get up every day and make new skits, to make the Nightmare Detectives with my friends, to put my art out somewhere where it is in my vision, because outside of a couple places like Chilling, Swamp Dweller, Romnex, Mr. Creepypasta, and especially Dark Somnium running, I don't like my art being put in a lot of places. Having Dusklight here means I can put my grief out there for all of you. And there's a lot of it. And like I said, being assigned male, being non-binary, we don't have a lot of room to talk and be open about our emotions, because the toxic right tells you that to be a man, you have to be a certain set of ways, you have to be emotionless, you have to be tough, you have to be all these things, and God help you if you're trans or non-binary, because you're just seen as a fucking monster that shouldn't exist by a lot of people. And I can't fight that fight on social media, nor do I want to. Dusklight doesn't have any social media outside of YouTube. I barely do. My Twitter's going. My stories are probably coming off of Reddit due to the API guideline changes. There will never be a Dusklight Discord that I'm active in. I just want to exist. I just want to be well, and I want to make good things for you. And part of that connection is letting you guys in just a little bit into my life, the things I'm going through, and why I had to disappear. And I have been so glad since I came back. The response to the Nightmare Detectives, to Sturgeon's content, to anything I do has just given me such a wonderful sense of clarity and purpose every day while I work through these issues. which are going to take a lot of time, and if I ever dip again, you know why. I'm going to keep a lot of the details of his passing and, my mental health, back quite a bit, because I don't want to go into too much detail. I'm conscious of parasocial relationships and how much I would be projecting onto you all. But what I want to say is, if you're grieving, let yourself grieve. Let yourself cry in public if you need to, be emotional. Let the people around you support you. And do what's necessary to move on to the next steps. Indulge yourself in that grief process, if only so that it allows you to move forward renewed. And it doesn't make you a bad person. And if, like me, you've suffered, a loved one suffered an injustice at the hands of the people they trusted, then I hope you get that. I really do. And if you've gone this far in, I appreciate it. All I ask is, please don't comment telling me how you don't care about this or something mean or derogatory. I don't expect that, but if you chose to hear this far and you say that, come on now. I don't expect another peek behind the curtain. This was just important to me. And it saves questions about this or about the story going up on Dark Somnium's channel that I wrote, which is never been seen before, never been heard before. I have one more story about this whole thing I want to write. And then that'll be the last time I write about my dad. It still hurts. It probably always will. But that just means I loved him dearly. And so did everyone else. I'm going to wrap it up here. I apologize for the lack of usual Dusklight intro and outro. I didn't feel it was appropriate on a story like this, and I hope you can understand. Thank you very much for sticking with me. You are valued. You are loved. Every day is another chance. And I'll see you again when dusk enters the station. Take care.
Most heartfelt greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. I eagerly welcome you to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusklight Radio. While my brother Everett is still on vacation, I will be your host, the discerningly delightful, unpredictably unassuming, and decisively discreet Evelyn L. Blackwell. Thank you all for having me. Perhaps you know of us Blackwells? Down at old Grandpappy Crowley Blackwell's boathouse, we hosted one of the first ever fishing competitions to grace Mantis Bay. A lot of preparation went into the event, and it was bound to be one of the most popular competitions in all of Sturgeon history. Unfortunately, somebody spread the word to not only the local fishermen, but also all of the fish. When the day came for the competition, not a single fish was caught, though I believe 3 of the competitors were lost that day when the fish decided to rebel right back. Sad, sad day. Thank goodness Papa Kaya was there to collect the corpses, or it would have been a complete disaster. I'm actually not sure what happened to them, but at least the press didn't either. The entire competition was almost called off indefinitely, but we black whales are nothing if not persistent. A few NDAs and a very short guest list fixed that problem right up. And this year we are proud to be hosting the 12th annual Mantis Bay Fish Catch on May 8th to... Oh, wait. Damn. Nobody tell the fish I said that. Anyway, I am not Dusklights' main host, but today I am its mostly dead counterpart. I'll be reading you tales that Everett and his wonderful many-legged runners collect from the far corners of Sturgeon and beyond. Some of them will make you laugh, some will make you cry, and some will create an etching of your soul and email it to your first ex. I'm not exactly sure how, but that's what it says here. I'll try not to read those ones. Listeners, ever since our last broadcast, Clu Blackwell, who you may remember as once being the statue outside of the Blackwell estate, but who has now gained sentiency due to the apocalypse approaching in about 8 to 66,000 business days, weather permitting, has not left the station. At first, they were just standing in the doorway, still as, well, a statue, aside from a few twitches and the occasional dolphin noise. It took a few hours for me to convince them to step aside so that I could leave, shouting things like, "I want to go home! Please let me see my family! I have a roast in the oven! Politics are all a ruse!" And, of course, the famous line from the hit movie Moana, "We are all iron cages made from flesh, barring our true selves from escaping," or something like that. It's been a while since I've seen that movie. Anyway, they eventually moved. Now they're just sitting in a chair in the corner, breathing slowly. It's actually kind of unnerving. Tabitha and Jackal Blackwell were both here earlier to help, but Tabitha merely screamed for about 2 hours before fleeing to fortify her cave shelters. Though whether that's because of the impending apocalypse or the 20-foot worm that's been chewing through her walls lately, it's hard to say. And Jackal took Clu up in a staring contest, which, considering Clu is blindfolded, has made it difficult to determine the winner. That was a few days ago, and since then, neither one has blinked. I think. Jackal certainly hasn't anyway. So, I guess I'll just have to get used to having a few visitors in here for a little while. Hopefully the screeching doesn't start again while I'm recording for y'all. Well, with that, it's time for our stories this evening. Both of our stories tonight have been written by a mysterious entity called Lucy K, who sources say is a conglomerate of spirits hovering around a cheap microphone, making uncoordinated buzzing noises and dissolving anything that enters through them into dust. "I'm just happy to be here," the front one says. "Hey, it's my turn," says the one on the right. "Won't you both shut up? I'm trying to sleep," screams one from the back. Then they all switch places and it starts all over again. The first tale is called Exposure, which follows a woman who is experiencing flashbacks from a traumatic childhood incident, so comes along with a trigger warning for depictions of PTSD. Viewer discretion is advised. The second story, called Price, is a classic ghost story gone wrong. The voice of Eric in that one is played by the Dark Somnium, Long May He Reign, and the rest is also read by Lucy. Jeez, that girl sure does love to talk, don't she? Special thanks must be given first to Mandy Moe for rendering my brother Everett in the beauteous image you see when you look at our page. Really, Everett? Beauteous? And to @Nishan on Twitter for gracing you all with my spiritual beauty. Lastly, our music is provided with permission by Cryo Chamber, Envato Elements, the Nobody YouTube channel, and the Dark Somnium with gracious thanks. If you enjoy these intros and want to see more, please ensure you've got notifications on and leave a comment for every video you encounter. With that, the sun has set and dusk has crawled into the studio once more. Whether you're working, prepping to sleep, or evading the formless void that will one day consume us all, Blackwell is here to soothe your ears and captivate your soul. Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath. The scene has been set and the light is on. It's time to walk towards it. Just yesterday, the 3 bodies of the Davis family were found burned beyond recognition in their own home. It was at 5:48 a.m. that 911 operators received Elena's call from inside the house, reporting the fire. First responders arrived within 20 minutes, but were unsuccessful in putting out the blaze until much later. Despite their best efforts, 43-year-old Dale, 40-year-old Elena, and their 9-year-old son, Patrick, had been trapped inside. Today, the story continues. Hell, you really watching this shit again? Lillian lifted her head with a small gasp, startled by the interruption to her flimsy focus. Darcy was standing in the doorway of the kitchen, a disapproving frown on her face that pulled at the wrinkles on her cheeks, making her look a few years older than she was. She tutted softly when there was no immediate response, crossing her arms as she glanced between the younger woman and the television screen. Now, you know to turn that thing off when stories like this come on up. It ain't good for you. Lillian frowned, but didn't argue. She simply glanced sulkily at the screen before lowering the volume. And though she didn't turn it off completely, it did fade a bit into the background. Darce, it's fine. I'm fine. Yeah, like hell you are, she muttered under her breath. But at least she didn't pry the remote out of her hands, and instead plopped down in the old armchair on the other side of the couch. Progress, Lillian thought, wryly. The truth was, her older sister had these concerns quite a lot, and she was never afraid to voice them. Lillian's therapist had told her that exposure would help the panic she used to feel, but Darcy had never trusted psychology much. She'd practically marched into the therapist's office herself, demanding to have a chance to show that no-good shrink a piece of my mind. She'd also been thoroughly unamused when Lillian had tried to point out that, given their line of work, they'd probably love that. Really, though, it was no surprise that Darcy didn't see things the way she did. She never had, not since they were children, but even less so after the accident. Sisters or not, genetics only made up part of the link between them. Environment and psychology, Dr. Harrison had explained, made up the rest. And Darcy, well, she just hadn't been there at the dividing point. She hadn't seen the flames. Seems to have already been said as Deputy Jill Manfield appeared at a press conference earlier today. The uptick in residential fires, she assured the press, is most likely the result of a recent drought that hit the area late last week. Deputy Manfield then advised the public to keep a fire extinguisher or water bucket nearby at all times, to keep your smoke alarms up to date, and to keep your phones close by to notify 911, where is your emergency? The operator asked, her tone calm and clinically professional in a way that almost made Lillian smile despite herself. How she missed the tone of someone who knew exactly what they were doing and how to handle themselves. 8749. Hillcrest Road, she whispered quietly into the phone, staring at the door in front of her. The small crack at the bottom was practically glowing by now, a sickly orange halo of light. You should hurry. There was silence on the other end for a moment. Lillian could swear that somewhere in the house she heard a support beam creak dangerously. The sound made her flinch and grip the landline tighter. but it wasn't the one she was truly listening for. She had to get out of here, but she couldn't. Not yet. Not until she'd covered all her bases. They were still in here, after all, still upstairs, still in the house, and she didn't know if the flames had reached them or not by now. Lily! Lillian jumped slightly, looking over in surprise. The glow behind her eyes had receded. She now only saw Darcy, glaring suspiciously towards her. What? What's the matter with you? Darcy demanded, and Lillian grimaced slightly. She'd gone back to frowning. Her sister frowned so much nowadays. You ain't the type to zone out like this. It's like I told you, you ain't fine. Stop telling me what I am and what I'm not, Lillian sighed, slumping back into her chair. I'm just thinking, okay? Thinking, Darcy repeated, scoffing softly and gesturing toward the TV. Right. I'm sure you are. And you wouldn't happen to be thinking about the... Yes, Lillian interrupted, unsurprised to hear herself sounding about as resigned as she felt. But not in the way you think. She waited for Darcy to argue, but when she glanced back over, she merely saw her sister sitting quietly, tight-lipped and waiting for an answer. They always do this, you know? She made an aborted motion toward the television screen again. They brush them off, blame them on the heat, the dry grass. Don't they know it could be more than that? At this, Darcy seemed to soften a little. Course they do, she said, reaching into the front pocket of her jeans to pull out a cigarette box. She placed one between her lips, but didn't light it. They got guys for that. They can tell if it was electrical or because of a storm or... Yeah, Lillian said, rather than making her finish the list. But arson still hung heavy in the air between them, even unsaid. She frowned down at her lap. In her peripheral vision, the white and pink scars that disappeared up the sleeves of her sweater shone underneath the lamplight. She fidgeted with the cuffs, trying to ignore the glare. I know, but... Well, I'm just afraid they'll miss something. If they ain't looking into it anymore, that means there ain't nothing to look into, Darcy said, firm and succinct. You shouldn't have to worry about it. These families, these fires, they don't got nothing to do with us. They ain't you. There was a sharp, popping sound, one Lillian recognized as the strike of a match. Her lungs froze in her chest, a muscle in her neck jumping as she braced herself for the heady, sickening mugginess of nicotine and... smoke. She could smell the smoke. Thought she'd be used to it by now, but this wasn't the same as her mom's cigarettes. This was the kind of smoke that made her lungs burn and her eyes water, and Lillian was unable to stop herself from taking a deep breath of it, her throat stinging. If she didn't leave the house soon, the ash would block her airway completely, assuming the flames didn't get to her first. This smell would stick to her, she was sure. It had happened before, and it would happen again. There was more to it, though. Another scent that made her almost giddy. It made her head spin and her heart race. The stairs were blocked. It was only a matter of time now. A cough brought her out of her head again, and she pursed her lips as she waited out the hacking sounds of her sister's slow demise. She kept her gaze fixed on the television screen, where a statistics analyst was discussing how many people died in dry heat-related fires per annum. They shouldn't bother with the measurement. You really should quit those. I'll quit when I'm dead, Darcy muttered, and Lillian rolled her eyes. You're such a hypocrite. To that, predictably, her sister had no reply. Instead, she thumped her chest to silence her lungs and asked gruffly, How's that shrink of yours? Mr. Happy? Dr. Harrison, Lillian corrected flatly. You must have really wanted to change the subject if you brought him up. That ain't what I asked. Lillian sighed, rolling her eyes up toward the ceiling. It was still a few beats before she bothered to answer. I don't see him anymore. You what? Don't say it like that, Lillian snapped, instantly feeling defensive. You hate him. Honestly, you'd think you'd be happy for once. She heard Darcy's breath hitch on the inhale, but Lillian didn't look over again. She simply scowled at the screen, idly rubbing the place on her arm where her skin changed its texture. But for now, funeral services will be held on the 18th, and many people have already stopped by to pay their respects with gifts and flowers. It just goes to show that in this community, even when tragedy strikes, the members of it continue to stand together in solidarity. We hope that this will be the last fire of the summer and the last to take so many lives. But stay vigilant and keep practicing fire safety standards for the sake of you, your loved ones, and your home. The home was burning up all around her. She just barely managed to make it out the back door, but she could hear the screams now, coming from inside. Screams of parents, searching for their child among the flames. I'm here, she whispered under her breath, a subconscious thought. As if in answer, one of the second-story windows above her exploded outward, the light of the flames reflecting off the shattered glass. Lillian took a step backward to avoid them, but she couldn't take her eyes off the way they glittered, struck by some kind of twisted awe. In the distance, over the roar of the flames and the popping of the wood and metal, she thought she could hear the whining of sirens. She turned away from them without a word. After all, they were too late. No one could save them now. Look, I didn't like the guy, sure, but he was helping you. Ain't that what you said last year? Darcy asked, and Lillian briefly closed her eyes. Sure, but I got the advice I needed, and now I'm fine, Darce. Really, I'm okay. And I believed that the last 30 times you said it, Darcy scoffed. Lils, if you dropped your shrink for some fool reason... I didn't! Lillian snapped, slamming both hands down on either armrest. The impact didn't hurt, nor did it sound particularly intimidating, but it did send a strange tingle up her burn-covered arm. He told me how to fix it, and I'm fixing it! I mean it! I really don't need any more help! I feel fine! Hell, I feel great! Darcy was quiet for a moment after that, and together they both turned to face the TV screen. The last of the flames were being shown now. It seemed to be some sort of time-lapse of the whole thing, or at least from when they first responded to when the flames were finally doused and snuffed out. Lillian rolled her bottom lip between her teeth and wondered how long it really took to be over and done with like that. Darcy's cigarette went out when the last of the smoke did. And first responders thank them for their service. This has been Holly Daniels, Channel 6 Sturgeon Eyewitness News. The camera faded out, only to reappear inside the news studio to focus on a different man and woman. They began to discuss the next story, something about a robbery down at Mantis Bay, but Lillian was no longer listening. She could only tolerate their voices for so long before she shut the TV off with a snap of the remote. The room was dipped into silence. Oh, come on, I was watching that one, Darcy protested, rolling her eyes. Your choice in stories is horrible, you know that? When she didn't answer, Darcy simply sighed and stood up, patting her on the shoulder as she passed. Fine, I'll leave you to it. But, Lils, can you at least consider going back? You seemed to like him last we talked. Now you just seem, I don't know, stuck in your own head. Lillian looked up at her sister. The worry line she often wore creased her features, but she found she was stuck on the reflection of her eyes instead. Embers, glass, the orange halos. I'll try, she said flatly, though she knew there was no need. Thanks for your concern. Oh, don't thank me for that, she huffed, patting her one last time before walking toward the kitchen. You know I'm only here because of that bitch Missy Chambers. But you also know that Mom and Dad wouldn't have wanted you to be reliving that damn fire for the rest of your life. Lillian made a small noise of acknowledgement, glancing after her sister. It was true that Darcy was likely only alive because she'd been at a birthday party for a girl she despised, Missy, back in middle school. The fire that claimed their parents, the same one that claimed the skin on Lillian's arms, her left side, her stomach, her thighs, her mind, was a brutal one. One she'd remember for a long time, and one that would have done much more damage had it not been for that ill-timed celebration. And even still, it tortured Lillian. In fact, it'd never leave her mind. Until Dr. Harrison, that is. Now that was no longer the fire she remembered. Before she'd left the house, she'd seen the bathroom door ajar. Lillian brought the oxygen mask up to her face to take a deep breath of the cold, crisp air, in stark contrast to the terrible heat around them. On the exhale, she started toward the door, carefully avoiding the fallen debris that had intersected the clear path of flames around her. When she pushed the door open, she saw a huddled figure pressed against a window that wouldn't unhinge. It was weak, it seemed, which made sense. The boy couldn't be very much younger than she had been all those years ago. She hadn't lasted very long either, and she didn't even have as much gasoline to hasten the blaze. Desperation was a feisty force, though, and he was surrounded by several broken objects destroyed in the crossfire, an attempt to break the glass. It was humbling, in a way, to watch little Patrick Davis fall. The way he sunk to the ground, his breaths rattling in his chest, heavy and achingly final. It was a fate she knew well, even if it didn't ultimately take her life. A fate she'd escaped, even if he couldn't. Yes, her exposure therapy was going very well, her thoughts less consumed by the past. Dr. Harrison would be so proud of her. Just a few more tries, and she'd surely be healed. The typewriter clicked. It did so much of the time, even when there was no one there to use it. And while this usually wasn't the case, there were times that the old machine would sit abandoned on the antique wooden desk, or the granite kitchen countertop, or the plush couch cushions with the buzz of the TV droning in the background, and its strange rhythmic clicking would underlie each sound. It didn't often need to click on its own because, despite how old the typewriter was, it was well cared for and prized. But although those times were few and far between, that afternoon happened to be one of those times. That afternoon, a soft silver light poured in from the full moon, engulfing the small condo and the vast forest surrounding it in an ethereal haze. That afternoon, a normally peaceful and beautiful scene was made sinister and foreboding by the wickedness within its walls. It turned out that afternoon was a time for many things, because, chillingly, that afternoon, the owner of the typewriter with the phantom clicking was preparing to extinguish a phantom of his own. Graham Campbell hadn't always believed in the paranormal. In fact, he had made a conscious effort when settling down to write his novel to avoid those topics altogether. His writing style was romantic, tame, and free-flowing, not at all like the horror his time spent in his new home had turned out to be. Because a month and a half spent living there had convinced him that there was something more going on. During the late hours of the night that he would stay awake clicking away on his typewriter, the peace would suddenly be pierced by a sound no settling home or animal could possibly make. Among them were low moans, creaking footsteps, and ominous murmurs that protruded from the basement and made Graham's hair stand on end. The first time he had heard it, he tried to go down to investigate with a frying pan raised bravely above his head, only to find absolutely nothing. Granted, he'd been too afraid to advance past the last stair step, but from what he could tell, it was all normal. There was no trace of another human being, animal, or even monster in sight. He hadn't been able to sleep for hours after that, staring blankly and on edge at the whisper-thin cracks in the floorboards beneath his bed. No, it was safe to say that he hadn't always believed in the paranormal, but as time had gone on and the noises became more frequent, Graham had been unable to think of another plausible explanation for his circumstances. He had gone down to stand at the bottom of the stairs multiple times and had even sent one of his friends down there to look around completely. But all efforts came up empty-handed, and the friend was creeped out and just told him he was crazy. But occasionally, the source of these noises began to become tangible when some of his things began to go missing, only to either end up on the basement floor or around the condo in odd places. Hauntingly, the items that loved to disappear the most often were food and knives from his kitchen, and he thought that he discovered why when he did a few Google searches on the house to see who the hell could possibly be haunting him here. When he was done, he could finally put a name and face to the voice. Carver Price. The articles detailed a 22-year-old man with shaggy black hair, an overgrown beard, piercing green eyes, and sunken features. He seemed to have had no wife or kids, and while Graham couldn't find much else on his family, he did know that he was thought to be quite sick and twisted in the later years of his life. Speculation and rumors surged throughout the small town they lived in, and the harsher ones eventually proved to be true when Carver finally snapped. On November 14th, 1993, Carver Price murdered a young family of 4 on the very house that had stood here before Graham's condo had been built. David Page, Angela Page, and their children, Michael and Michelle, all had their throats cut. Their deaths were considered an immediate tragedy throughout the town, and Carver had been the prime suspect from the very beginning. In fact, it turns out that the crime itself had been quite messy, because they soon had irrefutable evidence to prove that he was the killer, including eyewitnesses placing a man matching his description at the house, a disturbing criminal record, and a suspicious lack of alibi. DNA results at the time were even pending. But despite the overwhelming evidence, he never had the chance to go to court or even to jail. Less than 2 weeks later, firemen responded to a house call from Carver Price. By the time they got to the small house across town, the entire building was up in smoke, and human bones and ashes were later found inside among the rubble. It was declared to be a self-set arson, which immediately caused a stir. But he was officially pronounced dead, the bones matching the general size and markers for Carver Price himself. So the town breathed an uneasy sigh of relief and soon chose to forget about the whole incident. One less thing to worry about, after all. But now, only 15 years later, that worry had resurfaced at last. Because Graham knew that he had the evil spirit of a murderer living in his own home. Or, more specifically, in the basement that the condo complex had decided to simply build over. After all, it was up to code enough for tenants to use it as extra storage space. It had been a general appeal of the place when he'd moved in. The realtor had used it as a selling point. Great. It wasn't like Graham knew what to do about evil spirits. Sure, in his lifetime he'd seen some television shows, but Hollywood twisted things so much he didn't even think those were very accurate. What other options did that leave him, though? Maybe that was how he had gotten here. His red hair was ruffled with worry, and anyone who looked at him could see the bags under his brown eyes and how his bottom lip was swollen and raw. But the strangest part about this scene wasn't Graham's appearance, or how he was standing in the middle of his living room wearing a bathrobe in the place of a ceremonial one. The strangest part wasn't that all the furniture had been moved to the walls to make room for the circle of sea salt and 3 white candles, positioned in a triangle around it. The strangest part wasn't the fact that it was a full moon, or that there were a few black rocks from a nearby vase in Graham's pocket for safekeeping, or that the entire condo smelled of sage from the incense lit near his clicking typewriter. No. The strangest part about this scene was that Graham's identical twin brother was here.
You know...
Eric Campbell pouted, having slumped back against the couch as he watched.
Most brothers greet their family with a hug, how you've been, and a fun night out. Not...
He gestured vaguely.
This.
It needs to be done, Graham said gravely, checking for any holes in the circle he'd created. And this is what the internet said to do to banish Carver.
Oh, the internet. Very reliable.
Eric snickered, kicking his feet up onto the coffee table.
Did the internet tell you to wear that?
Graham sighed, casting his gaze down to his bathrobe. They said to wear ceremonial robes, but I don't have those.
What, does not everyone have ceremonial robes? Get with the times, brother. You should have told me. I would have let you borrow one of mine. I've got one for every color of the rainbow.
Eric, please.
What? Come on, I'm just having fun.
Eric chuckled.
And speaking of, I still can't believe his name was Carver. It's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, don't you think?
Just get down here and help me, Graham scolded him. And stop being insensitive. I know you're a skeptic. I was too, but I need your help with this. Don't make me regret inviting you.
Great, and what is this, exactly?
Eric asked, raising an eyebrow at him.
You look ridiculous, and so does your new condo. Are you really telling me you're giving up everything because of a few noises?
Look, this is just the first thing I'm trying, Graham huffed, glaring up at him from his place on the floor, where he was lighting each of the candles as directed. If it doesn't work, I'll try something else. I'm not moving out unless I have to, but... Eric, if you heard what I hear every night, you'd be doing this too. Eric just stared at him for a moment before rolling his eyes.
Ungrateful, I tell you. Try living in a shitty apartment. You'd hear plenty of scary noises then.
Eric! Eric sighed loudly, but he eventually complied and got to his feet.
Fine, Jesus. You've already got me all the way here. Can't you just be satisfied with that?
Despite all of Eric's grousing, with the two of them combined, the brothers finished their preparations rather quickly. The sage was lit, the crucifixes were hung, and the Bibles were opened wide. All precautions had been taken to ensure that this ritual was as successful as possible. After all, as Graham later said, we can't take any chances. Once the stage had been set, Graham brushed the salt off of himself and stood up, earnestly setting his typewriter onto the desk where it would be safe. Then he picked up his phone to access the website he'd been looking at. Eric stood too and peered over his shoulder, confused.
What are you doing?
I've got to read this. It's a chant made to send him away.
What, you think you'll read this Carver guy a bedtime story and he'll just say, "Oh shit, I'm intruding, time to turn over a new leaf," and poof out of there? If he was a suicidal mass murderer in life, I sincerely doubt he'd be too reasonable now.
God, you are so crass, Graham scowled. Come on, can't you just let me do this?
Yeah, just get on with it, dumbass.
Eric snorted, ruffling his hair. Graham ignored him after that, turning to the top point of the white candle triangle, which faced his staircase and the basement door. Admittedly, he'd been too afraid to actually do this in the basement itself, since he had no idea what this ghost would try to do to him once it knew he was trying to make it leave. All he could do now was cross his fingers and hope that this would work, casting Carver Price away from him and back to hell, where he belonged. O Spirit, that which resides here, with this circle of salt, sage, and rock of onyx, I am protected from your wrath. I speak to you now with respect and dignity, and I hope you will give me the same. Graham started, and then paused. Silence.
Hey, Ghostbuster, nothing's happening.
Eric whispered tauntingly, smirking when Graham glared at him fiercely.
Maybe read from the good book or something.
Again, Graham ignored him and continued on. I understand that this house meant something to you in life, but it's where mine stands now. It would really mean a lot to me if you were to leave. Suddenly, Graham was cut off by a loud bang just beneath them, making he and Eric both jump in surprise and look at each other.
Holy shit.
Eric mumbled under his breath, his smug expression having completely dropped off his face. Graham turned to shakily continue as the typewriter kept on clicking in the background, now just a little faster than before. I know you're trapped here, but it's time for you to move on. You've been intruding on my life and now that of my brothers, and I only ask that... Another bang sounded from directly under their feet, and Eric's eyes widened when they heard a low moan coming from the basement, as if there was someone in pain. This time, though, he dared not interrupt Graham's machinations. In fact, he silently urged him to continue. I only ask that you respect our wishes and see that there is a light for you, Graham pleaded weakly. But he flinched when the moans turned into yells, and the banging became more violent. Lights began to flicker quickly on and off, and Graham realized with a sickening dread that the fuse box was down there.
Graham.
Eric started, looking truly afraid now.
What the fuck is this?
It's him, Graham said quietly, and then, stronger. Carver Price, you need to go home! And then, the banging stopped. Both boys were almost as startled by this as they had been when it started, and they gave each other a wary glance before either of them dared to speak.
Do you think it's over?
Eric began, before suddenly the basement door began to slam back against the lock, straining the hinges with the force of it. He yelped and ran over to hold it closed as the yells morphed into pained and angry howls. And Graham looked on in horror as his brother all but forced the door to stay shut. Eric yelled over the noise, his back pressed hard against the door. His entire body jolted forward and he was nearly thrown off the door entirely when a full weight was slammed into it. But he barely managed to stay put.
Graham, do something!
Graham could only open and close his mouth, useless and in shock for a few seconds before he stammered, Carver, you need to get out. You need to move on. But this wasn't enough. The door kept slamming, and it was clear that Eric was losing his hold. Sheer panic was written across his face, and Graham could tell that the same expression was mirrored on his own. He strained against the door, knuckles white and sweat beading on his forehead as he yelped in pain.
Graham!
Carver Price, leave this place at once! Graham shouted, cowering in the salt circle like he was drowning and it was his only lifeline. The typewriter was racing as the banging continued, louder and louder and louder, and Carver was still howling. Eric was screaming, or maybe it was he himself that was screaming, he couldn't tell. As the house seemed to crash down around them, the lights flickered before shutting down completely, all faster and louder and more intense until... everything stopped. The house was silent, and Graham Campbell dropped to his knees, knowing that the ghost was finally gone. The weeks following that incident were blissfully uneventful. While Graham used to be unable to get a few nights' sleep in a row without something from the basement disturbing him, he was able to sleep unperturbed for the next week. Finally, he felt well rested, and that alone would have been more than enough to focus on the novel he had been trying to write if it were not for Eric's constant, annoying presence. That being said, his brother didn't visit him often, so Graham was relatively happy overall to have him staying for a few days, despite how different a personality he had. The fact was, he just wasn't used to someone so wild and unpredictable. But even still, he was stunned to find that, a week and a half later, Eric left without saying anything. Graham wouldn't have even known this if he hadn't seen that his car was no longer in the driveway, with all his things cleared out. While this was rather odd, Eric could have easily gotten a call from work or from his girlfriend. This wasn't entirely outside the realm of possibility for his brother. Still, after a few attempts to contact him with no response, Graham made a mental note to call him again in a few days, just to make sure he was okay. He also made a mental note, not for the first time this week, to harass his electrician. Ever since Carver had been banished, all his lights had stopped working, and the internet had cut out as well. He assumed that Carver had messed with the fuse box or router somehow, which he was sure was possible for ghosts, though he didn't have the internet anymore to look it up. And all he had to do was get someone in to fix it at some point. His home phone still worked, though, and he still had leftover candles from the ritual, so both were put to good use during the inconvenience. Not for the first time, Graham found himself thanking anyone who could hear him that he had his trusty typewriter with him, as it had gone back to normal and still worked just fine. With it, he found that he could deal with just about everything going on around him. All he had to do was sit somewhere comfortable and immerse himself in his writing, comforted by the clicking his fingers made on the keys when they moved, as well as the clicking that went on when they didn't. It was steady and reliable, a sound he had just attuned his ear to, and a sound that he always managed to get used to and love. After all, just it being there meant he still had something stable to depend on. So a few days after his brother left, this was where Graham was, sitting at his old wooden desk in front of the windows overlooking the forest, the moon shining brightly overhead. Everything was peaceful now, and it felt like it had all gone back to normal as he consumed himself in his writing, oblivious in the face of his paranormal victory. In short, everything was perfect. Until it wasn't. Everything was perfect, until a loud bang startled Graham from his writing, making him sit up straight in his chair. No, that couldn't have been what he thought it was. But then there it was again, a loud crash coming right from the basement door. Graham started out of his seat, panic rising in his chest as he backed up against the bed. The basement door was right near the front entrance, and the back door was on the other side of the condo. There was no way he could get there in time from his bedroom, but he was being silly, of course. There was no way that a ghost could really hurt him. It was just a spirit, just some stupid old spirit that would scare him and then fade away. Just some stupid old spirit that couldn't really touch him. Just some stupid old spirit that was now standing in his doorway. And of course, Carver Price had actually looked like that. Of course he had had silver hair and wrinkles before. Because spirits couldn't age. Right? Graham collapsed against the bedpost, staring wide-eyed at the man now in front of him. He was thin and sunken, just like in the pictures, but there was something unmistakably older about him now. And there was certainly something more intimidating about one of Graham's previously missing kitchen knives glistening between his fingertips, dripping in blood that wasn't his own and wearing clothes that looked suspiciously like the ones his twin brother had worn the day he had arrived. This was no spirit. It couldn't have been. Graham hardly even registered the small cry of anguish and fear that bubbled up from deep inside him, escaping through his lips in an unspoken plea for mercy. Nor did he register the fact that the closer Carver got, the faster the typewriter steadily clicked. As he pressed himself back against the wall like he hoped to disappear right through it, Graham couldn't help but think that if he'd gone just a bit further into the basement rather than lingering near the stairs each time, this could have been prevented. As he begged one last desperate time for Carver to spare him from this horrible fate, Graham knew that if he had called the police rather than his brother, maybe they wouldn't be in this mess. If he'd gone out on the isolated forest roads to see his brother's car crashed and hit and flipped over in a ditch, if he'd called the electrician one last time to force them to come in sooner and tell him all the power lines to his condo had been completely severed, if he'd not assumed the culprit was a spirit, if he had done this, if he had done that, if he had just not been so stupid. But he had been. Now, he would pay the price. Because as everyone can be sometimes, Graham had been rather stupid. In fact, not only can people be stupid as well as genius, but humans can be primal as well as civilized. When looking to survive in a hard, unforgiving place, the simplest of people can become creatures of pure, animalistic instinct. And as a madman slunk out of hiding and the moon disappeared behind a cloud, Graham knew he should have had some way of knowing that he himself would be victim to the opposite of what he had expected. Not someone who died, but someone with a damaged mind who had fought tooth and nail to survive. A man, not a spirit, who had killed and hidden himself away in an old foul basement for months just to keep what he had. A man who then killed just for fun and taught himself to take pleasure out of it. A man who was good at surviving. And Graham thought then that if only he had been a little more keen on surviving himself, perhaps he would have. Perhaps he would have been okay. But instead, he screamed. The killer retreated. The typewriter stopped clicking. Oh, hello, listeners. You're back. Welcome. Yes, I'm sorry for the low volume, but partway through that last story, Jackal and Clue stopped staring at each other and are now just staring at me. I'm currently looking through the instructions Everett left me to see if he told me what to do in this situation. Let's see. If a fire starts at the station, Blackwell family history, how to appease the Dream Lords, let's see, ritual sacrifice for dummies, gummy bears versus real bears, how to decide at a picnic. Here we go. If the statue in front of the Blackwell estate animates and refuses to leave, Jackal Blackwell engages in a staring contest with them, and then they won't stop staring at you. Perfect. All right. Oh! Well, that's nice. Okay, Everett says here that they're merely paying me a compliment. Clue trusts that the radio station is a safe place to learn how to gain full function, and Jackal is telling me that he really enjoyed the story. Phew! That makes me feel a whole lot better. Okay, it also says here that if I blink or look away, I'll, quote, be torn asunder to all the ends of Sturgeon, devoured by Kaio's blood god, and wiped from the metaphysical plane. Alright, so, I guess I just won't blink then. Sounds easy enough, right? Okay, well, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out some of our other transmissions. We're adding them regularly, and we'd love to have you as part of the Dusklight family by subscribing, hitting the bell of the giant anthill in the park, and leaving a comment with stories you'd love for Everett's many-legged runners to find. Now, while I think very hydrated thoughts, let us thank our lovely Sturgeonite faithfuls. Haley Clark, Foe, PRDDL12, Sabrina Alexander, Jason Webb, and Lurie W. Purple Crayon Eaters Mary Peck, Square, Gianni Di Lorena, Feeney Von Karma, and Max, who seem to have begun doodling on all the landmarks of Sturgeon in the middle of the night, which city officials say tanks their historic value, but secretly admit actually improves their appearance. Janitors Alex Nunez, Amy Shawn, Ethan Nelson, and Arkham Cookie, who are methodically taking every single strand of fiber from the bottoms of their brooms and laying them in various places around your house. So, keep an eye out, I guess. Our nightmare detective, Adrian Rodriguez, who has begun his newest case by walking up and down the street pleading, "I know who the killer is! I've told everyone I know! I saw it happen! Why won't anyone acknowledge me?" Good luck, Adrian. I'm sure you'll solve it soon. Our void walker, Evan Diaz, who is following a trail of cookie crumbs into the woods, which shows an absolute lack of self-preservation. For the person who left them behind, that is. And of course, our Blackwell family members. Clue Blackwell, who has started twitching uncontrollably again in some kind of unpredictable back and forth sway. Is that a compliment too, or? Tabitha Blackwell, who struck gold in the mines earlier this week and has been thoroughly enjoying eating every last piece of it. Oh, congratulations, Tabitha. Save us a slice for the next Blackwell barbecue if you can. Jackal Blackwell, who can really hold his eyes open for such a long time. Listeners, this is getting exceedingly difficult. And, our Lord of Blood and Bone, Papa Kaio Blackwell, who has recently discovered the phrase girl dinner and has taken it to mean that the price for staying loyal to the hobo queen has just gone up. Expect an uptick of bone shards and strangely textured blood this week, listeners, and stay vigilant out there. We love you and fear you, Papa. We thank you humbly for your patronage and look to see you bright and early for Dusklight orientation. Purple crayons and existential dread will be provided. If you want to be a patron, we have a link in the description below. You'll get early access to all videos, exclusive Sturgeon-focused D&D/Monster of the Week content, and more. And one last time, listeners, close your eyes as I try not to close mine, and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on them, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite. Drink a strawberry kiwi Capri Sun, have some dino-shaped nuggies, watch a video about dogs cuddling with babies, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow with the window open and the stars twinkling down on you. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter. You are loved. And every day is another chance. Okay. I can't do this anymore. I think I have to blink now. So, wish me luck, and hopefully I'll see you all again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station.